I just want to shoot. DRC Zone 1. The new map is. Wait. When did they add a new map? I didn't hear about it. See anything? And it says a new weapon? Oh. Oh wait, that was the new weapon that they're talking about. What the hell? The Orbiter, I've been had that since season 1. I did unlock the sniper. There's this new challenge thing here. You don't use your tokens, you gotta do the challenges. But that ice pick melee is fire. I guess I'm gonna fuck around. Oh my god. No. I have no idea what this map is. You go, take point. I got a knife. Oh my god! I didn't expect those guys though, Jesus. Oh yeah. So I was watching Dr. K speak to XQC, and it was actually pretty interesting. So I'm gonna put that on. Oh shit! Oh. Ah, fucking weapon swapped and fucked up. Okay. Here we go. I'm gonna put it on the screen right now.
And I think getting out of that,
part of the way
I'm doing better with that.
Oh wait, no, I should have used a knife.
Hard,
damn it!
You know.
How are you doing better with that?
Standing up for myself, I think. Like making a stand and like, and transitioning to being like a better overall like adult, like doing all the tasks that I have to do, and just kind of being just proud to be like.
Oh, he was on top of the vending
somehow
machine?
functioning adult. Like I can fly by myself. I can kind of live by myself. Through all the problems and whatever, and I take my own battles, and I don't need any help. And I think it's helped to see that I can do it, you know. Because for the longest time, you know, like I had somebody to fight my battles with me, you know, and it kind of felt like, in a way, when I go live.
Wait, there's a.
I had my own little sun or my little spotlight above my head, right?
What the fuck is this?
You go live and I have my own little sun and chat and everything, all the fun and all the creative stuff is cool and all. And then when I turn off the stream, well, as soon as you go offline, I mean, I'm sure you've seen it, you've felt it yourself. The spotlight is it's completely out instantly, right? Which is fine if you have somebody or some people around that can kind of like carry that sunlight to you until you go to bed or whatever.
I don't think I'm gonna get much knife kills on these guys.
Yourself, and it's just darkness.
Maybe I can get pistol kills though.
And I think at first it was like, well, let's try. And I look at all the things to blame and everybody, whatever, and I realized that it was just me.
Oh shit!
I feel like I have to be a little bit like stronger.
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Things that I've done, and just kind of like just kind of level out with myself. I think I've never really had to talk with myself for a while. I have to level out again.
I don't know this map at all.
Does that make sense?
Look at that gun,
I understand.
And, I think that's been helping, yeah.
What weapon skin is that? Like, I'm not gonna lie, I picked up your gun.
Yeah.
Like every single like, I was like, this nigga is hopping off with that gun, and I picked it up.
What would you like guidance on, Felix?
Good question. Maybe like finding ways to find what I actually want and kind of like who I am. I think it's not like an identity crisis, but like what I mean, kind of. In the end, like what matters, because if I in a lot of ways, I think a lot of things that most people would think do matter for them was kind of like taken away from me, if that makes sense. Yeah, I'll take some accountability here and there for the mistakes that I've done. And
the right shield counts as a melee weapon.
Or taken away from myself. But I think a lot of things that people do care about, they're like life goals, whatever, were just kind of stripped, and it kind of makes you kind of want to give up a little bit, like on like not wanting those things again, right? Like building a home, building a relationship. And it kind of, I thought that was kind of a good thing at one point. It's kind of easier to just say fuck it, yeah, fuck all that, like, because it was all at once almost, and it was like, okay, well, fuck all that then, and let's go back to just focusing on streaming and just doing this. But yeah.
So Felix, I know this may sound weird, but I really don't know much of what you're talking about. So if you're assuming that I know, so I don't.
Oh yeah, I'm thinking
sometimes. I actually don't look at drama. Like I know that when there's drama, like people will fucking talk about it and react, and like people will post and Twitter and all that stuff. I actually don't look at any of that.
Yeah.
So I mean, even just given how the size of you and your life, I mean, some of that stuff bled through, and I don't want to ask you anything that will interfere with whatever work, but I'd love to hear what you can share about just big picture, like what are we talking about here?
I shouldn't have peeked it until I was done reloading.
Is that one of the earlier problems was like I was cared about at least building some form of like stability at one point, or like foundation. And for me, that was
that's
like
a good pistol.
Like, and
9mm Damon.
Like building a home at one point.
Yo, I like that pistol build. What the fuck?
I want to feel at home, and I kind of chased that for a while.
You even had that animation on it and everything.
I bought this house, and then started furnishing it, and then people look back at that era of that house. I was like the golden era of my stream, because I felt home.
Okay, you can't hit fire like that though.
After a little bit of time that I lived there, I had to leave it. There was too many problems over there. It was dangerous for me to live there and whatnot. I left it behind, and then I tried again and again, like 2 more times to just
oh no,
do it again. And there's always something that will like take it away from me, just because of I think the nature of what we do and stream, whatever. The actual nature of it and what it comes with or whatever made it so that I guess I temporarily can't have that. You can have a house, houses, I guess. Having a home, having a home is different. Having a house.
What's the difference between a house and a home?
That guy has a good ass pistol.
The way that I can describe.
Oh, 9mm Damon.
Is
get headshots with pistols.
Good,
oh, I had no idea. That's just a brand new pistol.
Where's home? And if I picture home, I'm in my home, and I feel comfortable now. I feel good, right?
Okay.
And that was like when I was younger. That was like my mom's house, and then I moved out, and then it was my other house. Like, okay, that's home where things feel like I'll be taken care of, or I'll take care of myself, or whatever, right? But now it just kind of feels like yeah, I haven't had that. Like, I close my eyes and I see where's the place that feels comfortable, and I just don't see it.
The whole team is coming,
which sucks.
Yeah, I'm hearing that you don't feel safe anywhere.
Yeah.
Oh my god,
there's no place that
the
you
recoil
can
control
count on to be safe.
Yeah.
That
takes time and commitment.
It's not that good.
It just felt like it was kind of like pulled from under my feet. So many times, like it kind of felt like, okay, well, dude, fuck all that. Like, let's just stop trying. It's so much energy and so much resources like into doing it. That like,
okay,
it's
I
not,
like
it's not
that
like it happens
better.
once and then you give up, and you're just kind of like bitching out of it, right? It's so often. It's like, okay, let's focus on other things. Let's try other shit for just one for a little, because it's just clearly not working. And then just like I feel overall like friends and acquaintances was like just kind of a lot of fallouts and a lot of I felt anyway like a lot of like betrayals. I don't want to be like out here like screaming wolf or whatever. Like I'm tough to deal with, and I don't like water my plants, if that makes sense. When it comes to friendships. But sometimes I kind of felt like a little bit like betrayed for kind of no reason. And then so like friends can I do have better friends now, but kind of like that was out of the way. Then I don't have that. Then problems with like I had problems with family at one point, which ended up being problems with my relation, and it was like relation, family, home, friends, and at one was like, shit, what's left? Like what actually is left? What do people care about in life that makes them fulfilled? That isn't any of those things, you know? And it happened all at once. So then, at one point, you just kind of like lacking direction.
Can I think for a second?
Yeah.
Then somebody else sees me, right? I gotta use an automatic weapon.
Okay. So here's kind of what I'm putting together. So you're XQC. You're a pretty resilient guy. You're a streamer. You work really hard. You're not the best. You may not be the best friend. You may not be the easiest person to get along with. You make mistakes. But you tend to bounce back. I think your heart is in the right place. You try to learn from your mistakes. You grow. You're pretty resilient.
Where'd that other guy go then?
And that really, like, at one point, a lot of pillars that support you. A lot of pillars that allow you to process fast and bounce back and take that negativity and turn it into creativity started to fall away. So the simplest thing is that, like, I can't imagine from a physiologic perspective what this is like, but to, like, be deprived of your home again and again and again. Which is something that I don't think a lot of people, like, really appreciate. And it's not good to compare, but I think that sometimes, like, you know, we hear about people who lose their homes. And then everyone's like, wow, that must be terrible, and how do you deal with that and stuff like that. What I'm hearing from you is maybe not in the same way, but that you've really lost the safety of your home time and time and time again. And here you are, like, trying to build a life, and then, like, you kind of get punished for wanting, right? So you try to build something, and then, like, it kind of gets taken away, and then you're like, well, as you put it, you don't want to be a bitch about it, right?
Yeah.
So there's, like, some amount of self-blame, like, I'm not going to let this knock me down, I'm going to be, like, better, I'm not going to bow out, I'm going to try again. It gets taken away again, and taken away again, and taken away again. And so your life becomes something where, like, you want something, but every time you want it, you get punished.
These are crazy.
Yeah, it's like the little meme, maybe you've seen it before. It's like a little box. It's like this little blob in the box. It's like, I'll get out of it, and bang, it gets punched.
Yeah.
Okay, well, fuck it, then I'll go back in.
Yeah, right. So and then now you're kind of stuck between, like, saying, okay, well, fuck it, like, I'm done wanting.
Yeah.
And then it's like, okay, well, like, now, you know, I know there's, like, some amount of metrics and growth and money and other kinds of, like, things that you can move towards. But generally speaking, I think I mean, some people really chase money or whatever, but
yeah.
Generally speaking, I think most people like money as a means to an end.
Actually fucking new,
or success as a means to an end. Sometimes success, what it provides is a sense of confidence, identity, stuff like that. But I'm really hearing that, like, several things happened at once, like family stuff, like relation stuff, like maybe work-related stuff, like home stuff, and everything kind of got taken away from you.
Yeah, a lot of crossfire.
And then, huh?
It's a lot of crossfire as well. Sometimes it's kind of like one piece and after the other, and I lose both or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, that's cool now. There's problems, but, like, now I lose all of it, so, like, it kind of sucks. And also, you said earlier, like, you have these pillars that are kind of, like, falling apart or under your feet or whatever, and that I would be okay with that. But it wasn't even that. Is that the pillars that I was standing on reverted and start like fucking spearing me. Does that make sense? Like if there was only neutral and I lost them, it'd be fine. But if they turn against me, I think it's a little bit of a deeper experience. Some sort of like, well, no, not some sort of like actual just betrayal on a lot of ends. At one point, you could kind of start thinking, you're the problem, and maybe there's some validity to that. I'm the problem in a lot of ways, and I can recognize that 100%. I'm not the easiest person to be friends with. I'm not the easiest person to work with. I'm not the easiest family member. I'm not the best boyfriend, but I don't think that these inabilities equate to like what was going on.
So I'm hearing, and once again, you know, we didn't really talk about what's okay and what's not okay to talk about today. So I'm curious, are you? I don't want you to share anything that will get you in trouble or anything like that. But like, I mean, you're using very powerful imagery. Right? So this is not just pillars going away. This is pillars turning into spheres. Is there anything that you feel comfortable sharing, just so that I can understand, like, what kind of stuff are we talking about? And if the answer is no, that's totally fine.
No, that's good. That's good.
Like, what do you mean by betrayal? Like, that's a strong word.
Yeah, it is. And I wish I didn't have to. I wish it wasn't like that. Like, like I said earlier, I'm not like, trying to cry wolf, whatever. But I chose my words very carefully. Like, I didn't navigate it and just kind of landed on that word. Yeah, like, it just felt like sometimes the people that I shared information with, the people that I confided with,
entire fucking
when shit goes down, it just feels to me like it's used against me. So all my weaknesses and all my vulnerabilities are now just ammo for other people, and it makes me feel like I can't share anything with anybody. I can't like talk about anything with anybody. I feel like it's all just leverage. And then, yeah, leverage.
So it sounds like it's impossible to trust people.
Yeah. Oh, I've had my walls up for a while now. Yeah.
A lot of walls and no home.
Yeah. Yeah. You would think. That'd be crazy. Yeah, especially sometimes around like money and whatever, which I didn't expect was gonna hit me like that, because I never really cared for money that much. Like, it's cool to have it and to get it, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm as happy as anybody can be to receive capital, but in a way, I think I've always like not really cared enough to like really spend and really kind of be like that. And then at one point, it kind of felt like I've said this before, but it kind of felt like everybody around me started caring about it more than I care about it myself, and that makes me want to like, well, I'm not trying to do some Joker scheme here, but like, it makes me want to like kind of burn it all, you know? Like, if I have something that I care about just to a degree, about a little bit, I guess. Once you're past like comfort, you know, it's like that on the upper layers or kind of whatever. Because I didn't even have time to spend anyway. I would stream all day. When everybody around me starts caring about it like so much, right? Then it annoys me. And there's me right here, everybody's next to me, and then everybody's looking past me to whatever I have. And it's like, okay, well, how do I get the focus back on me? Then I'll just burn it then. That's kind of like logical conclusion.
So that's the pistol that they just added then, because everybody's using
like
that.
I'd have none of the problems I have right now.
I really like the way
What's it like being
and
looked
the animation.
Past? I mean, can you tell us?
Spun it like a pistolero.
Like this kind of idea of like
it's really bad.
Burn it, like.
I think it's really bad. Yeah, I think it's very destructive. It's nothing that I think people will have. I generally feel like
timing, bro.
You will have doubts about it. That is it actually like that? You can kind of be a little bit paranoid about it, right? And kind of have ideas that
okay, snaking,
people have the money or whatever.
Why?
But I think
that's a knife.
What was hard to process is that once it was kind of confirmed, right? Once you get that confirmation, all that's difficult, because it's like it makes you feel like invisible, right? It makes you feel like I am what I have. And
low key, if he shot that first,
I've always been like a lot into I love what I do, and I love like all my interests, and I'm all about like just doing and building what I am, and caring a lot about that, and having people around me kind of switch a little bit into seeing me for what I have is like a tough like realization.
What's tough about it?
Makes you feel like invalidated. Makes you feel like kind of unheard. It kind of, yeah, it makes you feel kind of alone a lot of times. Especially as someone who wasn't really about it for like forever.
That's the show up behind. It's about
you know,
time.
These are difficult things to explain overall. And I'll explain it. If it was just me and you, I explain it like in, let's say 80 words, but I'll go a bit beyond to give more context because I know people will watch and they'll wonder what I'm talking about.
I need to use shoulder peeking. I forgot about that from Counter-Strike.
Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just, so I get.
So if you're trying to jiggle peek a corner, don't let your crosshair, or like don't actually like try to look at them. Just wiggle it so that your character's shoulder fucking appears, and then they'll fire at that, and then you can actually do a peek. No fucking way, bro. That is insane. No way they did that to him. Oh my god.
That you're speaking vaguely, and that's.
I'm speaking, am I speaking code?
Could have been me.
I think so it helps me a lot to understand like a detailed scenario, and at the same time I'm like noticing that you're being very, very careful, so I don't quite know what you're talking about, which is okay. You don't need to share it.
Okay.
He knows I'm there. Oh, they probably got
UAV, it would be helpful,
though.
but I'm okay like respecting what I think is that boundary and just moving on to other stuff, because I don't think that, I think the impact on you is more important than the details of what happened.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is like I've said it in the past, and one of the moments, I think, one of the key moments that really hurt me the most, like kind of giving that kind of realization, is that whether I was kind of right or wrong, or whether I was being kind of paranoid or not, I've said in the past, like, I didn't really feel good about like how I was feeling and my health overall. Not for things nobody knows about any of his people. I don't want people to speculate. I just didn't feel right, and then I was writing my will with my mom and whatever,
pistols.
and
yeah,
and then,
I didn't realize it was right there.
I was with, I was kind of like, I was like, yeah, I don't feel really good and whatever. And then if I die, if I check out, like I want people to get stuff, and that person was not on the will. And then it was like, at a moment where I'm like really vulnerable at my kind of lowest, like it's kind of like oh wow, like I'm so scared. I'm writing a will down, hearing him just say like, okay, then if that happens, then what do I get? So I'm like, wow, shit, that's tough, you know, because it makes you feel like even if you were to fucking check out, like you would still be what you have, you know. And I think that was like really impactful. That's kind of where things kind of fell apart. Yeah.
Thank you for sharing that. I think that adds a lot of. I mean, that helped me like really, like holy shit, man.
Yeah, that's tough.
Like you're, I don't even know how old you are, but you ain't old.
Yeah.
And here you are, you know, making your will, and like, you know, instead of someone wondering like, hey, like why are you doing this? What's wrong? Like, how can I help? Like, what the fuck, man? Mm-hmm. They're like, what do I get?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I'm not like kind of paraphrasing. It was that's exactly how it was. Like almost like 1-to-1. And after that, it kind of, I don't know, things kind of start changing a little bit, and then, yeah, and then it just kind of, it was like more recurring all the time, a bunch of times, and it just And then it's like the, I don't know what it's called, the psychological thing where like once you see it once, you know it exists, and you see it more often.
Confirmation bias.
Yeah. Then it's like, then I kind of see it more often in the patterns a little bit. Not that I was paranoid, I'm not like going full schizo about it, but
everybody else is having such a good day, but me.
So yeah, I see this a lot with people who are young and successful, and you know, I work with someone who started a company very young and then like sold it at the age of like 26 or something like that, and then they were, you know, people started treating them differently. And you mentioned in sometimes that you do contribute to the problems. In what way do you think you contribute to some of the problems that you have?
'Cause I would like let these people like get away with it, for instance. I didn't want to believe that that was the world that I was going to be living in, and then I kind of let it happen. Kind of let
I just want a headshot, bro. Please, just let me get a fucking headshot,
like,
bro.
There's no way it's kind of like
Eagle
that.
is not
And
the
I was
way.
kind of in complete denial for the longest time. It took me a while to really get that. Sometimes you can have it as boldly as it can be in front of you, right? And as easy and right there, you still won't really believe it or something, you know?
So if I were to ask, let's say, some of your friends who betrayed you or whatever, do you have a sense of what they would say about how you contribute to problems in relationships? I doubt they would say you were in denial for having too much faith in them.
No. Yeah, no. I think even though I care a lot, I hyper focus on things, and a lot of times I neglect people. I don't give them the time of day. I don't give them time and acknowledgement. And like I said earlier, I don't water my plants, and that was a big problem with my relationships as well. Romantically, is that I was a bad boyfriend. I was cold and withdrawn and rarely there. And when I'm there, I'm just kind of like, my head is like cooked almost, you know. So I'm like kind of just being there with friends or whatever. And that contributes to problems 100%. Because then make people have ideas about what you think or feel about them, and they probably think that you're like almost against them or something like that, right? So in a way, I was always kind of passively not doing good to anybody.
No headshots though.
And
with the fucking, well, I got headshots with the pistol, but not the
in
kill.
return, right? Except instead, when it was more like betrayal, then it feels like it's more willingful hostility. It's more deliberate than just being passively not responding.
I think I can make it work with this pistol, but I need
it's a different level of intensity that kind of raises the bar. And I get it. Some people will snap if they're like starved, but I didn't know it'd get that bad.
There we go. I finally got a fucking headshot with it.
Not all of it. I'm not gonna like full fold on it, but
yeah. So that's useful to know. So I'm kind of hearing that, and it's interesting. You use this word cooked. I think it's a great. Oftentimes when I'm done streaming, like I just don't have anything left in the tank, and I have to like go and recuperate, you know. Yeah. And so I'm kind of around, and even to a certain degree, like almost like leeching off of the people around me.
Yeah.
You know, and I just don't have anything left, like to give and participate. But I don't want to be by myself, and I'm getting something from that, so it can feel very one-sided.
Yep.
So let me try to stitch some stuff together. Oh, actually, one last question. Maybe not last, but so Felix, a lot of stuff that we're talking about, I'm curious, like, what are you feeling emotionally as we talk about this stuff?
Right back over there.
A lot of it's like pretty heavy, man.
Well, I don't know. I don't. It's just I think the way that I visualize it a lot, I'm very visual. So I can see most of my thoughts and my concepts. Like, even though it sounds kind of crazy, but some even like elaborate thoughts that are all words in my head, I see as like an image. So kind of the way I can kind of describe it to you is that it's not that it's too hard to deal with, because I think the way that I see it in myself is that, you know, like you have like a RAM in your computer, right? I think it's saturated, it's already maxed out. There's always so
Fucking
much in there
hipfire did
that's like
not
in my thoughts or whatever.
there.
There's always so it's like already packed, right? So whatever comes above it, or whatever, it'll just replace, or it'll. But like I think at one point it comes to like a maximum amount of things you can care about, right? If you have like 16 problems and you think about you sitting right now, you think about them. Shit, you have to really remind yourself of these problems because you almost forget about them. There's so many of them. And when these things happen all at the same time, yeah, it's heavy. But at the same time, I could just kind of bury it and just kind of go live and just fucking send it, you know? And then it's like, it all becomes kind of, right? And the biggest problem is that I'll process them kind of passively by just doing stuff. With just the recent stuff and whatever I have to deal with it. For the first time in my career, if you want to say, I have my phone upside up, like whatever, with the like. There are some things I have to kind of be receptive of, and if I get communicated stuff, I need to like answer like kind of like now, right? I can't like escape it entirely. I can never like just say, okay, I'm closing Discord, I'm closing Twitter, I'm closing my text messages, and put it on snooze and just I'm gonna go live for like the whole day. I have to like constantly just kind of check up on it, and that's been like the big roadblock, is like just feeling like something's gonna happen, something's gonna assist me, something's gonna do whatever, and just kind of being in that cycle of like reminder that the problems are there. I can't even escape them.
Okay. So one more question. So you mentioned that sometimes you kind of air this stuff out on stream and stuff, and it helps you process. Have you tried airing it out privately?
Yeah. A lot of people know about a lot of stuff I go through. Yeah. Yeah. And it doesn't help. It doesn't. It just doesn't. Like, just flat out. It doesn't. And sometimes even the solution don't give me any peace. Like sometimes the resolution to these things, like it's almost like you're kind of chasing it down. It's like you finally get it. It's like, okay, well, that doesn't feel any better.
Okay.
Right.
So I'm hearing that that's not helpful. Have you tried with a professional?
No.
Okay. So Felix, here's what I'm kind of. Do you want me to ask you more questions? Are you enjoying talking about this, or do you want answers?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure, 100%. Yeah, no, you're all good. Yeah.
No, but what do you want?
I like questions.
Oh yeah.
I think talking about it now, I kind of reprocess it. If that makes sense. I kind of just hear myself talk, right? These are some things that I haven't thought about in a while.
Oh, shit.
It's kind of helpful to just hear myself talk about it. Yeah. Questions. You can have answers if you have one like on the fly, but yeah, we can just kind of go. Yeah, just give us questions. We'll see what happens.
So is it helpful to you that I'm asking questions?
Yeah. I think you're getting a better grasp of what's up, and I think you're smart enough to interrupt me and kind of have like a solution when you find one, or like something to talk about, whatever. I think you pick up on those things and kind of trust the process.
Yeah, so I think I'm at kind of like a pausing point in the process, and I'm going to give you a couple of options.
Yeah.
So the first is that, like, speaking in the vague ways that you are, and I'm not saying that as a criticism. I know that you've got good reasons for it.
Yeah.
So if let's like understand something about processing. So saying the words that need to be said is like really important. So whether that's going to the grave of one of your parents who is sexually abusive and like yelling at them and telling them that they're fuckers and you hate them, that's different from vaguely telling someone that, like, you know, my parents did some bad stuff and I'm mad at them. Like you have to speak your truth.
Yeah. So
this is where, like, I can continue asking questions and I think I'm going to get vague answers, but I felt more goodness hearing about this story about your will than like anything else that you've said.
Yeah.
And by goodness, I don't mean that it was good. I mean that feels to me like progress in some way.
Yeah.
So that's the second thing is that I think I've got like two types of solutions that we can talk through. One is like, okay, like how can you as a streamer understand physiologically, neuroscientifically, psychologically, like what's going on? Sort of like this business about always being plugged in, and like there's like some stuff around that about really understanding what your life is doing to your person.
Yeah.
Stress, like you're getting run ragged, like you're cooked, like you're baked, you're finished, like getting overcooked. Right? And there's stuff where you can say, well, I have to respond to stuff today, and like begging your pardon, Felix, no, you don't. But I totally understand, having worked with like hundreds of content creators at this point, that everyone feels like they do.
Fuck.
And maybe I'm wrong, but like, you know, I've worked with some pretty big people, and I know the feeling. Yeah. But there's some amount of like wrestling with yourself. And the second thing, and this is kind of where my heart is like this big question of like, what do you want, and who are you, and how do you live life? Like, what do you look for? When the things that, when your supports start falling apart or betraying you or whatever, like, how do you as like a human being in this world figure out what your compass is? Because what I'm hearing is that there's confusion. There's walls that you've built up to protect yourself that make you isolated. There's one person that you've always been able to count on, which has to a certain degree abandoned you, which is you. And then like, where do you go from here? Right? And like those are questions where you know, I've helped some people, and I think this is like the conversation I'm having with you, I don't think is just about you, and it's not about the other people that I've helped. This is a core problem. A lot of people in life counted on other people, got burned by it, and even in the past, when you get burned by people that you count on, you can count on yourself.
Yeah.
But at some point, even this cracks. And then we don't know what the fuck to count on. We don't even know what we're supposed to be doing. Here you are making all this money, and what happens? The more money you make, the more invisible you become.
Yeah.
So now it's like, well, what the fuck am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
You know, and I'm hearing that you're okay, like quitting streaming once you feel fulfilled and you're kind of done with it, and you're like, okay, this is no longer fun for me. You're not really in it for the money or the fame or the power or whatever. Right? Maybe some part of you is, but
yeah.
But I'm not hearing that, like, you know, you're quitting because you're fulfilled. What I'm hearing is that you're struggling to put your life back together, and it's like slipping away from you more and more and more.
Yeah. Well, I don't mind kind of like, in a way, like everybody knows about me. Like, I'm not gonna hide it. I thrive in like chaos and kind of destruction and all these bad things, because at one point it becomes like an outlet, right? What I do anyway, right? And I think that's a very important process, and I just feel like I cannot do that right now, and that's the problem, is that the destruction and all the things, that's all like, it's been always part of my formula, in a sense. Okay. Yeah, I do like self-destruction and like self-sabotage or whatever in certain ways. And most people think of these things as like really bad and kind of worrisome, and they're like strong words. But at the same time, they're part of my process. They're part of my formula, and it works for me. And I like it. And yeah, there's like, I'll always say, oh yeah, there's drama. But if I didn't like it, I wouldn't be in it. A lot of times, like, I stay close to the fire, right? I just, this time, it just felt like, I kind of fell in the fire. Right? I was kind of going like this for like years, and then I just kind of felt right in the fire, and it's like, fuck, I like the destruction. I don't like the absolute, like annihilation. You know, it's like a tier above it, and I didn't think it would go like that. I didn't think so.
So okay, so tell me this. So okay, with questions, or you want answers, or what do you want?
Well, questions is good. Yeah,
okay. That. So, how do you thrive in chaos, Felix?
This is an analogy that I use sometimes.
Oh man, they're already behind me.
Scratched phone analogy. You get a new phone, right? And you're really careful not to scratch it. Right? Okay. Oh my god, I can't scratch it. And then once you scratch it, you get really mad at it, right? So you could apply this analogy to anything, like your room or your head or whatever. And then once I get one scratch on it, then it's all out. I don't care anymore. And then it's like I'll get 1,000 scratches on it, right? Because it's damaged, and I cannot be. I'm not a very good adult enough to maintain intact or like overall intact things, right? And it feels like it's easier to thrive when it's all just all out. Like if I'm gonna have a little bit of trash on the ground, I might as well have the whole room full of it. If it's gonna be a little bit broken, it's gonna be completely busted, you know? And that's kind of like, it became kind of my world and my environment. And anytime I rented like a nice house or something nice or something, or I get something cool, whatever, I hate it because it's not my world I thrive in. I like the, yeah, like way back when I used to stream in like a garage and in a basement, and it's like full of trash, and it's like, shit, this is kind of hard, you know? It's easy because it's all, I don't feel like I have the responsibility to maintain it and whatever. And that's just always been my world. And
Yeah.
that's what makes me thrive. Yeah, that's the chaos of it.
Can I think for a second?
Yeah, of course.
It's beautiful, by the way.
Maybe going through it.
So, if I'm understanding you,
You're
Felix,
streaming the whole time. Keep
it's
going.
liberating to have a cracked phone.
Oh yeah. Oh fuck yeah. Because then it's like you fall into the water, drop it on the ground.
Hey, it's cracked. Who the fuck cares?
Yeah, and then it's
right.
like,
It was scuffed anyway.
and if I'm mad at it, something's going on, I could chuck it, and I'll be
You
like,
can chuck it. It's scuffed.
yeah, I'll be like, dude, that's kind of how it feels, you know?
Yeah.
And it feels good.
It's
No.
yeah. Go ahead.
It's
I heard
freedom.
the first thing.
It is. It's the feeling that like it's so broken. It might get a little bit more broken, but it's not the difference between it being intact and a little bit scratched. It's like it's a level of like of bad that is controlled. It'll get bad to a little bit worse, and that's like so. Yeah, it is liberating. It makes you feel like I can do whatever. Yeah.
Felix, are you perfectionistic?
You jump
That's
off
tough.
the map there? What the hell?
That term is, I would struggle with it because I want it to be perfect in my way, not perfect. So what I think something to be perfect, it has to be done my way, and that's been a blockade in a lot of projects I've been doing with other people. Is that if I can't execute it my way, I will never be able to do it for you or for anybody else. Like it's gonna be really bad. And a lot of spawns that I've had or collabs or whatever, it's just like it's just complete trash. Just like I don't know what we're doing because it's not me doing it. I'm not.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not like the conductor.
Okay, that's helpful to know. And then let me ask you, how good are you at keeping things intact?
Oh, I'm terrible at it. Yeah, I'm absolutely horrible at it. Nothing
When did you? Yeah, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Oh, I never. I'm terrible at it. It's skill zero.
When did you learn that you can't keep things intact?
I think just growing up and being messy, like just always being like ADHD Andy and like
No
doesn't matter. I
way,
can have
bro.
my entire
My
head on
fucking, I
focus
ran
on,
out
like,
the,
not
I ran
dropping
out
this
of mouse
one plate, and
pad.
I will turn and I'll hit it on the wall, right? And at one point, I kind of gave up in that part of me that like tries to do that, tries to
Should have reset.
it was like a complete give up. Like
Left
it's
my
not like
hand
a
where
little
it
bit. It's
was.
like now it's okay. Well, not only do I know it's gonna be broken, I'm gonna prepare for it being broken, and I might just break it ahead of time just to make sure that it's broken ahead of time, and I'm not gonna be surprised by it, right? And in a lot of ways, I did that. Yeah.
Wasn't AFK anymore.
Because here's what I was just kind of thinking there for a second and thinking about
Everybody uses that.
what kind of
different
person
barrel
feels
now
liberation
on that
from
sniper.
cracking their phone. The kind of person who's really, really, really stressed about not cracking it. What kind of person gets really, really, really stressed for cracking their phone. The person who tries really, really hard to not crack their phone and fucking cracks it anyway.
Okay, yeah.
Right? So what I'm hearing is that, like, success or perfection is something you've strived for and failed.
What the
And
fuck?
exactly what you said. I mean, it was kind of like what I was sort of thinking about it. And even to the point where, like, I'm so afraid of dropping this dish, I'm just going to break it myself.
Yeah. With people too, sometimes you meet somebody that you like or care about, and it feels like I'm gonna fuck up at one point or very soon, and it makes me want to kind of give up on them already, so that they're not disappointed down the line, or I'm not caught by surprise and I just throw them away. Right?
How does it feel to say that?
Feels okay. I've been saying it to myself for like years. I think it's something I do all the time. Like throw people away. Just because I know I won't be able to like water that plant or maintain it, or like I'm not good enough or whatever. Like imposter syndrome sometimes, and it's like, especially with girls also, when like something you feel like for some reason you feel like you're not good enough for them, right? And you know you're gonna fuck up somehow or some reason down the line, and you don't know when or what, and you're just like, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna ghost them and just throw them away, and it's like, now I know it's done. I'm not gonna get sad or annoyed by it when it happens or why, or the scenario of it. If I throw them away now, and I prevent myself from having something good, then I can't break it.
Who are you protecting by doing that?
I think I try to protect myself from disappointments.
What disappointment in what or who? Who are you? What kind of disappointment are you protecting yourself?
Like my future self, if that makes sense. Like I think I would rather like be kind of upset I missed out on an opportunity or I threw somebody away, right? Than actually fail at one point and be like, oh man, I failed them and I failed myself, and it's like it's kind of harsh. Like it's sometimes it gets destructive a lot, and it's like, oh, well, I can avoid that because I'm not good enough, so fuck it. I'm just gonna go way ahead of the curve and just ghost them out. Yeah, I think I did that a lot, like a lot, to the point where like I had nothing to maintain. Like I just threw it all away. But I'm not saying it's a good thing or it's a good process. I'm just saying like that's kind of how I proceeded with things, right?
I mean, I think it's an important realization to recognize that you would rather sabotage things yourself than disappoint yourself or other people.
Oh yeah, I've always said
and I don't even, I'm not hearing this from you, but I think it's probably true. I feel pretty confident that you're also trying to protect the other person.
Yeah, 100%.
What?
Yeah, for sure. But I'm not gonna be purist and be like, oh yeah, I'm doing it because I'm so nice to them. It's partly because I know they'll be disappointed, and I know how they're gonna feel because you've seen it a lot. If you've seen them be disappointed,
Are the doors open or closed?
you know what's gonna happen. You can kind of
weird.
right? So yes, I am gonna protect them in a certain way, and often enough that the people
You're
that,
also
go ahead.
you're also doing something weird, which is that.
I need troll builds.
So it's interesting, right? So I said you're trying to protect them too, and then you said, well, yeah, but I'm not gonna like pretend to be a purist and like I'm just doing it for them.
Yeah. What do you mean?
So I mean, I think it's kind of interesting because I don't even, I think you're actively pushing away like a good part of yourself. You kind of see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if this makes sense, but
kind of.
So the first thing that you're really open to pointing out how you're almost selfish, but like you retreat away from being selfless in some way. Because when I ask you like, who are you and maybe you just really are more focused about not disappointing yourself, but I think it's kind of weird.
It's like that. Yeah, it's more about myself than them.
It's more about yourself?
Yeah, unfortunately. I don't like saying it. I mean, it's just how it is. It's true, though. It's more about myself, yeah. Like, I do care a bit about them and about what's going to be the fallout, I guess, with how they're going to react or whatever. But that's not really the core focus. It's more like how I'm going to feel if I fuck it up, right?
And how are you going to feel if you fuck it up?
It'll get dark. Like, it'll be like... super upset, man. It's kind of like it's gonna be like cowardly at one point, because I know that's how you progress, right? Through failure and then understanding what happened and whatever and all that, right? But at some point, I feel like you failed so often that it's almost like you're predicting it. So it's like you're predicting your own failure, and it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy or something. And I know it's a bad pattern, but I'm just saying that that's what I do.
How is it cowardly?
Because that's not how, I don't think that's how you improve as a person. That's not how you grow and get better, by predicting you're going to fail and like making sure you fail but ahead of time. Otherwise I would never even try. But sometimes it's about like the dream of it. Sometimes you kind of wish that you could have something of value, you know, and you kind of go for it anyway. And that's what happens.
What makes that hard for you?
What makes that hard? Which one?
What makes it hard to try for something that's valuable? So you're kind of saying that, like, you know, the way you're supposed to learn is by giving it your all and, you know, learning from it, but it sounds like you're not really able to do that very easily. So why not? Why can't you do what you know you need to do?
I don't know.
Why can't you love Felix?
Shit, I don't know. I think in a lot of ways, like, I know for a fact that there's gonna be stuff that, or like, I'll have goals or I'll hyper focus, and I know for a fact that even I could have the best thing I could have right now in front of me, and I could easily claim it by, let's say, if I had to put like 1 hour aside, and I could have that for the rest of my life, and it's like the best thing in the world. I know for a fact that I won't do it. At one point, I will fail, and it's like predictable almost, right? And that's kind of how it's been, you know. Like I know that I'll want to stream more and do this and do that, and I know that my goals and my thing, like the grind, will come in the middle of it, and I will give up on them and myself at that point. And it's like you still try for these things, but I'll do it as in like almost like a dream, if that makes sense. I don't want to be too cliche about it. It's like it's a bit like a dream. Think about all the possibilities. Like, oh, okay, cool. You kind of let yourself like drift away with that idea, and you kind of go for it half-ass, and you kind of almost start getting it, right? And you're like, sometimes I almost get mad that it's working, right? Sometimes I'll get mad that it's actively working and it's like developing, and I'm like, oh man, I kind of wish I didn't start it, because now I have to fucking throw it away, and that sucks. Isn't that so weird though? Yeah, I feel like I'm like I'm demonic or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I hope this is okay. I say this with love. That's fucked up.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
I mean, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's fucked up too. I think it's okay to the only thing that I'll be okay with is saying that like it's okay to want things, right? But sometimes I can't come to terms with like what that comes with, and the commitment, and what the whole package of it, right? And all I think is like the best part of it or whatever. And I'll be like, I'll fall into the dream. Like, oh man.
How are you so sure you're gonna screw it up?
Like I said earlier, I'm so messy. I'm so. It's like the more I focus on not fucking up, increasing my chance of fucking up. Like I said earlier, with the phone. And it becomes where you have this kind of belief that you're not allowed to have good things. That's kind of how it was for me.
Tell me about that.
And I would lock myself out of having good things because I know I can't have them. You know, I'm gonna fuck it up. So I better do other things instead. But here and there, I'll fall through I'll fall into the rabbit hole of like still kind of wanting it or a part of it. And like I said earlier, like I'll be like, ooh, this is working. Fuck, I wish, you know, like it's crazy when it just kind of works. Like with some way back when, like I'd like talk to a girl or something, send her DM or whatever, and I'm talking because I'm like, you know, it'd be cool if she replied, right? And oh my god, and what if she was my girlfriend? That'd be so nice. And then she's so hot, and like, oh my god, she's kind of out of my league, and it's kind of crazy. And then she replies, and then at one point, like, it's what I want, right? In my head, I'm like, I really want her to reply, and she does, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm like, oh god, I gotta throw it away, and then bang, you throw it away, and that's so dumb.
Yeah, but I mean, I think so. So Felix, when there's a part of us that is dumb, there's, I don't know how to say this. The stupider it is, the more correct it is in a weird way. So like for you to learn that and believe that, you had to learn that lesson really, really hard. Like you had to learn it in a big way. So when did you, this idea that you're not allowed to have good stuff, where did you learn that?
Shit, that's tough. Yeah, I don't know. That is really tough. I don't want to be like non-responsive, but I don't. It's not that I want to dodge the question. I know. I just feel like it's a lot of small things, big things, and it just kind of as you grow up, because yes, it becomes like a core belief.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's not like a big event or big whatever, right?
So is there something insignificant that comes to mind from a long time ago?
Yeah. I mean, there's a billion stories of like stuff that I fucked up. Like, my brother we used to play Diablo, and we had the whole point of Diablo was to have good items, and then one time he kind of like let me use his account so I could like do duels or whatever, and I was like, oh my god, I feel like I had this now, even though it's not mine. I could kind of use it a little bit. And then some guys like, yo, dude, I'll dupe your items, like I'll double it, you know. And I'm like, ooh, Nick is gonna love this. I'm about to clutch up, and I give him all my items, and he just disconnects, you know. And then he comes home from school, and he's like, yo, dude, what happened? We got hacked. I'm like, oh my god, we got hacked. No. And you know, and I never told him. I'm pretty sure to this day he doesn't know about it. His best character was just naked because of what I did, and just small stuff like that makes me feel like it doesn't matter like how easy I get it, how hard I work for something that I'll have, I will throw it away one way or another, unintentionally, and that belief becomes so strong that like, okay, I will do it intentionally now, because I always say, yes, sometimes I'll build a tower, right, like a success in one way or another, or I'll build something. It feels really good that when the tower falls, because I broke it, nobody else.
Yeah.
And when that power is taken away from me, I become like a demon, because nobody breaks my tower. I break my own, and it'll break, but it comes from my hand. And when that power is stripped away from me, it makes me like, that's when things get really bad. You know?
Really bad in what way?
Like it gets bad. I get like just in these mental cycles. Like
I'm just gonna be eating for a bit,
right? Because I want to have the option. It's not that I want to destroy everything I build, right? I want to have the option of it. Does that make sense? I want to have the button that says "fuck this shit, I'm out," right?
Yeah.
And break it down. And
so
that's kind of how I felt with like people and money. That's kind of how I felt. Or like
yeah.
Yeah.
So, you know, I don't know if you had this experience, but when you're growing up and kids make fun of you,
yeah,
one of the things that kids will start to do is if people are bullying you and making fun of you, one of the things that you learn as a kid is you're going to make fun of yourself.
Yeah.
And then you start beating yourself up.
Yeah.
And why is that? It's because you've got two choices. You can feel like crap and it be out of your control, or you can feel like shit and it can be in your control.
Yeah.
And we'll pick one over the other all day long.
Yes.
I think the problem is that once you start beating yourself up for that control, as you start to grow older and you internalize it, the bullies on the playground will disappear at some point. But you fucking carry yourself.
Yeah, I'm very visual. I see what you're saying, right? And now I see like this kid in the playground, and all the other kids like vanished out of thin air, right? And the guy's still, he's still hitting himself, right? He's still doing it to himself. You know, everybody's gone at that point. And he's getting older now. He's still doing it, and people haven't been there for years, right? That's kind of how I see it.
Yeah. Does that?
That's me. That is me. Yeah. Yeah. especially growing up, like struggling with like confidence and whatever, right? That's kind of how it felt a lot. Is that I felt like I don't know, like I didn't dress properly, or I was ugly, I was kind of stupid. I don't know, I was short, or yeah, I grew up. I was 1 year in advance in school, so everybody was like, when everybody was 18, I was 17, right? So like, yeah, I mean, sometimes I did get kind of like made fun of, which is fine. I don't think that was the big problem, because I was like a class clown. That's kind of how I made up for it. So I made everybody laugh, and it was all good. But yeah,
but when you become the class clown, you also become a little bit invisible.
Oh yeah. Oh wow, that's why I'm actually surprised you're gonna. Well, I mean, you're knowledgeable, so yeah, you know that. Yeah, why did you say that? I'm interested now. I want to hear your take on it.
Well, because then they're not seeing you, right? They're seeing you perform. They're seeing a version of you.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
That's not really who you are.
Shit.
Like, everyone's going to pay attention to you as long as you're making them laugh. But if you say, hey, I'm hurting today, what are they going to do?
Yeah. Well, okay. Yeah, I came to the same conclusion, but in different words. When I tell people about this, I tell like I was a class clown, and everybody liked me, right? Nobody loved me. I was friends with everybody, but had no friends, right? And then if I said hello to somebody, anybody out of like the hundreds of people that in my level, they'll say hello back, and they'd chill out and do something. But I wouldn't get invited to parties. I wouldn't go back to anybody after school, and then that kind of like. I never understood why that was the case, and I think I'm starting to get it now. I think
is that true for you today?
Yeah, I think it might be.
And why is that?
I don't know. I guess I performed so much that I guess I'm like a natural performer. I guess that it's always on, you know.
I think that's a part of it. But I think there's something else going on.
What is it?
Which is that the moment that someone doesn't treat you that way, you sabotage the relationship.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. That's insightful.
Right? So now it's kind of tricky, because here you are. Here's a part of your mind that's saying this always happens. And the very people that will be able to disprove it, you fucking kick them to the curb.
Okay. Yeah. Absolutely. 100%.
And so then that part of your mind is going to be, see, it always happens.
Okay, well,
oh my God, every time I step outside, I get wet. My luck is so bad. Oh shit, it's raining. Let me run outside. Oh, no rain today? I'm going to stay inside.
Okay, yeah.
Every time I go outside, I get wet.
Yeah, I guess the reason why it, yeah, that's like how it is. And I guess one reason why it got so bad, I guess, is that not only does this make sense, but the one time where it kind of does happen, the one time where you know it's not raining, and then it starts raining, and you're like, at that point, it doesn't even matter what I do. It's going to happen regardless, right? Yeah. And I think that happened recently where, like, you know, I think that kind of development in a certain way, I'm not going to speak in code, but, like, with my personal relationship, I think, coincidentally or not, I was like, it always rains, right? And I go in the rain all the time. And that one time, I think it just started raining. I was like, okay, I'm not going to sabotage it this time, but I'm going to go outside and, hey, look, guys, it's not raining outside, so I'm not going to get wet. And then it just starts. And it's like, I fucking knew it. And then everything starts like, and I think then you start having like massive, like, I don't know. That becomes a strong idea to break away from, I think. Because now it's like super built, you know? Yeah. It's like proven in every way.
Yep. Yeah, I think one of the worst things that can happen for you is that if you believe something about life, and life teaches you that you're right, hardest thing to kick.
Yeah.
And at the same time, Felix, I do think that there are little things that, so I'm not hopeless for you. I think you've got a lot of stuff working for you. I think the most important thing is that it seems like you're pretty honest with yourself. So what I'm getting the sense of is not that you deny things, but that once you come to a conclusion, kind of like you were saying with the sponsorships, like you're going to do it your way, and you're also going to think your way, and you're going to live life your way. And so the problem here is one of rigidity. The problem is that you're a smart guy who has learned somewhere along the way that the rest, the way that the other people live their lives doesn't apply to you. You get that?
Yeah.
Like you probably learned that really early on.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
Right.
A best example is Ludwig. I love Ludwig. I mean, but he does things in a way I could never do, and I know that. The way he processes things and how he sees content, how he does it, right? I almost make fun of him sometimes because it's so foreign to me, right? It's exactly the opposite of how I do things, right? So that's gonna, yeah, it's an example jumped at me.
Yeah, so I think the challenge is that you learned early on, like, you know, so even when it comes to making friends, right? So like early on, you're a year younger. I was too, by the way. And so it's hard being you were talking about 17, 18. I'm talking about 5 and 6.
Oh, that, yeah.
Right? When you go to like physical education or gym class or whatever, and you're like a 5-year-old competing against 6-year-olds, you're going to get crushed.
Oh, yeah.
Some of them are even 7.
Them.
And then like they hit puberty and like you don't.
Yeah, I was a squeaker.
What does that mean?
Bad. Squeaker, man. The voice is squeaking. It's like, you know.
Right?
Yeah.
And so then you learn to take control by making fun of yourself, by making fun of other kids, right? If you can make them laugh, like you start to become invisible.
I was like that too. I
You start to
graduated
lose
at
a little
17.
bit of faith in yourself, but also you get
Pretty
this
much
like
everybody
really
else was
strong
18.
kind of faith in yourself. There's this core of iron at the bottom. You learn to believe in.
But I didn't skip a grade. I think I just started. I started early because in preschool, or like, yeah, it took me until preschool to start talking. I think I started talking when I was like 3.
Yourself and trust in yourself,
Something
and you
like that.
learn that like you can't count on anyone else, and what everyone else tells you will work in life doesn't work.
Yeah.
So you become fiercely independent. It's the only way for you to survive.
Okay, yeah, I relate to that a lot, yeah. I also kind of built a strong sense of like my strong confidence in my ability to perform, because if you have to perform or survive, then you're always doing it. At one point it becomes like second nature, you
People
know?
always have like the same sniper.
Because like always like running in the background, which is good and bad, right? Because it's always invisible. But
Yeah.
So yeah, right.
So
And then when someone sees you, oh hey, this girl DM'd me. I told her that life was hard, and she didn't know who I am.
Yeah.
And she offered to split the bill. She doesn't know how much money I make. Holy shit, she's not with me for my money.
Yeah.
Time to fucking block her.
Yeah. Oh yeah. True. Okay. Yeah. It makes sense. Yeah. It's a bad timing for sure. I think I've understood
Done it at
part
least
of that.
once.
I think in recent times, very recent times, I think I've had a small amount, but very significant experiences where it didn't rain, right? And I didn't get wet, and I was like, wow, what is that like? And then I'll interact with those people, right? And I'll be like, why aren't you watering it? Like, why isn't it raining, right? And they don't know they think I'm crazy or something, right? But I'm like, it's kind of weird. I'll tell them like, man, you're kind of interacting, you're talking to me like a human. It's kind of weird, right? But I'm trying to get past this point where like I don't have to notice it on the fly and kind of make them hear about it. But I've had a good amount recently that's like, shit, yeah, it doesn't rain, and it felt really good. That's why I'm saying
No.
I was direction.
Thought I got away in time.
Is that even though it's only 2 or 3 instances, like it's really refreshing, and I think I took like a day off for like the first time in a long time, and I kind of had that, and I was like, maybe there's like hope there. Sometimes all it takes is just one instance of the opposite to have like some sort of track record that can get better.
Yeah. Look at you being hopeful.
It's good. I like it. No, it's good. I don't like to be like self-loathing. Oh, guys, I give up on everything. Right? I did that with a couple things, but when there's a good thing that comes up, I'll catch it. You know, I still have my hands like this, right? And I'm waiting for the ball.
Whoa.
Right? And it hasn't been the ball in a long time.
His
But
aim
now
went to
there's
the
one, I'll catch
sky.
it.
Is it okay for you to be pitied?
No. I don't want to be
Why?
pitied.
What about
Because-
people having compassion for you?
Perhaps all my problems are self-inflicted. All of them. There's not one that isn't. Like I said earlier, like if you play with fire, you will get burned and you might fall in it. Well, like I can't fall in the fire and say like, where was it? I was playing with it the whole time, right? And a lot of the loneliness and the things that
Felix?
what?
Sorry. Is it okay if I interrupt you sometimes?
Yeah, let's do that. It's funny.
Okay.
I like it.
So if you were to blame for all of your
shit.
problems, who has control over your life?
Just kidding.
Oh,
I don't
that
know.
worked out.
I don't know. What was that going? I don't know. Who
If
has
you're
it?
always to blame, who's got the power?
Me.
You do.
Yeah, me. Yeah.
So here's the weird thing. Remember how we talked about the whole, like, I'm going to make fun of myself or I'm going to sabotage this relationship because I don't want to lose control over it?
Yeah.
You're taking control all the time. Control. Fucking, I don't care about the fucking money. You guys want the money? I'll fucking burn it.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll teach you to look past me, bitch.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I've done that.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah. You're right. I do have the power and the control to do these things.
This is the crazy thing. This is the weird thing. You don't. It's the way that you view the world.
Okay.
But I hate to break this to you, Felix, but you can't control anything except for yourself. Like, literally.
You're right.
It's the way you see the world, and I don't blame you for seeing the world that way. Because it's a way that lets us fix the unfixable. Because when I can't control other human beings and they hurt me, that means I'm fucked. How do I win this match? I can't win the match because someone else has power and I don't. It's a scary way to go through life.
Yeah.
But then the problem is that when you
I
think you
hate
have
those kind of matches.
all the control, all kinds of weird shit starts to happen. The first is that you do this weird kind of stuff in relationships where the moment that some person exerts independence or whatever, you're like, this is weird. I don't like it. I'm losing control of the relationship. And somewhere along the way, you lost faith in yourself. Which is weird because you almost have this paradoxical, unrelenting faith in yourself. I could fucking cancel you on every single platform and you'd be fine with it because you'll find some other... You'll fucking build your own platform. You'll start streaming. You thrive in the chaos. It's not the challenges that hold you back.
Okay. Yeah.
It's the wins. It's the lucky
got an ace.
breaks.
No, I got 4 out of 5.
That's when you're like, what the fuck? It's sunny today? Where's the rain?
Yeah.
And now you're confused.
Yeah.
And so what do? Make a weather-altering machine, go find some shaman, and they do a rain dance, and you're like, ah, that's right.
Yeah. I knew it.
Create the chaos. Now I understand.
Okay.
Can I tell you a story?
Yeah. Yeah. Of course. I like stories.
I once had a patient who had been traumatized and was convinced that everyone in their life abandons them.
Yeah.
Finds a loving... So this is what's weird. So when you've been in abusive relationships, you tend to gravitate towards abusive relationships. And everyone else is like, what the fuck? Like, why don't you just leave? Why don't you date someone who's not a toxic shitter? And then the person doesn't understand, right? And it's not their fault. So, because here's what happens. They date two people.
no.
One person is like, yeah, you suck. And they're like, okay, I know this game. I've played this game. I know what the rules are. I can survive it. And then someone else comes along and they're like, you're awesome. And now they get confused.
Yeah.
They're like, what do you mean I'm awesome? Because people have told them that before, and they start out being awesome and then they end up being abusive. And so then what happens, what really starts to happen, what's really sad about this is at some point they find someone who has faith in them as a human being. Doesn't see them as invisible. Doesn't just date them for their body or their money or whatever. And then they get even more confused because they don't even know what love feels like. They don't know what unconditional acceptance feels like. So then they start being like, what are you doing? Where's the other shoe? Like, what are you not telling me?
Yeah.
You're going to leave me, right? You're going to leave me, right? You're going to leave me, right? You went out with your friends for a week. Did you cheat on me? I'm sure you cheated on me. Of course you cheated on me.
Diffused.
And then the person's like, no, I'm not going to leave you. I'm not going to leave you. I'm not going to leave you. And the other person's like, you're going to leave me. You're going to leave me. And what do they end up doing? They fucking drive him away. Yeah. Like, I can't deal with this shit. I'm gone. See, I knew it.
Yeah, exactly.
I was right all along. You were bullshitting me, and you were really good at it. You bullshitted me for 4 years.
Yeah, that's bad enough. I feel like there's even a worse example. Like, instead of driving them away, you drive away. You're like, I knew it. You're the one who went away.
So that's what happens, right? Yeah. So I drive them away for a while, and then I decide, you know what? It hurts too much to be loved by someone and have that person abandon me. So now what I'm going to do is anytime there's an instance of genuine love or affection, I know where this ends. I don't want to put myself through it. Because having someone treat you like shit and then abandon you, I can manage that. Someone loving you and abandoning you hurts way more.
Yeah, okay, true, yeah.
So Felix, it's the good stuff that hurts in life.
Yeah.
And like, you know, I see this with parents.
How many hit markers?
You don't really know, like, I didn't really know what fear was until I had kids.
I couldn't run because
like,
of the
fear is like a whole different,
animation.
It's like different. It's just different. Like, once you really love something and you're responsible for something in this world, you know a level of fear that's like absolutely terrifying. And I think what I'm hearing from you is that you've been burned so much. Yeah, you're fucking stepping around the fire, but you've gotten burnt here or there. Now you're starting to develop scar tissue.
Yeah.
And then some bad shit happens, and you know, some of it's your fault and some of it isn't. And I think that, like, you know, I mean, it sounds like for a lot of reasons you can be very hard in relationships. Like, I'm not talking about just romantic relationships.
I feel him on
water your plants.
I feel him on always blaming yourself and shit. But there's a point where, like,
I don't know. I mean, so I feel really
like you've taken accountability
because
as much as possible.
I think that you do control a lot. I don't think you control as much as you think you control. I think it's helpful for you to believe that you're omnipotent.
Omnipotent?
Because
I kind of know what that means, but not really.
All powerful.
Okay.
Right? Like, the world is your oyster.
Yeah.
And at the same time, like, I think there's weird stuff. It's really hard to be in a relationship with someone who believes they're omnipotent. I'm not talking about, like, narcissism. I mean that, like, when everything is under your control, you stop holding other people responsible. You actually let them do things like walk over you. That person who you talked about with the will, that person has signaled to you that they care more about your money 1,000 different ways before that moment. But you let it ride because it's, oh, like, if this person is, like, not treating me the way that I need to be treated, it's my fault. I need to change the way that I interact with them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you get bullied at school and you start becoming the class clown, you don't blame the bullies. You learn how to blame yourself because it's a survival mechanism. If you blame the bullies, all that's going to happen, you're going to get fucking bullied more.
Yeah.
But if you put the pressure on yourself, I need to be funnier. I can control this if I'm funny enough. It gives you power.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. Yeah. And what's the solution to that? To getting out of that kind of...
So a couple of things. The first is... So I'm going to... Give me a second, okay? I'm going to write this out.
Yeah.
Can't even ping
the
it.
Child thing you were talking about? I feel like I feel that with my brother.
This button.
You know, we're not that close these days,
no.
Right? I can be hurt and get hurt by a bunch of people and hurt myself a bunch of times. It doesn't really feel scary or anything. But whenever she gets harmed or something like that, then I go into like a different mode, like change gears almost, you know. And I think he feels the same way about me. It's kind of like brotherhood.
Okay, give me just a second. That's useful to me. Give me a second, sorry. Okay. So how do you fix that? Let's
Gotta get on
understand
armored
for everybody
core
who's
soon.
in a situation kind of like this. The first thing that you've got to do, and you're spot on, so it's interesting. There's like old yogic texts that describe how you kind of said it wasn't one moment, it's 1,000 tiny things. But those things are
Death
significant.
by
So the first thing that you
paper
can
cuts.
do is tell those stories. So this is sometimes the work of psychotherapy, but there's a lot of emotional
Alright, let's
processing
work
that
on
also
it.
happens in places like Alcoholics Anonymous. Like we see this a lot with like addiction, right? Where
Gonna take off search and destroy so I can focus up on getting these pistol headshots. I guess headquarters, mosh pit, roll.
people will go and they'll like share their story and stuff like that. You can do it with friends. Like you can, you know, you got to like articulate all the times that you knew that you could not be trusted to not break something. Because I want you to really think about what does that do to someone's life when they believe that they cannot be trusted to protect something. Like everything precious in their life gets sabotaged or discarded. And the more precious it is, the more you have to run away from it. Because you can't trust yourself not to break it. So if you tell those stories, it's weird, but you will change. That'll fix a lot of it. Second thing is be really intentional in kind of this rain or shine sort of thing, okay? So like the problem is that right now you've got a lot of reflexes about the way that you respond to your feelings and the way that you interpret what happens
What the
in your
fuck?
life. Right? So you have like, you feel a certain way, like, oh, I feel really happy, this is really good. And that feeling connects to a reflexive behavior, I gotta ghost him.
Yeah.
So that needs to be caught in the moment. And be like, okay, what am I feeling? What do I feel like doing? How does it feel to do that? What you're doing is, when someone starts to like you, Felix, and you like them back, you're losing control. You can't have that.
No, you can't have that.
Right? And when you ghost them, what are you getting back?
Control.
Absolutely. One is awesome, right? Oh my god, she's kind of into me, but it's fucking scary, man.
Yeah. So if you build a tower too thin, anyway, it starts wobbling and it'll fall. I'd rather just
Yeah, right. Oh,
yeah.
you're
It feels good.
taking control.
It feels good sometimes.
Yes, right? Because you're scared. So being able to conquer that fear when you're ready, being able to be hurt again, which I don't blame you. Like I don't blame you for any of this. This is normal. You're just, you know.
Shit, I'm not ready to be hurt again. I'm fucking. Well, I'm like, I'm right now. I'm just shut down. Right now,
Yeah,
it's like,
that's fine. That's fine.
I'm becoming radicalized. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm red
that's
pill. I'm Tate. No, I'm just
okay. I mean, even all of those things are okay.
yeah.
Right. So it you know, it can start with like relationships. It's like starting with stuff like, you know, telling Nick that y'all didn't get hacked.
I never told him. He's probably gonna watch this one day and be like, "Oh man," because he's 20. I think he's 30 now, and I haven't told him yet.
Yeah. So you know, so there's all kinds of relationships where you're gonna feel these reflexes of pulling away. So catch him in the moment, and that's where there's like some amount of.
I wish I got
you
that
know,
headshot. Shot him in the shoulder.
almost techniques that you can use if you really want to, but I don't know if that's your jam. But like the key thing to remember is that anything you feel in that moment, that fear or that loss of control, do you understand that feelings are temporary?
Yes.
And so you can deal with that loss of control by engaging in a behavior and ghosting the person. Or
This gun is crazy.
you can just do nothing. And what will happen to the feeling of loss of control?
Got anything? Okay, an optic now.
I actually don't know.
Exactly. So you need to learn this.
Okay, yeah.
So this is where
don't have an answer.
I swear to God, it will disappear. It will go away on its own. And that's just because that's how human beings work. So I know it's kind of confusing, but like every emotion or thought, so your mind is never permanent. Do you get that? Your mind is always changing. New thoughts, new emotions. Emotions come, emotions go. They can get triggered by things, but all emotions and thoughts in the mind are fluctuations, and then they return to baseline. If emotions would be permanent and you had the perfect wedding, you'd be happy for the rest of your life. That's not how it works.
The hedonic treadmill thing, right?
Right. So this is the key thing. The reverse of the hedonic treadmill is that, sure, if you keep on chasing stuff, you keep on chasing to get... And that's why you need to chase new stuff to get that old high. But the reverse of the hedonic treadmill is also true.
Dip low, this is, stabilize, dip low, stabilize, dip low.
Yeah, so this is kind of like the degenerate gamer solution to life, which is that you don't actually need to climb and all your problems will get fixed. You just fucking sit your ass down and your problems will literally disappear.
They do disappear, yeah.
So all emotions that you have, any amount of hurt that you feel, will actually disappear over time. It can get re-triggered.
Also
so for you to not engage in those self-sabotaging behaviors, it's just going to be scary for you, but it's an internal battle that you have to fight. So in the few things that you do control. The last thing, and this is going to be hard, is you got to try surrendering.
Surrender control?
Yep.
Oh, just letting the dogs loose and just see where they go?
Yeah, you're not ready for this yet, I think.
Yeah,
but if you really want to know what's truly liberating, because this is the thing, right? Even if you think about that broken cell phone.
You know what? Wait, hold on. Wait, I sorry to interrupt you. You know what? I just thought about it.
7. I only got 2 headshots. I tried what you just did.
And since I told you I'm very self-destructive overall, and it's one of my techniques of moving on and doing stuff. I genuinely did this whole like full let go, right, and see what happens. And it's just really unlucky. It's unfortunate. I got burned back to back, and it's really unlucky though. And I recognize that. I recognize that it was not like foreseeable or anything.
So surrendering is also trickier than sometimes we think it is. It's not. It's sort of letting go, but like a lot of what we have to let go. I don't know exactly what happened in that situation. I'll trust you in that it was unlucky, but I think that you got to work on a couple of other things and then surrender. And this is the beautiful thing. If you sort of think about it, right? When we have that cracked cell phone, that's the principle of surrender. Here you are trying to control everything. Oh my God, I can't crack it. I can't crack it. I can't crack it. You're trying to control it. And it's so stressful. Oh my God. And then it gets cracked anyway. And you fucker, you're controlling everything all the time. You'll crack your cell phone, but for the rest of your life, you've got to be in control. And look at what you're doing. And then you discovered, hey, if it gets cracked, I'm free. Let it be cracked again. If I drop it, it's dropped. So be it.
9.
That's surrender. You actually figured it out. And it's liberating. That I can use the cell phone, I can stick it in my pocket, I can eat with it, and one day it could be cracked. So be it.
What the fuck
I'm going to do my best, but I can't protect the cell phone forever. And once you can live to... Yeah?
It's interesting that I'm like an elite at understanding that system and how it works in some areas. I can't apply it in other areas. One doesn't go to the other. I just don't do it.
10.
And that's because your degree of attachment to the two areas
11.
is different.
Okay.
Right, so how much you care about it is different. You don't care about a cell phone. Sure, you stress about it a little bit. You don't care. But when it comes to like falling in love and being seen and no longer being invisible, right, then you care. And once you start to care, things get scary, Felix.
Yeah, I see that.
Right? You can burn money because it ain't about the money.
Yeah. I get it now. That actually makes a lot of sense. Yeah, you kind of
my shoulder.
Kind of made that. You kind of materialized it now because I didn't get that.
Better position or something.
About the degree of care for these things. Yeah.
Yeah, and you've learned an antidote to that too, which is you teach yourself how to stop caring. Right, you build all these walls, which is like a good temporary measure.
Temporary.
What the fuck?
So it doesn't happen again like too soon. And it's like.
Yeah. So there's
12,
like
right?
a difference between like surviving today and like living for a happy tomorrow. Yeah. And right now I get the sense that you're in survival mode, so whatever. So start to do these things, then I think, you know, if you're diligent with this in a couple years, you'll be living a different life.
Okay. Yeah.
The day-to-day may look the same, but the way that you're going to feel and hear is going to be different. My hope for you is that you'll have a couple of like meaningful relationships, romantic or whatever. I mean, that I don't know, but where people can see you for who you are. And then you can also have conversations with them about, hey, I'm not great at like watering plants. And this is something I'm actively working on, like as a human being. And I really appreciate your patience.
Yeah.
And I'm going to try to do better. And then there's going to be like small parts of that, which is on a day-to-day basis. Like you're going to get all these Discord messages. And there's a part of you that knows that you should message your friend. But you don't because there's like too much important shit to do. And then you have to deviate something. And instead of doing something important, you're going to message your friend. And then your friend becomes important. And then you're watering that plant. And it'll change.
Oh my God.
Like you can change. In the sense, I think you've got all the right pieces already. They just need to be like moved around a little bit.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Oh, this is pretty good.
Yeah, I think in a lot of ways, I think sometimes I kind of interact deliberately almost. Like fire. And be like, wow, I
That
can't
would have
believe
been
this is
crazy
hot.
if I got him with his own gun.
And I know it's a fire to begin with, right? And if I just am just better at just choosing a little better and giving him maybe more chances and taking less like deliberate risks, maybe have 1 or 2 results it goes a long way sometimes. I realize that now. It doesn't take much for things to flip. It doesn't.
God damn it.
Sometimes just one is good enough.
Oh, there's
I didn't
2
believe it
naked
first.
guys.
It's kind of hard to believe it when you're so stuck on one idea, you know?
Yeah.
Like dissonance.
Yeah. And I think you've shared with us that you're good at looking back and finding the bright points. And I think you were just in such a dark headspace where the bright points weren't visible or genuinely weren't there because you kind of got, fucked, bro.
Yeah. Yeah. I think processing all these things is sometimes difficult because you're always a little reminded like, oh, I mean, I could have also done better. I could have done better. And it's like, it sucks a little bit in hindsight that you could have done better, right?
That wasn't a headshot.
Kind of got bad regardless. I don't know. It's just something that annoys me about it, right? Because, yeah, it sucks.
Please,
Yeah,
bro,
there's some
please.
weird stuff, Felix, which I don't think we're ready for, but I don't think you could have done better.
I think I need one
I know it's
more.
weird, but I think that one of the lessons I've learned in life is that like there's even the neuroscience and stuff. There's this part of our brain that does something called counterfactual thinking, which goes back and replays things in the past in a non-factual way. So these are the facts of what happened, and then your mind replays things in a hypothetical. And that's one way that we learn from our mistakes. If we didn't have that capacity, we wouldn't be able to like hypothesize why we lost a particular game, right?
Yeah, I think I'm stuck in that world almost like all the time, like all day.
Yeah, the crazy thing is that even though the mind does that, it is literally impossible to do better than you did back then. Right? Because you only knew what you did. You can only do the best that you could have done.
You're right.
And so like then the question becomes, what do you truly control? You only control the present. So don't think about how you could have done better because you couldn't have done better. But the next time that you want to retreat from a relationship, that's your test.
Okay. Yeah, that's insightful.
Other questions?
No, that was really good. That was really that made a lot of sense. Yeah, I think a lot of like the other topics or other things, they kind of like fall into the same boxes because I think that was like an umbrella solution for like a pattern of behavior, and the other thing doesn't matter what the specifics or the semantics are. I think that kind of englobes it. I think that's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna talk about like just overall kind of like moving on from stuff. But I think that also what we said kind of helps also having like new things and seeing it differently, and I think that plays the same role. Yeah, unless I'm wrong about it.
No, I think you're right. So I think that there was a theme for today that I was hearing, and I think the theme is actually the way that you go through life. That's why it all relates, right? This is you.
Yeah.
And I have no doubt that if you engage in future conversations with people in a meaningful or intentional way, you'll discover other things. But one thing I have to tell you, unfortunately, is that the insight is
Damn
not
it.
sufficient. It's necessary, but the next part is like doing the work.
Yeah. Yeah, which is what a lot of times I've like turned back on, right? It's easier to say, it was over anyway, or it was too hard, or find an excuse. You look everywhere, you're gonna find one, right? And then you turn back.
So you got to catch that thought.
Yeah. You know.
So tomorrow.
Yeah, go ahead. Oh, no, I was just gonna say, in snowboarding, something that we do a lot, or maybe just me, I did. When you go to the big jumps that are massive, once you're committed, right? And a lot of times I was too afraid to take them because they're so big, the big jumps, you know. And then I would just send it forward towards it, right? And then at one point, I almost forced myself. I was like, I'm going a straight line, right? And I started going on the up ramp, right? I'm like, oh, I can't turn back now, right? But I put myself in that position, right, where I can't turn back anymore. Sometimes, if I have the option of turning back, I will turn back.
Oh shit, somebody else?
The way that I process that, and I think I do better, is when I kind of lock myself into it and be engaged. And I think that builds a better pattern of doing better.
So this is what's hard, is that I'm with you. So I think it's the same thing about creating chaos and kind of thriving in chaos. Because once the cat is out of the bag, it's time for XQC to step into the arena, and you can trust yourself to come out on top. I'm with you.
Yeah.
The reason this is hard is because you're never committed. The reason this is hard is because on a daily basis, you have a chance to turn around. And that's why you haven't figured it out. Because thus far, you've required commitment to see things through. You're actually not in control.
You're right.
You put yourself in a situation where you lose control.
Oh my god, yeah, that makes sense actually.
That's why this is hard for you. Because this is the opposite of snowboarding.
Yeah.
There's no critical point.
Yeah. That's right. Okay. That's a good takeaway. Yeah, that was all good. Yeah, by the way, I didn't want to come here with like this super like sad boy vibes. I just didn't sleep that much. I'm just saying I didn't want to seem like I was like just coming here and being all like, yeah, it's just I got woken up at like 7 in the
Literally
morning.
just us three at the end. Wow.
But yeah, I didn't want to seem like I was disinterested in what you were saying. If you've ever felt that today or anything, I was very engaged in, but yeah.
Yeah, I didn't get that vibe from you, and I'm also happy to have whoever shows up today. If you're tired, if you're disengaged, like, that's okay.
Right. Damn. Yeah, I think
Alright. No.
I thought there was gonna be some like voodoo
The
solution
long
to
shots
a
and the
lot of these things
kill
and
streaks
processes
are
or whatever they're
easy.
gonna come up with, and some like there was this
Only
Indian
melee
book
kills,
in
melee
1994,
weapons.
and it said to do this and that, right? And I thought you were gonna pull some shit like that, but it was actually quite simple. And sometimes that's kind of the best solutions are the simple ones.
Yeah.
Well,
Good.
well, I hope I wasn't too short today, or whatever.
No, man, this is perfect.
All right. Well, I'll I think we should do a check-in soon. See what happens.
Okay, sure.
You want to do a check-in soon or not?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly what you're asking, but I mean,
A check-in, like
can...
in a couple maybe weeks or a couple months, whatever. If I achieve any sort of progress in those directions, I'll give you a heads up. Or
okay, sure.
Or default, or it got bad. It got
Sure.
way worse, right? And it rains inside as well. Like it starts raining everywhere.
You pulled a wall down and the roof fell over, and now it's raining on the inside of your house. Yeah, I
exactly.
hear you. Yeah.
I don't think.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not there at all though. Like I'm not like the giving up type. But sometimes like I'll kind of like play it off like I'm giving up. I mean, sometimes I like the attention, but it's not like that. Like
Yeah. So well, let's sort out follow-ups later. But
Yeah.
I think for now, thanks for coming on, and hopefully, this was helpful to you. And I think, by the way, a lot of what you're struggling with, I think, is very common. I mean, that's why I have the insight that I do, because I've lived half of it myself. I was a year younger. I was the class clown. Learned how to be self-reliant, and then like had to go to India to learn how to surrender. And it's like hard to learn. It runs against. I mean, you built your whole life to avoid surrender.
yeah.
No!
So, and that's you know, it's okay.
Yeah, it's alright.
Good luck to you, my friend.
Thank you for everything. That's okay. Yeah. I'll talk to you again. Thanks for everything. I will talk to you soon.
Okay,
I hope
take care,
it was
buddy.
good. Oh, by the way, did you have a good time at streamies and whatever, or what?
Yes and no. I don't think it's my.
Yeah, it's not my cup of tea either.
Yeah, I think it was. So I was very happy to be nominated. Obviously, I think it was like it's like a bucket list kind of thing that I went to like an LA fancy thing.
Just have your name somewhere out there, as in on your own stream. Sometimes it kind of matters.
Well, yeah, I mean that's good. I feel honored, but I also think it's cool to like I went to like an LA fancy party.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Yeah.
You know, that's the first time in my life that I've done that.
Okay.
I thought that was really cool. But I really didn't. You know, I'm not going to go too much into it, but I think it's a world that I'm not.
I'm not familiar with it either. I think it's a little like it's a lot of fronts and it's a lot of fluff that personally I don't enjoy. Right? I go for the after parties. Okay, I go to get fucked up. That's how it is. It's otherwise I wouldn't go. But yeah, I enjoyed seeing you there though. It was fun.
Yeah, likewise.
Okay,
Take care, man.
take care. Bye.
Bye.
I stuck him. That's crazy.
Video capture. Activate. The fuck is that? Oh my god, this transition is so scuffed. Oh my god. This transition is a fucking dumb, dude. Why do I look like this? Oh my god. Oh my god. Actually, chat, I gotta go offline, dude. What the fuck? Oh my god. Fucking wire, dude. Okay. Stop, chat. You know, you make me feel weird. Oh man, this is weird as fuck. Alright, let me change the FPS a lot.
Kill myself with that shit. Okay. At least I got the knife kill.
This is weird. Guys, some of you guys tried to convince me months ago that you wanted to have 60 FPS, right? And I'm gonna just be honest with you. You guys all fucking lie, dude. This chat just fucking lies all the time, dude. Just lie. Look, I'll do 30 FPS. See, this is much better. Wait, it's still pretty fast. It's still pretty fast. It's still pretty fucking bad. Do 12? I think 24 should be.
Man.
I don't want to do this, guys. I'm not gonna do tech on a fucking stream that I'm not gonna be around for. Oh, now it's laggy. Oh my god, now it's just laggy. Chat, by the way, I went out. You see the sun in my face a little bit? Okay, I'll put it at high FPS.
Just call.
Okay. This is so fucking dumb. It's so bad. Guys, it's too fast.
Oh!
Yeah, I'm a little bit sunburned, am I not? Look. I went outside. It's like red.
Oh, I did hit a collateral, but it hit the second dude in the leg.
Oh my god, I wasn't flexing. Okay, dude. This guy's fucking stupid. Oh my god. Okay. Hold on, let me bring up the chat on screen. Hold on.
Back on my quickscope shit? Am I
There
actually back on my quickscope shit?
it is.
Ah, hit marker, really?
Hey, sorry, chat. Guys, I've had to do stuff here. Guys, a lot of stuff that I haven't done in years. That stacking up.
I thought I hit that.
It sounds like it's like nothing to you guys, and you might not even know what I'm talking about. I've had like meetings and stuff, and like adult bullshit I've had to deal with, I've had to do for years, and I just kind of got it all done in one go. I had to meet like executives from like big companies and shit, and whatever, do dinners or whatever, and then the streamers was nice. I ended up taking an actual day off, but after that, I'm probably gonna stream probably IRL tomorrow if I can. Cause I gotta do some shopping anyway. I'm trying to line up IRL for tomorrow. Okay, I'm trying my best. Okay? I promise on everything.
This dude tried to get me with a throwing knife. He sacrificed his friend for it.
After that, I'm.
At least I got.
First, then I fly home and I'll stream directly for like 5 days, and then I go to fucking London. Okay. I'm not kidding.
I'm 16.
Chat. I'm doing a Sidemen charity match thing. Okay. 3-head in it. Chat. It's gonna be a blast in it. Hey, hopefully
it's gonna be a blast in it.
He's coming right now, I think he's got a show here or some shit. I don't know.
No more of the
and yeah, I've been just kind of taking it at a time.
Right.
But yeah, I meant it like chat. It's
Donkey posted
I this, like, Dr. K thing
in
right?
the game
because things were kind of weird.
That's way too big.
In the game Dark Souls, there is an enemy called Armored Boar. Well, actually, he's called Fang Boar. So is Armored Core 6 an Armored Boar? Or is it more like doing chores? Well, I'll say this. It's no Pikmin 4. Before they were making games like Elden Ring, From Software was pumping out goofy crap like Eternal Ring. You see, back in those olden times, there was a genre of games called mech games, and there was a million of them. Zone of the Enders, Mech Assault, Frame Grind, Murakumo, Custom Robo, Virtual On, Bang-A-O, Mobile Suit Gundam, so many Gundam games, Chrome Hounds,
yeah,
Lost Planet,
lot.
Steel Battalion that you
Lost
play
Planet
with this
counts?
controller. 3 of those games were by From Software. Back then, From Software was putting out 5 to 6 games a year. They were spammers, and while they did like to experiment, most of that output was Armored Core. They made a lot of these until Dark Souls. Today, From Software is one of the best game studios out there. Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, Sekiro was my game of the year in 2019, and Elden Ring was my game of the year last year. Armored Core 6 is nowhere near that level of quality. This is more like a guilty pleasure game. In this game, you are a badass giant robot shooting the ever-living shit out of everything that you see at 300 miles per hour. To win, slam every button on the controller while screaming at the top of your lungs like a caveman. There is no thinking, no strategy, just blow shit up and go hee-haw. In a game like Elden Ring, nearly every enemy commands a certain level of respect. Even the lowliest foe can kill you if you're not careful. In Armored Core, you will blast through 700 stupid fucking robots like nothing because they are made out of McDonald's toys. And then they send out some rinky-dink dumbass mini-boss and I annihilate him within 4 seconds because I do not give a shit about this man. If that sounds stupid, it's because this game is stupid. This is mindless monkey mush that is like one cognitive step beyond Dynasty Warriors and Diablo. If I'm making this game sound easy, yeah, it's really easy, except for this one boss who's impossible. All of that being said, I kinda like it. The movement in this game is so far beyond anything I've seen in a FromSoft game. Your mech
everything is fine except for the bosses. Like every time you hit a boss fight, it's like, holy shit.
At any range. Within 10 seconds of gameplay, you'll dodge 3 rockets, slide into a dude's face, blast him with a shotgun, then lock onto a group of helicopters in the distance with your missiles.
Oh shit, I chose the wrong class.
Customization angle. The player has so much freedom in choosing how they approach the game. You can turn your mech into a massive tank with rocket launchers and cannons on its back, or you can be a nimble little guy with a machine gun and a laser sword. It's a lot of fun to cook up some wacky build and see how it actually fares in a mission. And if it sucks, it's not a big deal. It's a very simple system that wants you to experiment. I will say that the weapon balance in this game is about as good as the weapon balance in Elden Ring. So not good. Once you do crack the code and formulate your dream machine, it's hard to walk away from that power. About halfway into my playthrough, I came up with this wheelchair robot with dual Gatling guns. This thing is unstoppable, and it completely trivialized the game. But listen, it was really funny. It was like a giganto version of that wheelchair you get in Dead Rising 2. Remember that impossible boss I was talking about?
Oh, wait,
For
you
the
could go
South
in there?
Bargo, what's crazy is that you can
Snoop
probably
Dogg, why you
build an
can't?
even more powerful mech than this one. I really am curious to see what other people are going to come up with. For me, the fatal flaw of Armored Core is that once you settle into the groove of how to win, you just start playing on autopilot. Going back to Elden Ring, that game is massive, and yet there is so much variety across its duration because every enemy has to be given some respect. You have to observe their moves and dodge their attacks, so it's like every enemy is slightly altering the rules of the game. Armored Core allows players to get fancier than they ever could in Elden Ring.
Oh no.
But because you can apply the same strategies to nearly every boss and enemy in the game, it feels kind of one note. For players that really want to challenge themselves and sink their teeth into this game, you can go for the S rank on every mission, although I have been spoiled by Pikmin's ranking system that actually tells you what to do. This game's ranking system is like trying to pass the swimming test at the water park and the lifeguard isn't paying attention. Armored Core 6 is a throwback to the spammy bullshit PS2 era from Software, and while I did enjoy it, it is not a game that holds up under any sort of scrutiny or analysis. I am happy to see FromSoft branching out though, and who knows, maybe someday we will get a Sekiro level mech game or a sequel to the adventures of Cookie and Cream.
No! More Mecha Dunk. Alright. You'll own nothing and be happy. That's shit.
Truly extraordinary. The first user upgradable processor, the Pentium G6951. And thank goodness they did, because now, just a short 13 years later, I'm finding it a little sluggish for my daily computing, and I can't wait to unlock hyper-threading and that sweet, sweet megabyte of extra cache. Only, I'm confused here. I've got Windows 7, I've got my upgrade card, I just can't seem to find the Intel upgrade program. Boop, 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 boop. Hi, Intel? What do you mean you don't offer upgrade service for my CPU anymore? This is a more common situation than you might think, where you buy into a service or a hardware product that has add-ons available, only to discover that one day when you go to use them, they've vanished without so much as a, "Oh, sorry about that." Why does this happen? Who is responsible? And is there any justification for this business practice? The only way to know is apparently to scan this barcode to our sponsor.
MSI! MSI's back to school sale is on now. Looking for a new laptop for next semester? They got those. What about a desktop PC? Yep, got those too. Components for an upgrade? Yeah, they do got them. Check out MSI's back to school sale below.
There's no question that the G6951 was bad, but that doesn't mean that all hardware as a service products are equally bad. Extended warranties, for example, can be costly, but if they're fairly priced, and you read the fine print, they can be an effective way to ensure that your expensive TV or laptop will be serving you for years to come.
I don't think I gotta lead the shot at all.
If something goes wrong. Then there's service contracts, which are kind of like extended warranties on steroids. That NetApp storage appliance that we picked up recently comes with ongoing maintenance costs, which sucks for your wallet, but ensures that your business won't experience unnecessary downtime. Another example of hardware with ongoing costs that make sense is anything that requires periodic calibration, like a home theater projector or a scientific instrument. Our colorimeters for testing displays, for example, need to be checked and certified against a known good, or you wouldn't be able to trust our results. In all of these cases, though, the after-purchase costs at least add potential value to our hardware. Let's shift gears back to the Pentium G Nice 51 for a bit, though. Here's how Intel's pitch went back in 2010. You could pick up the chip, either by itself or in a system from, let's say, Best Buy, and out of the box, you'd have 2 cores and 2 threads running at 2.8 gigahertz.
Fucking another bouncing Betty,
goddammit.
Price
of just $90.
90 bucks?
Yeah, that's not actually that cheap, but Hey, that's what happens when one half of your duopoly is busy seeing how many Winchester rounds it can fire into its own foot. Don't worry about that though, said Intel. For when you get tired of your entry-level performance, you can simply purchase a card with an unlock code on it for $50 more. Ours here is obviously fake, but the idea was that you would scratch the scratch card film, install Intel's activation software, plunk in your code, and bam! You just doubled your thread count from 2 to 4 and added extra cash, all without ever breaking out the thermal compound or a screwdriver. It's a pretty good thing these things didn't take off, or how would I sell these things? LTTstore.com. But why didn't it take off? I mean, on the surface, it's actually kind of a cool idea. It did come with some big problems we'll touch on later, but first, the supposed benefits. A major one is the theoretical lack of e-waste. Think about all the GT1030s out there. They start their life on the shelf, they end up in your computer until inevitably they're too slow, and ultimately end up at the recycler. If instead we just had fewer products within the stack physically, which could then have performance features turned on or off based on the price you paid, we'd have a lot more one-card-fits-all solutions. This would also alleviate the need to purchase a brand new product when you want a performance uplift. You could just save up a few bucks and abracadabra, your 4050 is now a 4060 Ti. How cool would that be? I mean, knowing NVIDIA, that would still be an expensive upgrade, but socially anxious people around the world would rejoice over not having to list their old card on Facebook Marketplace, haggle with some jackass, sell it, then go pick up a new card from the local retailer.
I thought he was
it's kind of like a layaway, except you get to use the cheaper but worse product while you wait to afford something better. Don't get me wrong though, guys, I can hear you shouting at me through the screen. If the product can physically do X, then that capability should be unlocked out of the box. But to be clear, I agree with you, but there are a plethora of situations where we accept these kinds of practices already. Look at NVIDIA's workstation GPUs, for example. They are often, literally, the exact same hardware as their consumer ones. But they might include features, or especially certifications, that cost NVIDIA extra time and money. Certifications that will only be used by a small subset of their customers. So those customers who care get to pay extra. And there was a significant amount of backlash against me when I called out Tesla for paywalling the heated rear seats in the Model 3. I mean, my argument was, hey, the hardware is present in every single unit that Tesla builds, so if they can afford to deliver it to the people who don't pay for it, then surely they can afford to just include it. But the reasons that they do that are because it streamlines production at the factory, and then they just kind of massage the pricing so that the people who do want that feature subsidize those installs for the rest of the people who don't. And even though, again, for me, I was like, really? Many Tesla owners were stoked on being able to just change their mind later and activate the feature. So it is an idea that can work without taking off your customers. But that is not the sentiment that surrounded our little Pentium here. For one thing, the value of this product was pretty questionable. I mean, why buy this thing at all when you could have gotten a Core i3 530, a chip that includes hyperthreading by default, for just $25 more? And making matters worse, the upgrade is actually tied to the motherboard. So if you wanted to sell the upgraded version of your CPU down the line, good luck. That also means that if your motherboard happened to die, or you wanted to replace it with something with more I/O, you would have to request a new activation code and rerun the upgrade. Because, yeah, that's the first thing I want to do after changing out my motherboard. Thanks, Intel. Of course, that's a relatively minor issue compared to what we encountered, which was the inability to perform the upgrade at all. I mean, sure, this is a 13-year-old CPU that is not getting security updates anymore, and realistically, nobody wants to spend 50 bucks to make it ever so slightly less slow. But Intel actually discontinued this program well within the reasonable lifespan of this product, just 3 short years later.
Damn.
What recourse do we have when companies, especially publicly traded ones, are fickle, profit-hungry entities that can alter the deal on us at a moment's notice. Let's look at another example that's from Intel, but today. Earlier this year, they announced that VROC, Virtual RAID on CPU, which is an enterprise RAID solution that's featured on Xeon scalable processors, would be discontinued. But then, 4 days later, OEMs were advertising VROC support on freshly announced products. So, which one is it, Intel? They did quickly backpedal and say, the feature is under evaluation, and since there's a significant demand, we'll continue to support it. But it's like someone's head was on the chopping block and the executioner raised his axe, and it was only because someone noticed and went, oh wait, hold on, don't chop off that head, that it got a short stay of execution. I mean, until when, Intel? Personally, I'm also just tired of this post-sales nickel and diming. Did you see that GM is dropping support for Android Auto and Apple CarPlay? That's right. Soon they're going to be using their own flavor of Android Automotive, which is completely integrated within the vehicle, nothing to do with your phone. And it'll be complete with subscription services and potential micro, or who knows, macro transactions, all so they can keep their hand in your pocket after the initial sale. And potentially gets even worse. The support timelines on Android Automotive are certainly generous compared to what we get in our phones, supposedly in the 10 to 15 year range, but this is a car! I expect it to last longer than 15 years before it just, oh yeah, sorry, I guess you're just not getting software updates anymore. Ongoing revenue models, like subscriptions, aren't always just bad. I mean, people used to pirate the heck out of Adobe's Creative Suite because they wanted Photoshop and Lightroom, but they didn't want to spend...
Gonna play some hardcore to get those long shots. And, I mean, kill streaks will come as we go, so we're chilling.
Thousands of dollars on a one-time license. Well, now you can get them for $10 a month, which is a lot more reasonably priced for small-time creators. The flip side of that, though, is companies like ours, who need a lot of licenses for years on end, well, it obviously sucks for us because we don't necessarily need the new features that they're developing, and we would have actually preferred to just buy the software once and use it until Adobe releases a feature that really compels us to upgrade. We made a whole video about that a little while back.
I pop off sometimes on this map, even though I hate it.
The truth is, I don't really know where I'm going with this. I'm not sure if anything that I'm saying is going to change anything. I just want us all to be on the same page, that if we don't do something, if we don't make noise, if we don't stop supporting the companies who engage in these business practices, we will end up in a dystopian future where suddenly your GPU underclocks itself because you forgot to pay your monthly bill to Team Green, or on a whim, your gaming console could decide, that online store that we had, well, that's closed because it's much more profitable to sell our back catalog on a new console at a higher price than to just leave the old one.
That's a questionable thing about NVIDIA with their AI shit.
Oh, hopefully I haven't given NVIDIA any ideas for the future.
Oh yeah.
As for today, anyway, unfortunately, our Pentium G6951 will remain a G6951 and never reach its final form, the G6952. Sorry, little guy, you're stuck like this with no hyperthreading. Like this non-hyper segue to our sponsor.
Delete me! Companies are...
Okay. New World expansion saves the MMO. I doubt it. I haven't seen Philip DeFranco in a million years.
We're talking about what may be one of the biggest YouTube scandals ever. As the mom of a huge family vlog channel has been arrested for abuse. We've got new huge Andrew Tate war room leaks. Dozens of new victims allegedly being discovered. Free my boy Howdy Doody. We dive deep into what experts say is actually going on with Mitch McConnell and why Selena Gomez has been getting absolutely slammed online. We're gonna talk about all that and so much more on today's brand new Philip DeFranco show. You daily dive into the news, so just make sure you're subscribed and let's jump into it. Starting with, this may be the biggest YouTube scandal
Please.
to
Yes.
date. Ruby
That's one long
Frankie has been
shot.
arrested for child abuse, which if you don't know her, she's known for being a part of a very big family channel called 8 Passengers. It chronicles her life with her husband Kevin Frankie and their 6 children. But according to records from the Washington County Sheriff's Office in Utah, Ruby was arrested yesterday under
Never heard of
suspicion of
him.
2 counts of intentional aggravated child abuse. And actually, her business partner Jody Hildebrandt was also arrested for the same reason. And as far as what led to
Aggravated
this arrest,
child
we had
abuse?
Fox 13 in Salt Lake City saying that a child had climbed out of a window at Jody's home and went to a neighbor's home for help. With a child asking for food and
What?
water, the neighbor noticing the child had duct tape on their wrists.
Were they
and
content
ankles,
slaves? What the
emaciated,
fuck?
malnourished, had open wounds. And then after they were taken to a hospital, a second malnourished child was found in the home and later treated. So just absolutely horrifying news, but notably, to many who had been following Ruby and 8 Passengers, they weren't surprised. But she had faced tons of criticism for abusive parenting in the past. The 8 Passengers channel was even taken offline earlier this year. With a lot of attention then turning to Ruby joining a new channel that was also controversial. Right, that was called Connections, and Jody was the founder of it. And on its YouTube page, it described itself as a different modality of healing that psychotherapy cannot offer you, and claiming our training will help you transform your pain into joy. Choose the life you want to
Training.
have. Exchange your confusion for clarity. Local news outlets also describing it as a
Ugh.
parent counseling service, but also with that, you had insider reporting that many have accused Connections of being a cult. Some even pointing to Connections videos that show Ruby explaining kind of extreme parenting approaches. Things like in one video where she essentially says that children do not have a right to privacy.
They're not concerned about privacy. That is the last thing they're concerned about. They're just trying to hold that word over your head. They're trying to hold you hostage. In this home, you don't get personal space. This is my space because I'm the parent. And as long as you're living in my home, it is my job to know everything about you. You don't get to sneak, you don't get to hide.
Oh, those aren't even her kids?
People also resurfacing old 8 Passengers clips, like one where Ruby said her 6-year-old daughter forgot to bring a lunch to school, but she refused to drop one off for her.
I know that her teacher is uncomfortable with her being hungry and not having lunch, and it would ease her discomfort if I came to the school with a lunch. But I responded and just said, Eve is responsible for making her lunches in the morning, and she actually told me she did pack a lunch. So the natural outcome is she's just going to need to be hungry. And hopefully nobody gives her food and nobody steps in and gives her a lunch.
You also have people pointing to one clip where she takes away her older son's bedroom as a punishment for pulling an elaborate prank on his younger brother.
My bedroom was taken away for 7 months and then you give it back like a couple weeks ago.
I don't think our viewers know that.
Bro, this guy has been laying down there for a million years.
He was sleeping on the
Rusty
floor in the family
nuts.
room.
And with all that, Insider even did a report back then.
She
in
took his whole
2020, noting that
bedroom?
these
What the
clips,
fuck?
along with others, prompted viewers to accuse them of child abuse, and Child and Family Services even showed up at their home. But that case was closed because reportedly the claims were unsupported. But now, with Ruby being arrested, there have been very notable responses, including from the family's eldest daughter, who also apparently hasn't been in contact with the family for some time now because she wrote on her Instagram story last night, "Finally, today has been a big day. Me and my family are so glad justice is being served. We've been trying to tell the police and CPS for years about this and so glad they finally decided to step up. Kids are safe, but there's a long road ahead. Please keep them in your prayers and also respect their privacy." And also asking that if anyone has links to any questionable or concerning content that's been posted in the past, specifically from Connections, to send it her way. Ruby's siblings also posting to Instagram to say that Ruby's and Jody's arrest needed to happen, also saying that the kids are currently safe. And so for now, we're gonna have to keep our eyes peeled for updates. There are people wondering with this situation what's happening with the father.
He was hiding
Kevin
there
Frankie.
too,
And actually, with that, you
bro.
had
These
Insider
guys
reporter
are
Lindsay
annoying.
Doxton tweeting, "Kevin Frankie is no longer an employee of BYU, a spokesperson told me. His employment ended there in spring, but it's unclear why. It's not yet known if he's also been arrested. But we'll be following the story here, and so when we know, you'll know." And then, y'all, 45 new victims have allegedly been ID'd in new leaked chats from Andrew Tate's War Room, with there now reportedly being over 12,000 leaked War Room messages showing the tips and tricks members shared for coercing, grooming, and forcing women into sex work. And what's scary is that number could actually be far higher, considering these messages are just from between March of 2019 and April of 2020. Also, if you're new to the situation, you're like, what even is the War Room? It's a private Telegram group chat for Tate's biggest followers, with them reportedly paying some serious money just for that access, it costing at least $8,000 a year. With that seeming to be a healthy revenue stream for Tate, because at the time of those messages, 434 people were paying for that access, which is wild because without considering all the other stuff, that's nearly $3.5 million a year. And reportedly, one of the biggest names on the channel was one of the generals, Miles Sunken. It messaged new members a reading list, a manifesto outlining the group's agenda. And part of that included their PhD program, aka their pimp and hose degree. Go about isolating normal normal, non-crazy, predatory behavior, saying it all starts with a coffee date. And after that, it becomes a
Pimpin'
series
Hoes
of gradual
degree
steps to remove
is
her entire support
wild.
structure from her life. Then we punish her for a transgression, real or
Was it
imagined,
burst?
by having
It was
her
in
get our
Bristol?
name
What the fuck?
tattooed on her, leaving her family's home, apartment, town, country, webcamming, stripping, walking the track for us, getting us girls, escalate. And from there, they'd reportedly take what money these women earned. With one woman the BBC spoke to saying she was forced to give up $95,000. That was 80% of her earnings to 2 war room members. Also, other leading war room members would post images of women with serious signs of abuse, such as cuts and bruises. Another describing how a woman complained to him about work, so quote, I took her keyboard and hit her in the head with it, and saying she then went into the room and worked 7 hours without any break. Right, and if any of that sounds familiar, well, it's because that exact playbook is pretty much what Romanian authorities are claiming Tate did in their scheme to traffic women. Though notably on that note, right, none of these messages that we're talking about today are Tate directly saying anything. But instead of the Tates noting that and distancing themselves from this new report, they're calling bullshit. With Tate telling the BBC its findings were, quote, another brazen attempt to present one-sided, unverified allegations. And a spokesperson adding, the BBC's findings not only present false accusations, but insult the massive community that considers Andrew Tate a life-changing positive force. Their statement also adding that Mr. Tate is, quote, prepared to take all necessary legal action to defend his innocence and hold accountable those responsible for defamatory claims. But as far as how everything's gonna play out from here, we're gonna have to wait and see. And then, ooh, people were coming for Selena Gomez. Right, so currently you have the writers and the actors on the picket lines are taking a big stand against the studios. And one of the big updates is that the public is largely on the workers' side here, with a recent Gallup poll finding that 72% support striking writers, with just 19% supporting the studios. And then with the actors, the numbers slightly dip, with 67% supporting the SAG strike, 24% siding with the studios there. And this notably coming as there's potential friction within the studios, with Deadline reporting that many executives of major studios met yesterday amid growing speculation of internal divisions and a lack of any apparent path forward to end the writers and actors strikes, with big names like Netflix's Ted Sarandos and Warner Bros.' David Zaslav apparently being part of it, Disney, Amazon, and Universal also throwing some execs in. And remember this, as we are 120 days into the writers' strike and nearly 50 days for the actors. So I guess also prepare for a content drought. But also with the strike news today, you had some celebrities making some headlines for backlash and praise. On the backlash front, you had Selena Gomez because she posted and then deleted a video on Instagram that seemingly promoted only murders in the building, with a video showing behind-the-scenes clips alongside the caption missing and wanting only murders Hulu. That post getting 1 million likes by the time that it was taken down. And according to the Los Angeles Times, it was on our grid for at least 15 hours. And even though reportedly the video was not a commercial or anything like that, it's still against strike rules to promote projects, and especially since she tagged the show's official social media handles, it looked like promo. And so the responses to her have varied, with some describing this as an honest mistake, saying, you know, this is kind of more of a throwback.
Seems like
also
an
a lot
honest
of others
mistake to
calling
me.
her a scab. But then as far as celebrities getting praised, you had a group of late-night hosts launching a podcast to benefit the writers on strike, with those being Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Fallon, Jimmy Kimmel, Seth Meyers, and John Oliver, all going behind the mic for Strike Force 5, which actually came out this week, and according to the Washington Post, it's going to have at least 12 episodes. And reportedly, the money made on that show are going to go to the staffers on their shows who are currently out of work. And then I want to talk about one of the coolest things I think a lot of people need to know about. And specifically, I'm talking about the innovative, award-nominated device and sponsor of today's show, Fume. You know, Fume was built to help people kick bad habits easier. And as far as what it is exactly, Fume diffuses cores made from natural, delicious flavors like peppermint, lemon, cinnamon, and more. So you're just breathing in naturally flavored air, no nasty chemicals or batteries involved. And it comes with movable parts and magnets for fidgeting, which I'm a huge fan of. It's balanced just right, enough to keep your fingers busy, which helps with anxieties that come with taking the bad out of habits. Though I'm getting a replacement cap delivered because I'm blaming you, Lindsay. She was using it and misplaced it. Which on that, I mean, I haven't even mentioned the build quality. As you can see, these things are the real deal. It feels premium all around, and you can even upgrade your barrel to genuine rosewood or olive wood for a deluxe finish. You know, stopping something is hard, but switching to Fume is easy. So join Fume in accelerating humanity's breakup from destructive habits by picking up the Journey Pack. Just head to tryfume.com/Franco and use code Franco to save 10% off when you get the Journey Pack today. That's tryfum.com/DeFranco and use code Franco to save an additional 10% off your order today. And then I've got 4 very quick news stories that are completely unrelated to one another that vary in levels of seriousness that I want to give to you. 1. In the most important news of the day, a car with a giant bull sitting in the passenger seat named Howdy Doody was pulled over by police in Nebraska. And the man who was driving in Howdy Doody were pulled over after some snitch called the police. But the police actually didn't even give him a ticket. They just gave him some warnings and asked him and Howdy to leave the city. Because as it turns out, Howdy Doody's actually kind of a local celebrity that performs at a lot of parades and fairs. 2. Russia is demanding that Norway pay them $4.4 million because 42 reindeer crossed the border into Russia. $4.4 million, they say that the money's compensation for the reindeer eating Russian grass. That's some expensive ass grass. And as far as how this happened, supposedly a gate that separated the two two countries and kept reindeer out of Russia just broke? Also, don't
No way,
worry
all
about the
those
reindeer.
people
They're
on my
fine. Actually,
team
no, they're
broke
not.
even.
40 of the 42 reindeer have now been killed in fears that they'll cross into Russia again. And while I personally hope the 2 remaining reindeer exact some revenge, Norway has just asked its citizens to keep their reindeer in check. But I think main thing, Santa's gonna be pissed. 3. Saudi Arabia has sentenced a man to death for criticizing the
6
Saudi royal
more.
family on Twitter. They
2
charged
more
him with
kills.
betraying his religion, disturbing the security of society, conspiring against the
launch.
government, and impugning the kingdom and the crown prince. And this guy just had 10 followers, so he was essentially tweeting to no one. But who's actually surprised here? Killing people for tweets is just yet another human rights violation from the champions of crimes against humanity. I mean, I get the sports washing is working, but Saudi Arabia also funded 9/11, genocided Yemenis, aided ISIS, and killed Jamal Khashoggi. And 4. Niger has stripped the French ambassador of their diplomatic immunity and have ordered the police to expel them. And they obviously can't go into the embassy, as that would be a major breach of international norms, too far even for them. But police in Niger are now searching all vehicles leaving the embassy. Yo, it really cannot be understated how absolutely ridiculous this is. With it widely believed that if they manage to get their hands on the ambassador, France isn't going to ask for them back. They're just gonna bomb the country into oblivion. And isn't there already enough suffering without more stupid shit? And then, so by now, you've seen this concerning and disturbing situation around Mitch McConnell, but we need to dive deeper, because there's this now viral video of Senate Minority Leader McConnell appearing to have a medical episode while speaking to reporters.
What are my thoughts about what?
Running for re-election in 2026.
Yo! My guy doesn't.
Alright, I'm sorry, you all working me a minute?
So that alone
Yo!
is even more concerning, because this is at least the second time it has happened. He had a public episode like this just in the last few weeks.
That's the second time? Bro. No way people, like, no way he has actual fans, though. Does he have actual fans? Mitch McConnell? Damn, bro.
But despite the fact that one of the single most powerful people in the country
too
right now
old
is
now,
seemingly
bro.
having
He's
real
just
medical
too
events
old.
in
Look at
full
that,
public
bro.
view, McConnell's team has not at all been transparent with the American people about what's going on. Because McConnell's office has provided exactly 0.0 information about the incident, with a spokesperson for McConnell only telling reporters that the senator just felt
It's
lightheaded
like-
and that he would see a physician
like
before his
dementia
next
or
event.
some
While I was
shit
reporting, we
starting.
got the news that the attending physician to Congress issued a statement saying he
bro.
consulted with Leader McConnell and conferred with his neurology
Making
team,
that
and adding
dude
that he told McConnell he is medically clear to continue with his
Be in
schedule as planned.
public
But
like that
the
is
physician also didn't
torture.
provide any information about what happened, just reiterating the whole lightheaded bit, saying lightheadedness can be expected as a result of dehydration or recovery from a concussion. Right with that, in reference to a bad fall McConnell had during a GOP
Oh my God.
back in March that resulted in with a concussion. So we still don't have much to go off of. But also that is at least more than what we were told after the first event. Because after the first time, they wouldn't even answer questions about whether he saw a doctor following the event. With McConnell himself returning to that presser after being escorted away, saying, oh, he was doing fine, he was able to do his job on the Republican leadership team. And after both incidents, McConnell's allies pointed to the fact that he resumed answering questions after each time and continued on with other planned meetings and events. But here is the incredibly important thing. You had
Oh shit, that was a
doctors
person.
saying
What
just
the
because he
fuck?
was able to carry on with his day
Did they
after
have
these
a
episodes
fucking
doesn't necessarily mean that
gladiator
they
on there?
weren't serious medical events. This including Dr. Sujay Kansagra, a sleep doctor and pediatric neurologist at Duke, who explained,
in the neuro world, we say these are stereotyped episodes that occur the same way each time, or roughly the same way each time. And it's kind of the hallmark of epilepsy. So this is likely
Epilepsy?
seizures. The fact that he stops talking can be for two reasons. One, he could have impaired awareness during the seizure, or two, it could actually be affecting the speech centers of his brain in charge of actually expressive speech. This also explains why they didn't rush him off after the first episode to a nearby hospital to get a full workup. It's probably because he's been having these all along. He's had multiple of these. They already know about them. And so they didn't feel the need to go rush him off for a CT scan.
the possibility that McConnell had a seizure was also parroted by other doctors after the first event last month, with many of those experts also saying it could have been a mini stroke. It was also called a TIA. But notably, you also have others pushing back against both of those possibilities, like CNN's chief medical correspondent, Dr. Sanjay Gupta. But Gupta explaining what he thought was going on yesterday.
There's a lot of things that sort of come to mind. The more you know about the various neurological
How can I not
conditions,
hit
the
him?
longer the list is. But certain things like stroke or
Wait.
are probably less likely. He walks away and he's moving his legs as he walks away. Seizure is less likely.
But he also went on to say that whatever this is, it's more serious than his team's repeated excuse of just lightheadedness. With him also echoing the point that it seems like this is something that happens enough and the McConnell team is clearly aware of it and knows what's actually going on.
I think what really struck me, and Mano alluded to this, is that his aides don't seem that surprised by this. So we've seen this episode a couple of times, but you get the impression that it happens more often because this is something that they're used to dealing with. So while it's you know, as you say, hard to watch. It doesn't seem like this is just lightheadedness. It seems to be something that is really ongoing. Someone who has a Parkinsonian-like condition, for example, whose medications are wearing off, or something like that. That's something that could sort of explain this behavior. But as I said, Jake, it's a long list of possibilities here.
But to be clear here, all of this is speculation, and many of these experts emphasize the fact that we really don't know what's going on. But that is also what happens when there is a total lack of transparency. And all of that is just renewing questions about McConnell's health that were already circulating earlier this year. Because keep in mind, these two events come just a couple of months after McConnell had such a serious fall that he required hospitalization. And while he was released 5 days later, he was away from the Senate for nearly 6 weeks while he recovered. And according to reports, since that March fall, McConnell has also had at least 2 more falls, but neither were reported by his office, with him also reportedly being witnessed struggling at times following that first fall. While he's always walked very carefully due to the fact that he overcame polio as a child before there was a vaccine, that he's been even more cautious since his fall, with him also taking a less predominant role in leading his party, letting McCarthy take the wheel on key negotiations, as well as speaking less during weekly GOP luncheons, according to people who attend them. And all of this as McConnell is 81 years old and the longest serving party leader in the Senate ever. So you have all of that, and you have an absolute tidal wave online of people saying he is just too old to be leading the party, many calling for him to retire. And that notably including prominent conservatives like Bill O'Reilly and even Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. Also with this, it's important to keep in mind this is not just a left-wing, right-wing thing, right? Many specifically pointing to Senator Dianne Feinstein, who's the oldest member of Congress and who has faced widespread calls to step down because it's abundantly clear she literally has no idea where she is at the time. And as we see more and more of these things happen, it adds to the arguments that people have for needing term or age limits. So if you try to pass a law in the Senate, I don't know how many people would vote for them because the average age for a senator is 64 years old, with more than half of all members clocking it at 65 or older.
Average?
Not even a boomer. He's older than the boomers. He was born in 1942, back when the real world was still black and white. He's part of something called the silent generation. And you can call this ageist all you want, but look at what the fuck is happening. I feel like we're gonna see head and jar Futurama senators before there's actual age limits. But yeah, that's the news that's going around now. A deeper dive into it, and I'll pass the question off to you. What are your thoughts here? What do you think about the McConnell and Feinstein situations, and do you think there should be age or term limits in Congress? And that is where today's dive into the news is going to end. But for more news you need to know, I got you covered right here. You can click or tap, or I got you in the links. And as always, my name's Philip DeFranco. You've just been filled in. I love yo faces, and I'll see you right back here next time.
What else is there? Starfield reviews are coming out. Let's see, Jake Baldino. I fuck with him. He's cool.
So I've been playing a lot of Starfield. If you can't tell by the look on my tired face, I have a lot to say about this game, especially because it's been a long journey for me. It didn't immediately get its hooks in me. This game didn't immediately grab me, but ultimately, I ended up enjoying it, you know, not loving it, but really liking it. And what I do here, if you're new to this channel, the deal is basically I put out the big game ranks before you buy a video on game ranks, get into the nitty gritty and the technical stuff and all the systems and everything like that. And then over here, I usually like to come over and talk about some of my favorite aspects of the game, or just a little bit more personal, off the cuff reactions to it. So I know probably a lot of Starfield videos are going out over the next couple of days, so thank you for taking the time away from that Imagine Dragons Starfield song to come and listen to my video. I appreciate you. So Starfield is a Bethesda game. Like, it's a Bethesda-ass Bethesda game. I think expectations need to be set right at the start, because I see a lot of online discourse. I don't really engage in a lot of it anymore. I like to just be a normal human person about video games. I don't think this is like the end-all be-all thing. To me, after playing through it, it is very much another Bethesda game. It's got some shortcomings, it's got some goofy bugs, but ultimately it's got cool characters, cool lore, some fun weapons and stuff like that, and just good adventuring and some mysteries. The problem though is that it starts slow. Now this video is spoiler free, I gotcha, not gonna really spoil anything. I'm trying to keep the gameplay to the earlier hours, because there are some really good surprises, but it starts kind of lame. You know, you start out as a miner, there's not really too much going on. The game doesn't really have a big holy shit moment for a while. It kind of just slowly introduces you to everything, the worlds, the systems, stuff like that, which is fine. But the problem for me was that a lot of the early stuff just didn't grab me. Like the first big city, New Atlantis, is technically big and very cool, but just kind of felt very dull and weird. Some of the characters didn't really grab me right away, and because of that, I just decided to screw off and just go do my Bethesda game thing like you do in a Skyrim, an Oblivion, a Fallout. You just go wander off and forget about the main quest for hours. But I ended up regretting doing that because I ended up going back to the main quest and getting a little bit further in and really turning around on a lot of the game. I said this in the before you buy, but I think you really got to get to like the city of Neon before things get really interesting, and it's a little bit more fun to wander off the main quest, because what I found really cool about Starfield is that like it has a lot of faction stuff and it wants you to jump into all of it. Like it's very excited. It actually can streamline you into them pretty naturally if you're not careful, but that's where the game gets really interesting. That's where you're getting the cooler weapons, the weirder quest lines, some of the weirder characters and enemies. That's where it really starts to shine. So I know I'm kind of contradicting myself, where like in the beginning I wandered off the main quest, didn't have fun.
And that dude's gear.
Then I got to the main quest again, and it kind of introduced me to better areas, better elements of the game, if that makes sense. I'm really kind of overcomplicating things, but I just kind of wanted to walk you through the process as I was playing the game, how I was feeling. I think ultimately with Starfield, I think because visually it doesn't look hot a lot of the times, and it still does have some of those goofy Bethesda bugs. I think some people are going to be really like uncharitable to this game. I think they're just going to throw a 10-second screenshot that looks like shit and be like, I can't believe they made this bad game. Now, like, I've spent 60 hours in this game, and I can see a lot of that stuff that doesn't look good. So much more has won me over, because I think it just is, like I said at the start, a Bethesda-ass Bethesda game. And if you are the type of person just looking for more of that, you're going to get that. I think in some aspects it really disappointed me in terms of the space travel potential, the exploration potential. I know they've been pretty transparent about it closer to launch, but I'm not the type to compare. But I couldn't help but think of other games that have crushed different aspects, done them so much better. Space exploration, No Man's Sky. Some cool RPG dialogue, compelling characters, and
I hate fighting in the ships in No Man's Sky. So
but
this
the
one,
thing that really sells it here is that, like,
I hope it's better.
Yes, many games have done some of these separate elements so much better, but in this collective package with that Bethesda feel, it's just nice. Maybe it's the presentation, the charm of some of the writing behind the characters, even if they got some dead faces. It's the music, it's still that sense of mystery. Like, as much as some of the planets are randomly generated and boring and flat, you're still occasionally coming across some cool stuff. Like, there is just a little bit more special stuff that outweighs some of the stuff that makes this game feel kind of old, not super fresh, you know? Ended up being surprised, ended up falling in love with a lot of characters and just being interested in the lore of this world. There's like a museum on one of the cities, there's some interesting stuff.
There we go, long shots.
Just some interesting history about humanity, and some of that ties into the main plot, but then you have characters like
definitely
Sam
counted
Coe,
towards the kill
who I
streak.
briefly mentioned in the before you buy, but Sam Coe is someone that just looked like a punchable space cowboy guy. Like, I just wasn't about it. Especially seeing him in the trailers, I was like, I think I hate that guy. He straight up looks like a randomly generated NPC that they put a cowboy hat on. But
he has the most
the voice of
dull fucking design out of everybody else I've seen.
And also, he just had some good, compelling writing that ended up making me fall in love with him and bring him around for a lot of the adventure. He's got his own family issues, and sometimes he'll come to you and be like, hey, am I doing okay? And you're like, hey man, you're doing a good job. Things are gonna be all right. And I like that. Like, it was good dialogue exchanges, and really that to me is a lot of Constellation. Constellation, the group you were in, this group of space explorers that is kind of like the main through line, it's just a group of passionate people. And the game actually gets that across. Like, you are in a room of people that are just so hyped about space and the mysteries of it. And it's not like hammered over your head or anything. It just works pretty well. They're just characters that look like your typical characters on the surface, but end up being a little more unconventional. Like Barrett, one of the first people you meet, who seems kind of annoying and weird at first. Like, it just felt kind of natural, despite a lot of the times the characters still being very stilted Bethesda characters. you know? And I think as the action ramps up, there's a lot of good weapons, a lot of good things at your disposal. I like the shooting a lot. I got excited for shootout. It did end up encouraging some bloodlust. I was like 50-50. Either I did a lot of persuasion and stealth type stuff to get my way out of situations, or I was just shooting first, asking questions later, because I liked both ways of doing it. I got a little bit of that oomph from persuading my way through things and feeling kind of clever about it. I'm still not totally sold on the persuasion minigame and how it goes down, but it's okay. But then on the other hand, just the running, gunning, shooting, especially when you're in 0G shootouts and you're floating around a space station, gunning dudes with a submachine gun as you float backwards, like that shit really hit. And all of that coupled with the music sells it for me. I think music for the past couple of Bethesda games have really elevated the experience, especially in the earlier hours of the game where I wasn't as into it. I found myself kind of bored. And even like with the space travel stuff, a lot of it is broken up by loading screens, and that is a disappointment. But every time your ship takes off, a ship that you built, mind you, and that Starfield theme plays, all of a sudden I just get freaking wrapped up in it. I'm like, oh man, it's space. What are we gonna do today? It sounds cheesy. It sounds like I'm like shilling or something, but like it did work for me. And I know I gushed about the shipbuilding in the before you buy, but that is probably my favorite aspect of the game. That was something I was looking forward to when they started announcing it and showing it off, and I'm happy that it actually lived up to my hopes. Building a ship in this game is awesome. Coming across different parts in different cities, working towards them, saving up money, just trying to get your actual vision onto a ship with a really good shipbuilding, easy-to-use system just scratched that itch for me. It was like building like settlements in Fallout 4, but way better, because it just is cool to walk through your ship and see your crewmates that you've delegated to certain areas in rooms that you built and constructed, and you put a porthole here.
Way cooler than the settlements
here, and then getting
out of your ship. It took a lot of work to make the settlements actually
a freaking load screen, which is not great. Technical significant compromises, again, things that just kind of make the game feel a little old, but still, then walking around on that landing pad and looking at your ship and seeing those changes in real time, it just has good, satisfying holy shit moments like that. Those are the holy crap moments. I said at the start of the video where like it doesn't have that big wow, oh my god moment right away. It's not like you're walking out of the sewers in Oblivion for the first time, or really walking down that first hill in Skyrim. It doesn't quite have that, but this game more slowly starts to reveal itself.
Probably
to you.
will
like I
be
said at the start,
something like
as
that.
you start building out your ship, as you stumble into factions and make mistakes and do stupid things and get a weird cool gun. This is gonna sound bad, but I guess ultimately for me, it's like once I decided like, okay, stop comparing it to like No Man's Sky, stop comparing it to like any other epic space game or another RPG, and just accept it for what it is, a Bethesda Studios game, and just kind of that weird charm and quirk that comes with it. That's when I started to really open up to it. Now again, that's not for everybody. There's a lot of people out there that were riding for Starfield to be like the next, the second coming. And unfortunately, like I don't know if it is. I think some people are going to be head over heels for this game. For me, I really like it. I am still excited to like get off of this video and finish up some other work and the Friday show and stuff, so I can get back to playing it and discovering more weird things. While it is held back by still just being a goofy Bethesda game with weird glitches and space exploration that is broken up by too many loading screens, there is still so much thrown at you to really kind of live in this world for a while. Really just kind of chill out in it, explore, craft weapons, modify your suit, change your ship, go fly to some random generated planet that looks like crap, but then you find a cool abandoned factory, and then you get a cool gun, and then you shoot more robots with it, and the sound effects are good. Like, I am a simple man, and the game has really been working for me in those aspects. It also helps that it feels pretty unique too, because they doubled down on that whole NASA punk style, where it's like space exploration and civilizations, but it feels very grounded. The ship, a lot of the tech just looks somewhat believable and not like high fantasy sci-fi, coupled with the game kind of having a little bit too much film grain and a little bit of a desaturated filmic look. It's just got a little bit of a different identity to it that I've grown to really appreciate over the hours, especially when it comes to like that style and then digging into some of the lore they made. And again, it's hard to talk about this one without spoiling things because there is some stuff I want to talk about in another video. I definitely want to dive a little bit deeper in, but I think this one is like a lot of them where the sense of discovery, like you stumbling upon the stuff, is good. So I can recommend it, especially if you were someone who was just excited for it and just generally like Bethesda games. I think the people that were totally turned off by like Fallout 76 and thinks that like Todd Howard murdered their wife, I don't know if you're gonna like this. But if you like really paid attention and had a rough idea of what this game was going in, I think you'll have a good time. Flying around on your ship, the epic music, also a really good photo mode, like just a straightforward photo mode that works.
I mean, photo mode is in like almost every game now.
The Rings of Saturn. Like, I'm happy it has that. I'm going to mess around with that more, and I'm looking forward to seeing what other weird stuff I discover and the community discovers, because there's a lot of like really funny, crazy shit in this game that I can't share because I don't want to ruin the surprise, but there's some stuff that I was like, whoa, what? There were other things that made me genuinely laugh out loud, and I think this conversation's gonna go on for a while because this is a big game. Like, it's massive. Even without just like the randomly generated planets with like more filler stuff, like in general, it seems really big. So again, just throwing this out there, some of the things I really liked about the game, just kind of my thought process, just kind of off the cuff stuff. Again, I think if I didn't answer some of your questions here, please check out the Before You Buy on Game Ranks. I worked very hard on it. You can
I'm looking forward to it.
Somewhere
I'm gonna
to
play
find
it
that. But once the game is out and people
Pass,
start like really sifting through it,
I gotta wait till next week.
I'm gonna talk about it a little more. So keep your eyes peeled for another video.
Still need
And then
the
there's
Armored
like plenty
Core
of other
6.
games coming out. So there's a
Hopefully
lot
we
to
can
talk
beat it
about.
today.
Yeah, I've talked myself in circles with this one, but thank you very much for listening to me ramble about this stuff. On this channel, I'm just talking about stuff I love, so thanks for kicking around with me. I'm Jake Baldino. You can subscribe because video games. Pizza's on the way.
Ah. Need the hip fire kit. Oh, great. Why is this shit so spread out and silent? Hold on. Get your face out of my...
Salutations, everybody. It is Maddie here today, sitting down for my impressions of Starfield. Finally, the wait is over. We can completely open up on this game. No longer will I have to censor myself while covering Starfield. You won't have to analyze my every word or facial expression to see how I'm feeling about Starfield. We can just talk about the game open here today. As I put 70 hours into the game over the last 2 weeks. One of those weeks I was balancing 3 other reviews on top of it, as you've seen over on Retro Rebound and here on Mr. Maddie. The reviews have gradually poured out. So if that's any gauge as to how much I throw myself at Starfield, sleep schedule will be damned. I wanted to clock the hours and I was having a good time doing so. Now with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, you may have noticed impressions, 70 hours. That's really weird. How can you not have your final say on Starfield after 70 hours with it? This game has so much content to it, so many storylines, so many distractions that, quite frankly, I don't feel like I've seen enough to put a final say behind it. If I were to put my take into a nutshell right now on Starfield and expand upon it for a very long time, I'd say this. Starfield is a game that I really like. It's great most of the time, but compared to Fallout or Elder Scrolls and how I feel about those games,
What'd you get for stealing my kill, bro?
I love Starfield. Now, I could see myself falling in love with Starfield, but as it stands right now, there's too many snags and gaps in the experience for me to confidently say, yo, I love this. This is the BGS experience. Now, of course, modding will do its thing. Of course, expansions will do their thing. These games are continuously updated, so things may change, and that's why I'm not putting my final say on it until I've finished all the main faction storylines. As it stands right now, with 70 hours in the game, I've finished the main story for Starfield. I've done a lot of exploring, a lot of side quests. I've only done a little bit of the UC Vanguard faction quest line, and I'm still waiting on things like the Ryujin Industries quest line. I'm waiting on the Crimson Fleet quest line. I've only done one loyalty mission, and so on and so forth, ladies and gentlemen. With that said, I don't want you to conflate my lack of love currently with a dislike. Starfield is mostly fantastic in my eyes, but I can't confidently say in a BGS game where I feel their faction storylines define a lot of my love for them that I really do love this game without seeing all of those through. There are legitimate critiques I have of the game. You're going to hear a lot of them to the point you may think I don't like it. But I want to make it clear up front before I get very critical that I do really enjoy Starfield, because I know this video is going to be long and I know the internet's attention span a bit too well at this point. There is a lot of content here, and this is undoubtedly Bethesda. And they're most ambitious, I can say that confidently, because while Starfield is a game that I can't say I love at this moment in time, you can see that all the years of building various different games from Bethesda Game Studios have been poured into this one here. Whether it be the awe-inspiring scale of Daggerfall, the amount of time spent talking with characters reminded me of Morrowind, the dark, somber tone of Fallout is deeply rooted in Starfield. The powers of Skyrim are here. The improved shooting and building is taken from Fallout 4 and improved upon further. The expansive, unbelievable scale at the time of Oblivion feels very real here in Starfield, and yes, even lessons learned from 76's Chasing Ghosts storyline are applied well here. Starfield doesn't come without its flaws, some bigger than others, but I can say at the very least that this is an inspired effort from Bethesda Game Studios. Is it my favorite game from them? Currently, no, but after some time, I can say I'm very pleased with the game, and it's by no stretch of the imagination a flop. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you are new here and you're into Starfield, you're in the right place. Consider subscribing. We have
so far, I've seen a lot of fighting alien bugs.
And with that, let's begin with the main story. What do you mean, Maddie? Okay, hold the phone, all right? The start of my Starfield experience was very hit and miss, scarily so, and I'll expand upon that in a little. But around the 20-hour mark, I was kind of disappointed in Starfield. I'm like, I am not having as much fun as I thought I was, until I played this main story. And then it really dramatically flipped the script for me, where I started to feel the love kicking in. Ladies and gentlemen, the intro scared me, okay? There's no step out moment, really. The kickstart felt relatively uninspired, and there were so many tutorials holding my hand, even hours deep into the game. Hell, even stepping out of the cave in Skyrim, it may not match Fallout 3 when it comes to the view, but that feeling of being able to go anywhere is unmatched, and it's not there in Starfield, which is the most expansive Bethesda Game Studios game. That's because Starfield is played a particular way. You see, that's not common for Bethesda Game Studios games. Let's use the step-out moment of Fallout 3 as a perfect example. When you exit Vault 101, you could go to the Springdale Elementary School, you could go to Megaton, you could go straight to the Washington Monument. It's all laid out before you, it's up to you, explore the map, and there's no right or wrong way to do it. With Starfield, the biggest issue with it, if you're a Bethesda Game Studios veteran, but not issue if you're new to these types of games, is there is a strong sense of direction. Starfield doesn't start to make sense or feel cohesive, or you don't start to get any of it until you start doing the main story. The main story not only brings all these ideas aligned properly, but it also serves as the beautiful tour guide as you stop from location to location. It's there your quest log is going to begin to fill up, and it gives you a sense of purpose and direction and guides you towards the content that otherwise you'd be wandering around trying to find. And depending how you look at it, this could be a flaw of the game, or it could actually be a really good thing about the game. The reason I look at it more as a flaw is any game prior from Bethesda Game Studios, yes, even Fallout 76, I don't need to be told to go anywhere or do anything. I just go. But in Starfield, there is a right way of doing things. That's not the case for their older games. I anticipated Starfield's story to be an uplifting tale of humanity's journey into the stars, but after getting more intimate with the game's lore and characters, its tone is more akin to Fallout with Elder Scrolls. You're looking for some type of familiar comparisons on their past library.
What the fuck?
Of Starfield is rich with bloody
what the fuck?
Experiments to uncover and hidden truth buried
that was
within
crazy.
the depths of the blackest sea. One such mystery is your character chasing down artifacts across the universe alongside Constellation. The mystery of what's out there and where these artifacts actually come from drives absolutely Bethesda Game Studios' best main story yet. Now, I know. Oh, hold on. Okay. Yeah, the bar is not high at all. I love Fallout 3's main story. I think that's legitimately great. But I know stuff like Fallout 4 wasn't really convincing to people, where Bethesda was really trying to tell a genuinely great main story. And when you fire up Skyrim, it's not...
There's a guy behind me the whole time?
The adventure, the
okay.
exploration.
Oh my god.
But this is different, y'all. It's not just good for Bethesda Game Studio standards. Like, it's a legitimately great main story that lifts up the entire
seems like it's one of their best games,
not just in its mystery-driven plot and how it constantly kept me on edge, but choices matter.
The reviews are coming out different than I thought.
The entire tale, alongside some of their best mission work to date. It's not going to be like Skyrim, right?
No.
Once and never again since
Need the hit fire, but...
And when you wrap that in with a completely unique New Game Plus take, which I'm not going to spoil for you, and that's what made me start to fall in love with Starfield. Now, keep in mind, like, I'm not even showing you all the main story gameplay. Like, that's how protective I'm feeling about it. It's like, you just gotta see it for yourself, because I know the expectations are low, and Bethesda has a chance to really surprise you. Now, for those of you who have played Bethesda Game Studios games before, that's not typically your average recommendation for any of their games, right? That's because the questing drives Starfield and the exploration. And that is a shame, because with 1,000 planets, I think Bethesda failed to convince me that that experiment was worth it. Obviously, you know how the likes of Fallout and Elder Scrolls nowadays are defined by seeing something in the distance, wandering to it, maybe getting distracted along the way. The stories of these games oftentimes aren't the quest, but how you approached its very dense maps. Starfield has almost been none of that. I can't even think of the time that I wandered off the beaten path or saw something in the distance that pulled me away from my current objective. The problem with that is I didn't happen upon any cool stories within locations. That's the water cooler moment of these games, and I feel like some of that magic is a bit gone here. Instead of wandering, the quests guide the content. While the quests in this game are mostly fantastic with choice to boot, I could never shake the feeling that I wish things were just a little bit different. Now, planets are basically broken up into zones, so if you want to go from the Mars Mech Factory to Cydonia, you don't just jog there. You're going to open your map and land on another spot across the planet. So not only is the exploration on foot kind of missing there, but the seamlessness of its environments as you wander from place to place, with that being gone, and it's always interrupted by opening menus and navigating maps, you get used to the flow, but I describe it as a messy bedroom where you know where everything is within the mess, but it's still pretty damn messy. Landing on your 500th planet and seeing yet another civilian outpost or abandoned lab or another piece of procedurally generated content starts to feel more and more like a letdown, and still with a lot of shooting galleries to boot, where areas like the Mars Mech Factory that I mentioned earlier felt completely underwhelming and reminded me of some of the Raider outposts of Fallout 4. You can easily tell when a planet is barren and to avoid it, but oftentimes I would just risk it and say, oh, that's a little bit of a different name from what I've seen before with these kind of generic other locations. What is that? Let me check it out. And oftentimes, I was just like, man, why did I do that? I should have just followed the quest path. I shouldn't have bothered exploring, and I hate that I did that. Now, with these planets being so big and vast, even with a fully upgraded boost pack, I still feel the game actually might need vehicles. The stretches of exploration are wide, vast, relatively empty, and despite being far prettier than any Bethesda game, I think an uglier game that's more full of places to see and not lacking the typical, oh, what's that distractions of a BGS game. All of you know I'm a BGS purist. The fact that I'm asking for vehicles should tell you the stretches of land you're going to go through.
Oh, okay.
Anything to see. Now, some are going to dig this. It's not like an awful component of the game. The vast isolation of this universe, set of universes, is something special in Starfield. And if you like, say, No Man's Sky, this is going to be right up your alley. And part of it was drummed up in my head, if you will. Like, the space exploration, to me, felt like a bit of a letdown, because what would happen is you'd sometimes feel like the space sections were nothing more than interactive menus where you'd bring up your scanner, look around and go, okay, what planet am I zipping to next? You wouldn't fly around and look and see like, oh wait, what's in the middle of these asteroids here? Occasionally you'll come into a system and you'll see, oh, there's a big ship out here. What's that? And those moments of interaction can be some of the very best in Starfield. When you have that needle in a haystack moment, oh, it's amazing. Like the little interactions and stuff, that it feels so good and it makes you want more of that. So you learn the rules of the game eventually, right? This is a new IP, and I checked myself. I went, okay, Maddie, this isn't Fallout, this isn't Elder Scrolls, this is Starfield. If the quests guide the content, then so be it. Let's drop on a planet and find some quests. And you start to learn some of the double-edged sword of Starfield's quests, as this can be the greatest strength or at times weakness of the game. So when you're in the thick of the main quest or some faction storyline, Starfield's quests are some of the very best that I feel Bethesda has made in a long time. So much so that some of my complaints of the game were starting to fade, and I was really just loving the quests. The Vanguard storyline is one example I can throw out there, is a particularly gripping one that caught me off guard in a lot of ways because of its surprisingly dense lore buried beneath it. It's very creepy, creature-like storyline, and really let me start to fall in love with the game's quest, because choices here, y'all. It's not spiderwebbing. Don't go in expecting completely dramatic changes in the storyline, but I feel like Bethesda did listen to the feedback after Fallout 4, and they incorporated in Far Harbor, and they kind of took that and expanded upon it. There are choices on how things turn out. Characters live and die. Some quest rewards vary up. This is much more choice driven than any of their past games. Not only that, but much like I said with the main story, the mission variety I found to be way more improved. Like seriously, when I saw Bethesda busting out a stealth mission as a creature was stalking me around an abandoned facility on a rainy night in the creation engine, it actually worked kind of well. I knew this is much way more improved. Like seriously, when I saw Bethesda busting out a stealth mission as a creature was stalking me around an abandoned facility on a rainy night in the creation engine, it actually worked kind of well. I knew that they had achieved something particularly great with this game.
So this really is
different. Companions are going to comment on everything and feel more involved than ever, which is a really nice touch here. So they're not just tailing you in combat, but have a lot to say throughout your adventure. The quest chains in Starfield that just keep going and going and going and mount up. The stakes feel like they grow higher and higher and really keep you invested, where some of them, man, are just so good. Like, I think back to the times of Oblivion where you did the Dark Brotherhood quest line, you're like, man, that was good stuff. And I didn't really walk away from many quests in Starfield feeling disappointed. It's just that you're pursuing the content in a new way. Whereas in Fallout and Elder Scrolls, you kind of just wander and bump into it and find quests and people, and then you end up leading to the objective. With Starfield, you find people very easily, whether it be Neon, Oculus City, or you find them in New Atlantis, and then they lead you to a variety of star systems that'll lead you to planets that may have pockets of civilization or more to find, and that's how the ball gets rolling. Eventually, your quest log is going to be overwhelmingly full. Like, the fact that I have 70 hours in the game, and I'm sitting here like, yo, I still have a bonkers quest log with major content, not just side stuff, major content still there. This is easily, I can see myself throwing.
They kill him? No, he went in the corner. The other person just ran by.
When modding comes in, but looking at the base game, it's just a staggering amount of content, and a lot of that main meat is really good quest stuff. However, some side quests are very much predictably simple due to their framework. Person A, run to person B, either fight or persuade them, then run back to person A, and the quest is complete. At first, I didn't catch on to this, but as I sunk more time into the game and I talked to myself with quest after quest, that could have actually been a little bit more, is when I realized it started to become a consistent issue. At first, it's not, but you'll start to notice it time in, time out. And of course, when you accept that the quest guide the content, that will put more pressure on them to actually be good, which is why I don't overlook them as easily as maybe past Bethesda Game Studios games. Now, I did mention there's a lot of choice here, but one thing that just, man, it's just such a missed opportunity, because I'll explain why. There's so much dialogue in this game. It's nutty. They could have absolutely done it. they don't use the backgrounds, they don't use the traits nearly enough. It feels more like I'm picking a class in Oblivion. If you look at it that way, you'll be more accepting of it. But they don't use this stuff nearly enough, and it just hurts because there could be alternative solutions, but a lot of it's just flavor text. Sometimes you see it pop up, and when you do, I'm like, I'm picking that dialogue option no matter what the outcome is because I don't see it enough. It's so exceedingly rare in my experience thus far, and it hurts, man, because I know they could use it so much more. That's because things are often shoehorned into the persuasion minigame, which is pretty fun, don't get me wrong. There's a point counter at the bottom of the screen, and the goal is to fill that out. So if the character needs 5 points to be convinced of something, you'll have to select particular dialogue options that'll work your way up to that point mark. Now, some easier ones that'll likely have a high chance of convincing this person might be worth a point or 2, but the more high-risk stuff in the orange and red will be higher.
Who else do I hear?
Difficult to get your point across. And if you fail, then you're going to be walled out of convincing that again.
Oh, man.
It works well, but there's so many times I'm thinking to myself, this is so much more right.
That dude's armor is sick.
Easily been put towards skill checks, things that made my playthroughs feel more unique beyond the moral choices that we made. It's almost like Bethesda got way too carried away with the system because the shortage of dialogue wasn't the issue. Like, not at all. In this game, I spent seriously more time chatting people up probably than taking out my gun and shooting up, which is crazy to think about with the last 2 BGS games, but there is no shortage of dialogue here, and that's one of the bright spots of the game. I was spending time finding NPCs and just asking them about their time on this planet, their companies they've worked for, just getting a feel for the world. All of the dialogue feels fruitful because if you're invested in the lore like I am, you're like, yo, this is all great stuff. So that's enough about questing and exploration and stuff. For the most part, quests are really good. Exploration is a little more hit and miss than I'd like. Let's get into tech for a little bit because Bethesda did make, Creation Engine 2. They really overhauled stuff to make this game work. So was it worth it? Did it pay off? My frame rate was steady throughout the entire experience. Otherwise, I really genuinely, I'm not a 30 FPS defender at all, but I really didn't notice it at all. Like, I gotta say, for all the slander Todd Howard gets about, like, hyperbole, oh, he said this and it wasn't true, tell me sweet little lies, I think he was actually kind of on the money saying, like, you don't really think about the frame rate. Like, it is 30 frames, but it plays smooth. I just never cared or thought about it. I only noticed 2 times when I was landing on a planet. Oh, it stuttered there a little bit. That was strange, but otherwise, the game ran really well. Now, there's a ton of loading screens. That's something you're going to notice, especially when you get to Neon. Oh, good lord, man. It's like every 5 steps, every building you go into, every quest you do, it breaks up the flow of what is an otherwise really cool planet and kind of made it my least favorite. Broken out of the experience. I'm okay with load screens, just you'll see. It's a lot. Facial animations are very much Oblivion here. Eyebrow bumps and eyes darting everywhere galore. It's good for BGS fans, but not necessarily the industry standard. But with how much dialogue there is, I personally didn't care that the facial animations weren't the best. Now, the environments look extremely good, whether it's the vast diversity of planets you'll be landing on or when you get up close in one of the interiors. In particular, I was a big fan of the interior decoration that made good use of the extra headroom to clutter the environments with stuff. It's not like in Fallout 4 where you hover over a cursor on a locker and loot everything in there automatically through a menu. You have to look at every particular item in Starfield, and that just draws the attention to the detail in its world. The character models, however, vary in quality. They look okay for the most part, but some just look really bad, and the weapons, armor, and spacesuits otherwise look really good. So it's a pretty mixed palette on the visuals level. It's definitely Bethesda Game Studios' best looking game yet, especially when you're in the deep vastness of space. There are some parts that just legitimately look great, but it's an up and down ride there as well, visually speaking. Now, what about bugs? Bugthesda, did they do it again?
Space combat
I gotta say, my experience here was a little topsy-turvy. As I first started my review, I was like, oh, yeah, it's buggy. Then patch 1.7 came in. Then the day 1 patch came in. And gradually, things started to disappear.
9 more.
My 2 biggest issues with the game were these. Number 1, the bald bug glitch, I like to call it. People would just show up being bald. Everyone was bald. Even if they were supposed to have hair, they were bald. When you were having emotional moments and people's hair are just flickering out of place and they're bald, just takes you right out of it, man. Now, I'm saying that as someone who experienced it then, based off what I've communicated with Bethesda, like, yo, I was like, this is really bad. You got to get rid of this if you can. They are saying it's already patched out. So hopefully you don't run into it, but I'm accounting for it anyway because it was distracting when it happened. What I typically do is close out my app, reset, and eventually it would work again. There are a few waypoint bugs for quests. There was one that involved the UC Vanguard where it would like tell me, oh, they're here underwater, and I'd actually have to go to an elevator in a building or something like that. It was really strange. There were a few of those, but they've, again, that's one of the things that started to fade out. Initially, it was a lot, and then it kind of disappeared. So that may have just Starfield after
oh my god,
which I'm not, but shoot me all the way to otherwise my two biggest issues with did they do it again? I gotta say,
I don't remember where I was.
They were supposed to have are a few
right here. So I remember there was this one waypoint bug that I had that was the absolute worst, and it was in The Witcher 2, and I spent like an hour or something, like literally trying to check every single building and everything, and I couldn't figure out where it was, and it was underground, but the waypoint on the fucking map had no way of telling me that, and there was no like, yeah, The Witcher 2, I don't know why there wasn't an underground map. That shit had me so tight. That's the one that just sticks out in my mind. I don't think I've ever had like such a bad waypoint like problem since then.
Point bugs for quests. There was one that involved the UC Vanguard where it would like tell me, oh, they're here underwater, and I'd actually have to go to an elevator in a building.
I knew I saw something
strange. There were a few of those, but they've, again, that's one of the things that started to fade out. Initially, it was a lot, and then it kind of disappeared. So that may have just been a product of the review process. And the other bug, if you will, is that sometimes characters don't turn to face you in dialogue. So they'll just be talking to you kind of like this the whole time, and I'm like, yo, just friggin' look at me, dude. I want to just grab them by the shoulders, just rotate, face me head on. That's something you're going to also recognize with the game. But in the terms of quest failing and whatnot, it's definitely better. I'm always hesitant with these games to be like, yep, we're good, because I see the bug montages online, but this is one of those games where I gotta play on console, where I played through 70 hours, felt
8-7,
bug-free,
I need 7 more.
Which I'm happy to see, because hopefully the conversation can center on the game and what's right and wrong with it rather than Bethesda again. Now on to the gunplay, which feels better than Fallout 4 for sure, and when you incorporate zero gravity elements, it elevates it, like floating around an abandoned casino or floating across the surface of the planet while fighting. I feel like gravity is the main combat influencer here. Door frame. Otherwise, things like status effects that apply when you're on planets, I never really thought much of, and I found that to be a bummer. I wasn't like changing out my spacesuit or something like, say, Tears of the Kingdom. You're changing your outfit depending on what planet you're on, which I know that's more survival-y or hardcore. Maybe they do something to launch with that, but it felt like a missed opportunity because gravity really is the only, I think, noteworthy, impactful part of these planets when it comes to combat and exploration. And most times I was hoping that planets were zero gravity because, as I mentioned, we got some big stretches of land here, and if I could just boost pack my way across, that would be great. The AI in combat mostly sucks. This would probably fall under the bug category, but I wanted to put it in the gameplay section. This is just, oh my god, like some of them just don't work. It just, when you improve the gunplay, but the enemies attacking you are not a threat, it really takes you out of things. It just does, man. I can't shake off how bad of a time I had with the combat AI. Again, this is one of those things, patch after patch, it did improve. I wasn't expecting anything crazy, like they're flanking me and whatnot, but shoot me, please, at least. Meanwhile, the ship combat is where it is the most refreshing and best feeling part of Starfield. Managing your ship's power, where it goes to engines for speed, shields for protection, or your arsenal, all at your fingertips for increased firepower. The dogfights are easily this game's highlights. Like, I just laugh at how horses felt in Skyrim, and then I look at this and I'm like, this is amazing how good ship combat is. I really revel in any time I can get into a dogfight in this game, which isn't uncommon. Now, most of my deaths happened in space. I'll say that. When I was on foot, I was doing all right.
Oh my god.
There's a challenge.
Yo, they're mad at me.
Mowed down. It's like, whoa, wait, that was kind of tough there. And I gotta say, I like that because it makes you go back to the drawing board and get into.
Wait, I hit somebody? Oh shit.
Let's talk about that, shall we? Is it Fallout 4 again? Did they focus too much on the building and the crafting? No, actually, this is all the way to the side. I will say you probably want to get into spaceship crafting. It is a little overwhelming, but Bethesda was right on the money. This is later game stuff. I've barely touched outpost management. I've messed around enough when it comes to the spaceship crafting to know what I'm doing, but it's intimidating because I wasn't building from scratch. I was just upgrading what was there. Let's talk about that building, shall we? So Starfield may be one of the lesser beginner-friendly BGS games, which likely explains the massive amount of tutorials I talked about. Even a seasoned vet, if you will, like myself, was intimidated by this game's shipbuilding, but this aspect is addicting and gratifying. Now, the gratification not only comes from the increases of speed and damage, but also how the interior of your ships changes depending on the parts which vary across different starship manufacturers. This is why I say Starfield's visuals are a very uneven experience. There were times I was on New Atlantis, I'm like, why does this stretch of the horizon? But wait, when I get into this cockpit, like the details, the little buttons, the little lights, oh man, it's beautiful, and it's completely different because it's coming from a different manufacturer. Like, that's cool attention to detail there, but it's just not always on that level across the board. But still, it made the spaceship crafting so worthwhile because it's not just, oh, look, I can do different things. It's when you're walking around, like, this looks like a totally different place now. It also made me appreciate the game's economy, as I wasn't super rich throughout my time in Starfield in 70 hours and had to make calculated decisions on what I sold and what I bought to upgrade my ship. Now, outposts, as I said, are completely optional, unlike how it was said to be in Fallout 4. I mean, you can pretty much hook up one outpost as a place for all the homies to go chill at, send some companions there, call it a day. Crafting is perk-driven, just like outposts and shipbuilding, thus it likely won't be your first pick when leveling up. And this creates a pretty steady power curve where sprinting to power weapons isn't really thanks to level-gated systems across the galaxy. Now, with that in mind, there is weapon crafting. This stuff is also perk-driven. The main weapon finds are few and far between here, which just feels like a missed opportunity, but I was not surprised with the procedural content here. It just felt like, yeah, of course you're not going to load me up with crazy weapons that I only found unique to this quest giver, and most of them are underwhelming. I'm usually building and crafting way better stuff. So
I should have peeked the other way again.
BGS has walked away from that because I don't like Skyrim is the perfect rare weapon and armor game. Perfect. They had it so good, and then Fallout 4, they're like, what if we just watered that down?
That gun said, fetch me their souls, bro.
Ran with it. And it's here in Starfield, so there are named weapons. You're going to get unique ones for quests, but some of them really aren't diverse. They're just named. It just feels like a palette swap at times in that regard. Still leveling up. I'm at level 30-something right now, and I don't feel entirely OP, which is really nice. In fact, the leveling by doing in this game, when you add in New Game Plus, makes it where like, it's going to take time to become that godlike figure, which I think can work in the game's favor. I like that there was a steady challenge when I was in space, that there was a sense of danger when the AI worked on ground. It can be a pretty tough game, which I really enjoy. This does complicate some things because there are so many gun types and so many ammo types that sometimes your brain will shut off as you're just looting little pockets of ammo. But as you settle into a weapon, you're going to hang with it for a long while. It's not like Borderlands where everyone's spitting out loot, but I just haven't found that Overseer's Guardian like in Fallout 4 where I'm like, that's my gun. Or, you know, in Skyrim, the Mace of Molag. I have yet to find that really unique looking weapon that does something that no one else in the game has. Last component of my impressions here is sound. I gotta talk about the music, and I gotta talk about the sound in space, because the sounds that you'll hear in space will change if you're having the camera on the interior versus your camera on the exterior. It's totally
oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I'm fucking crazy, dude.
I'm a big music elevates my game.
What if I did that as a challenge, like
this soundtrack?
Like every time I get a kill, I have to pick up their gun.
No, that's saying a lot. I love Fallout soundtrack. I love Elder Scrolls.
Oh, that was my teammates.
But off the rip, there's so many good tracks. Like Neon speaks for itself, man. It's so good. Just the Einon Zur classic in the making right now. This is a inspired effort here. And that's kind of the tale of the tape. Despite some of the flaws that I've pointed out here, Starfield has been so far totally addicting and gripping for me. And I can't step away from it. Even with my issues with exploration.
I'm fucking
even with
crazy.
my issues
I'm gonna lie, damn.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a really good time. That's why I say I really like it. I can't say I love it now, but I could see myself falling in love with it. I hope people got deep enough to hear all that, because my impressions and reviews are always a story that's kind of told. My story of my experience. That's what all these reviews and impressions are at the end of the day. And I know some people are going to hear the critiques up front and go, oh, he hates it. It's an awful game. There it is. This is a great game that I really do enjoy, and I'm going to continue to play. For me, as a BGS fan, I'm absolutely pleased to see ambitious BGS back. I'm having trouble shaking that exploration, but the questing almost makes up for it entirely, where I could see this being in the Game of the Year conversation, but it's not as automatic
then I can
as
get the battle pass for
Octopath
free.
Traveler 2 was, or Baldur's Gate 3 was for me, where I'm like, yeah, get in there, get in line, that you're in the list. Starfield is going to work its way up and crawl its way in, probably. Where it lands, I'll let you know in the final review. But these are the impressions. This is how I'm feeling. I've had it all bottled up for a while. I've had a lot to say, but I'm looking forward to seeing the discourse on the game, strictly because I think it's going to be all over the place. I'm just guessing now, as someone who's in a vacuum, haven't talked to many reviewers about it too much. I feel like some people are really going to love Starfield. I feel like some people are really going to be like, this was a miss. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm looking forward to seeing your thoughts on Starfield. The wait is almost over. I hope you all have an absolute blast with the game. I know for the most part, I definitely have it. And we'll talk more about that with tip videos and whatnot. So we'll get into that, ladies and gentlemen. But until then, I'll see you in the final review for Starfield. With that, take great care of yourselves. Be sure to follow me on Twitter, follow me on Instagram. Those links are in the description down below. And a big thank you to all the patrons, all the members who continue to support the heck out of the content here. Stay sexy, stay active. I love you all. Peace.
Geyser. Master Shang-Yi becomes superhuman.
He did that mistake that you suffered. But you are the one right now, still sitting here, not forgiving, suffering. What does it mean if you don't find a way to let it go? It remains with you and you suffer with it. It's your choice. What is the alternative?
Today's interview is with Master Shang-Yi of the Shaolin Temple Europe. This is an interview that we've been holding on to for a while now, and we're so excited to share the full piece with you guys. Today's video was made possible at mulliganbrothers.com, and if you want to support us, head to the link in the description, and that is how we fly our film crew around the world to be able to speak to people like Master Shang-Yi. The brand new MWII poster is also there with the link in the description. It is a poster with 80 years worth of tiny little squares that represent a week of your life, and you shade each week in as you go. I have mine shaded into 30 years every single morning.
This is right there. Wait, my teammates walked right by her? She didn't even shoot at either of them?
To die. And as morbid as that sounds,
Code
it's one of the most
stoic.
powerful tools I have been using over the last
I guess
year.
I'm a stoic.
If you want to be reminded
Do I
that you
sound
are
like
gonna
one?
die, head to the link in the description and use code STOIC at checkout for 10% off the poster. And also you can get the Inspired Change t-shirts, hoodies, and clothing in the description. All the profits go back to creating this content. And also, if you want to support the Shang-Yi,
I just heard my kitty meow really loud.
One of my favorite conversations that I've had with Mr. Shang-Yi. We do have 6 more hours worth of interviews coming out over the next year with Master Shang-Yi. So if that sounds interesting, also hit the notification bell and subscribe. But before that, let's dive into this beautifully long conversation with Master Shang-Yi. Let's dive into the video.
So I've asked you this so many times now, but I'm sure many people do know who you are on the channel, but for those who don't know who you are, just introduce yourself and what you do.
So my name is Shang-Yi. Currently I'm the leading headmaster of the Shaolin Temple Europe, which is a Buddhist monastery located here in Otterberg, Germany. in the tradition of the Shaolin arts, trying to pass on this teaching to a wider audience, which means that, for example, inside this monastery, we are having disciples, novices, and master students that are actually living together with us, day in, day out, receiving all of these teachings in order to one day be able to really full-heartedly share these things out. So these are the people who receive all of this knowledge with that direct transmission. But at the same time, we also have people that either don't have the financial possibilities to, let's say, visit us here in the monastery, and therefore also this possibility right now to have the chance and share some of these methods through the different online channels is also something where I think it belongs to the modern times we're in right now, because it doesn't matter through which channel people are getting things. And right now the focus, me and the focus for this organization is first of all that there are things which need to come out right now as fast as possible.
That guy's outfit?
And that's it.
For us, that's a very similar message that we want to put out there. Is we feel that there's a lot of things that need to be said, a lot of inspiration that people need, and we want to put that out there. That's why we've come to you. Last year we had such a great response from the content that you was putting out with us. I think because of the setting that we're in, this is a nice question to open with, and I want to open with like trying to find light in the darkness, or trying to find hope in difficult times.
Let's start taking this question quite literally. It's too dark. So the result of if something is too dark is it's very difficult to actually distinguish anything, what are your possibilities in the darkness. Because you don't see any direction, you don't see objects in the darkness. So what therefore the approach is, what therefore I think must be done is, no matter which method you're using, you need to light up that space. So either you find a way to really light up that space so that in such a way that darkness slowly disappears and you slowly start to see what is in that room, what is in that space. That is the first possibility. Or the second one would be that you are developing yourself.
How many hit markers, bro? That's insane.
Skills that gives you better abilities to see in the dark. And that can now mean, translate this. Sometimes when we are talking about seeing, we often relate it to the eyes, of course. But now there are different type of martial arts that already know sometimes things are going too fast. So fast that it's not advisable to only rely your actions upon what your eyes are able to perceive. So that's why now we're increasing sensitivity in other areas of ourselves, which means the sensitivity of your touch, the sensitivity of realizing light. And that means in the Chinese martial arts, for example, there are different methods that are training certain skills. The skills to better listen. But listening is not meaning listening with the ears. Listening, touching, and being in contact with the person. That means the sensitivity increases of how you are starting to perceive your counterpart, let's say. And now translating this into the question, how can someone who finds himself in this type of darkness, so what can he do? And there I can really only say there are a lot of different methods out there, and every door needs one certain the key. Sometimes the Shaolin methods are not only
spawn, man. We gotta steal that spawn.
To just be sometimes it just doesn't fit. But the principle behind all of this is, see, this feeling of darkness in the way, this feeling of something is, yeah, exactly, it's close to you. So just replace that word darkness with the term that something is close. The possibilities are close. Because there's nothing to see. You don't know what to do. So what are we doing in the different methods now in the Shaolin Temple? Number one step is open the body. Or open the human. Open the human not only in terms of physically opening, meaning stretch open the muscles, stretch open the tendons, stretch open the ligaments, open the lungs, that more oxygen can come in. But also means open the mind. Open the mind, meaning to stop to realize whenever you are in a way limiting your own perspective. And by regularly practicing, every day we have exercises to open the body. Every day we take care that we are opening and stay with the open mind. This openness after time is something that we are then starting to incorporate into our being, into our daily life. This is what opens then the doors again. The more open you become, the more you will see once again the possibilities that are out there. And now, practically speaking, what should you do? Increase the level of activity. That is like, if you want to have a one straight answer, if somebody finds himself in a too dark place, increase the amount of activity. Which means spend a lot of time outside while the sun is shining where there are a lot of people. The opposite is you're in a dark place and you stay at home in your four walls. For some time, it's sometimes necessary, but this is not going to be the solution. So that is, if you by yourself cannot create that light, then you can somehow try that the circumstances on the outside help you, support you along this way.
Oh man.
Can be quite similar, being also seen with this monster. If everybody would have the ability to bring out the self-discipline, you don't need like disciplinary masters. Meaning you don't need a monastery also that takes care that you are keeping that external rules and the external structure. But like for example today, all the young guys that came, if they would already be so self-disciplined that they know exactly what they can do, what they cannot do, if they want to achieve something that they just focus on that, if they knew all of these things, well then they don't need this monastery anymore. But the point is that no human being, or a few, let's say, or very little, it's difficult sometimes if you are surrounded with different environments to always remind yourself back again. What is the state of being to keep on walking? And therefore, if it is not existing in the beginning coming from yourself, that's why we need sometimes external support. And the same goes for the question if somebody finds himself in that place of darkness. Either you find a way that you can find some light in there and then make it shine brighter from day to day. Or you need support. And this support at the same time can also mean I think it makes sense to say that if you are looking for external support, you need to find the persons that already solved this problem, that already went through that darkness, that already had been in that darkness.
Here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Here we are. Gonna be redoing missions. Oh. Mission this way. Destroy all Rubicon liberation from artillery installations and the enemies destroyed. Oh. Maybe if I destroy the artillery as fast as possible.
The client doesn't care who does this job.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Destroy all of the Rubicon Liberation Front's artillery placements.
Already. Sneaky bastards.
There. That's one of the artillery placements. The front is protected with armor plating. Attack it from behind.
Deploy for combat. Destroy that AC.
There's only one of them. We can do this.
We're clear here. Move on to the next system. You're up against mass-produced MTs. Eliminate them as necessary.
Enemy attack! They're after the artillery!
Head to the final site. Keep up the good work.
There! That culprit's dog! Don't give him another inch! We have to defend the artillery!
Clear out the artillery here and our work is over.
Show that inner liver what makes the liberation front strong.
Whoa.
Force it out.
Okay, I see.
AP at 50%. AP
Yep. No, with Swordy. Gotta wait. Change. Or not. No, not Swordy. SMB. Okay. No, I'm going with the grenade launcher. Or actually. Your rifle. Still never bought the upgraded version of that. Okay.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Destroy all of the Rubicon Liberation Front's artillery placements.
We've got a corporate merc! All to us already. Sneaky bastard.
That's one of the artillery placements. The front is protected with armor plating. Attack it from behind.
Deploy for combat. Destroy that AC.
There's only one of us. We can do this.
We're clear here. Move on to the next site, 621.
There! That corporate dog! Don't give...
You're up against mass-produced MTs. Eliminate them as necessary.
Enemy attack! They're after the artillery!
Head to the final site. Keep up the good work. Clear out the artillery here and our work is over.
Fire! Surround that AC!
Show that interloper what makes the Liberation Front strong. Force and act, we stand as one!
Confirmed. All targets destroyed. That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
S rank. Yup. Let's go. Try to get S rank on the first mission, but I can't customize it, so it's straight up AR, sword, and missiles.
Main system activating combat mode.
I think I might need to just rush straight to the final boss though. Take all the objectives actually. Oh no, the tutorials.
Clear out those guard mechs. Perfect chance to test your AC.
Fireball. Oh shit. Better than I think I am, I guess. Already got hurt. God damn it.
Your AC's taking damage. Patch it up. See the contaminated city down there? That's where you're landing.
secrets?
Access the catapult.
Oh, I did it wrong.
If we get in the way of our work, eliminate them.
Like that.
I'm picking up signals from AC Rex. Follow the markers. Looks like they've got shields. Good thing you've got a blade.
Okay.
Extract the pilot data. I'll analyze it from my end. This one's already expired.
Should already take so much damage. Yeah.
What?
Get out of there! You can handle them!
It's the PCA's planetside force.
Can't do anything to them yet.
We don't want them breathing down our necks. Analyzing. Corp license, easily traced. Forget it.
Corp AC. Wait, is that an independent? Destroy it!
You're outnumbered 6-1. Use your missiles.
Like a scrub.
Let's see about this license. It's still valid, but the pilot's rank is no good. We can't use this. I've picked up one more wreck, 621. Transmitting marker. Go and check it out. You can use that vertical key. That's it. Try accessing the wreck.
Alright, let's see if I can beat him first try.
Registration number RB23. Rank fits the bill. Call sign. What? Looks like they were onto you after all.
What the fuck? They just teleported me back.
It doesn't matter. Take it out now. They won't have enough to ID you.
Light shoulder ammunition.
Oh, great.
Air to get clear of explosions on the ground.
No. Let me go out of the arena. 1 HP. I probably didn't get the S rank.
Confirmed. Heavy combat helicopter is down. That's all for our work here today, 621. Here's the call sign from that license you picked up. Raven. That's your new name here on Rubicon.
See? Let's go! First try! Grid cleanup. I already got. No, I don't have the battle log. Or rewards with the battle log. Wait, 466 plus 6490. Why don't I have that for my right arm? Jamming bomb? So the craft caught in the blast will suffer from compromised lock-on capabilities. However, exploiting this trick calls for considerable tactical finesse. I go with like 2 laser rifles like that, and energy shortfall. Damn, this is fine. S rank in this.
You've got ID. Now you need a rep. Get
their attention.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Wipe out the Dafang MT squad.
Chests around here, huh? Wrong thing.
Enemy attack! What I see! Strike the Archivist was hired to muscle. An independent mercenary, huh? At least they didn't send the Vespers. Intercepting!
They're just mass-produced MTs. Wipe them out, 621.
This AC pilot's sharp.
Focus your fire! That bird's tearing through us. Damn it, Archivist really scored this time.
Only a few targets left. Wait.
These laser rifles are fire!
The enemy MT squad has been eliminated. That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
Build is dope. But how come it says battle log? Yeah, it doesn't say complete. Pending. Or maybe that's how you unlock. It was, yeah. Wait, no. Alright, whatever. Destroy the transport helicopters.
Now they're asking for you by name.
Yeah.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Destroy the Rubicon Liberation Front transport choppers.
We're under attack! The corporate merc! Intercept! Keep them...
Confirmed. Transport chopper down. Keep at it, 621. There, take it out.
Hostile AC!
Oh.
Defend our supplies! Our comrades on the Strider can't wait any longer! Damn! Corporation!
Confirmed. Target destroyed. On to the next targets.
Here, fight back!
We're no match for an AC!
Have no fear. The Coral is with us!
Looks like they've got a Baus tetrapod. It's a cut above the other MTs. Ignore it. Focus on the mission.
ATS overload? This can't be. How are you?
Got the tetrapod. Looks like you got them all.
This build is awesome.
621. Return to base.
S ranks, S ranks, S. Could I min-max this? I could, right? Like, what if I put, like, try hair? No. But maybe, low-key. Might have to change my internet. Recharge is the worst, but you get the most back instantly, and it makes your energy weapon stronger. Generator supply adjustment. Adjustment to generator energy supply performance. The higher this value, the more quickly the generator resumes supply after the energy consuming action. Put the energy lotus high. What do we do here? What do we do here? Changing the legs? Oh, no matter what. Yeah. Damn it. I gotta change the generator. Stability. Go around better. Fuck, man. Changing the arms doesn't make me much lighter. I need these weapons, so we can. No matter what, I'm overweight. Fuck. Maximizes assault boost thrust and energy efficiency. Damn it! I need to put on these legs. Mind alpha. Right. Actually, so I find different legs or something.
The target may be a product sample, but it's still an AC. Stay sharp, 621.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. We've got a read on the target. Now's the time, 621.
We're under attack! Let's make the locals. Independent.
That pilot's just a tree in the ultimate. Don't let your guard down.
I'll take the mark. I'm ready for this. Guns need this AC. I can't feel.
I could have killed him quicker. I fucked around a little bit for some reason.
I just wanted a call sign of my own.
Enemy AC destroyed. That's it for this job, 621. Return to base.
Alright, come on. That's right. There's a battle log.
Gun 13. I'll stick with 621. Don't let the red guns teach.
Main system activating combat mode.
Balaam Group AC Squad Red Guns reporting for duty. Commence mission. Attack! Get in there, you maggots!
Great. An independent merc. Who's the wise guy who decided the Red Gun should be taking care of some freelance?
Who gives a shit? We'll handle this mission ourselves. One target destroyed.
Hey, freelancer. Then no one even told you why we're here. Well, as a real Red Guns are gonna go climb the wall. This is just target practice. When we're done, locals little base is next.
Good fire. Can't take yourself away from chatting with a tag-along? Why don't you start a sewing club together and stitch that damn mouth of yours shut?
There's enemies over here. This is where the battle log is, maybe?
Guess you're not a total amateur. That takes care of the frontline infrastructure.
That was just the warm-up. Look alive, maggots!
2 generators to go. Keep moving, 621.
Hope you're enjoying the field trip, kid. Don't wet your pants now.
Does this guy ever shut up?
Gunfire!
Oh.
Good luck with the sewing club, I see. That attitude won't get you far on Rubicon. Hope you pilot better than you sew.
One more target remaining, 621.
Hope you pilot better than you sew.
Do you hear me, you corporate vultures?
The Rubiconians will never yield. You're going home in armored coffins. Forged in ash, we stand as one!
Hot dog, we got an AC.
More like an old piece of junk. It's barely different from an MT.
Gun 4, you're not exactly cutting edge either. You want to be next on the scrap heap?
Independent mercenary. Why be a mere pawn? What honor is there in serving corporations that exist only to kill and plunder? Right, damn you, scavengers! Father Dolmayan, I've failed you.
Oh shit, I used the repair kit by accident. I fat fingered.
Gun 13, guess you're not just tagging along anymore. Now hurry up and destroy that stinking old dam. We've got a job to do here.
Looks like we got competition.
You got lucky, freelancer.
Anybody else? Anything else that I'm not seeing?
All targets destroyed.
Looks like my good-for-nothings were good for something after all. Field trip's over. Gun 13, I'll keep that lucky call sign open for you.
Oh, still got an S rank. Cool. Guessing I didn't find the battle log though. Wait, where is it then? Look it up. AC 6. Attack the damn complex. Battle log. Not counting the new game plus options. First, complete annihilate an enemy MT squad. Mission objective to get silver combat log. Head to the right until you find. Wait, what? Where is that? I haven't seen a four-legged enemy.
Here is how you can get the combat log on the side. Here on the frozen lake, you will find the mech you need to defeat. You can miss the mission. The mission is fairly easy and simple, but you can miss the battle log since it's off to the side. Play through the mission and destroy the first 2 targets. Once you have done that, head to the dam on the side. Here on the frozen lake, you will find the mission and destroy the first 2 targets. Once you have done that, head to the dam on the side. Here on the frozen lake, you will find the
I went
mech
to one of those side dams. Hold on. No, I just took a shortcut to the other objective.
I'll stick with 621.
Wait.
Don't let the red guns teach you.
Main system activating combat mode.
So I complete the first 2 objectives, so...
Squad red guns reporting for duty. Commence mission. Attack! Get in there, you maggots!
Great. An independent merc. Who's the wise guy who decided the red gun should be taking care of some freelance?
Who gives a shit? We'll handle this mission ourselves. 1 target destroyed.
Hey, freelancer. But no one even told you why we're here. Well, us free red guns are gonna go climb the wall. This is just target practice. When we're done, the locals' little base is next.
Good five. Can't take yourself away from chatting with a tag-along? Why don't you start a sewing club together and stitch that damn mouth of yours shut?
That takes care of the frontline MTs.
How about that? Guess you're not a total amateur.
That takes care of the frontline infrastructure.
That was just the warm-up. Look at that, maggots!
2 generators to go. Keep moving, 621.
Hope you're enjoying the road trip, kids. Don't wet your pants now.
Oh, I died forward.
Does this guy ever shut up?
Good five. No luck with the sewing club, I see. That attitude won't get you far on Rubicon.
Hell yeah.
Hope you
There you go.
better than you sew.
AP at 50%.
Target remaining, 621.
Do you hear me, you corporate vultures? The Rubiconians will never yield. You're going home in armored coffins. Forged in ash, we stand as one!
Hot dog, we got an AC.
More like a piece of dough. It's barely different from an MT. Gun 4, you're not exactly cutting edge either. You want to be next on the scrap heap? Independent mercenary, why be a mere pawn? What honor is there in serving corporations that exist only to kill and plunder?
Right-hand ammunition at 50%.
Damn you, scavengers! Father Dolmayan, I've failed you!
Confirmed. Enemy AC destroyed.
Gun 13! Guess you're not just tagging along anymore. Now hurry up and destroy that stinking...
Confirmed. All targets destroyed.
Looks like my good-for-nothings were good for something after all. Field trip's over. Gun 13.
Got the battle log.
Call sign open for you.
Oh, still got an S rank. Let's go. Oh, the mining ship. Alright, we're gonna save this one. And then put some hover legs on this bitch. Actually, how much money do I have? I should buy the lighter ones. Buy that just to have it. Buy that just to have it. Oh, there we go. Buy that. Got the linear rifle.
Time for a
No,
little
not linear. I like the laser rifle, not the linear rifles.
Main system activating combat mode.
Oh, I didn't even switch to the faster one.
First, get through all that dust and make contact with the Strider.
Unidentified AT. Must be one of the corporation's dogs. Activate the eye. Burn them away. Yes, sir. Coral, abide with Rubicon. Abide with Rubicon.
Out of the eyes, line of sight.
Take out one of its legs and bring it to a halt.
What? They evaded the eye phaser.
All hands, prepare for close range combat. Intercept.
Oh, I got the wrong boosters.
It's going down. The bigger they are, the harder they fall.
I forgot. With these legs, you've got to switch the boosters so that you have some with more upward thrust.
Alright, now we've got a foothold to get on the deck. Grab on and get to work on the sub-generators.
Oh.
We can't take any chances. Decouple the rig.
They're trying to kill them. Head to the midship system. Don't let them go.
Uh-oh.
We can't take the enemy AT! Remember, we fight for the caller. Defend the sub-generator.
Okay. Oh. I got a warning, but I was safe.
Sub-generator destroyed. 3 to go.
Sir, we lost another sub-generator!
2 to go.
Remember the hardships that made us. Remember that when Rubicon burned, we endured.
Come on.
We're losing the shield, sir.
Just one left.
The Strider is the flagship of our war. Hold the line. Defend the ship with your lives.
Got it.
All sub-generators destroyed. The eye's shield is offline. Head to the front segment. Now you've got the target in your sights. Time to finish this, 621.
Guys, significant damage! Sir! Guys, you critical state!
I kicked it. I kicked the eye.
Sir! No response from the eye! No. We can't lose the Strider!
Easy.
Confirmed. Target destroyed. move, 621. You need to get clear of the Strider.
Oh shit, I'm not far enough.
See that, 621? The Strider's blowing itself up. A fitting end for something built to fail.
Easy. Well, these do have the most upward thrust. Okay, I did have the right ones. Okay, mission. This one, and I gotta find the battle log. No. Load.
Your objective is to take the Liberation Front fortress, the Wall. Show them you're worth the credits.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. We'll start by clearing the way for Archibus. Take out the Gatling cannons protecting the city, and the Baus Tetrapod MT further in. There's heavy fire coming from up top. 621.
Maybe if I start here.
Cover. You'll never climb the wall, Corporation dog! Coral! Abide with Rubicon!
Gatling cannons destroyed. The friendly MT squad will take care of the city. You take care of the Baus Tetrapod MT 621.
Oh! Oh, I thought this door was open. Well, the battle log isn't here then. That's all of them.
We're under attack. They're in the city.
Just one AC.
There we go. Video record extracted from a wreck. An incomplete message sent from one member of the Red Guns to another, apparently just before their death. Iguazu, I'm telling you, man, you gotta give Michigan a chance. He's different from the suits at HQ. Look, I know he's an asshole, but he's looking out for us, you know? Almost like we got family here. Man, if there's anyone who deserves punching out, it's the freaks who sent us on this suicide mission. Picked a good day to go AWOL. Wish I...
50%.
That's sad. Where?
We stand as one! Die, mercenary!
Why is there still... I thought I got all of them. Still says there's more enemies down here. Oh, there we go. And this boy. Straggler.
There's an AC behind us!
Another one?
Mouse Tetrapod MT eliminated. That significantly reduces the threat in the city. Access the bulkhead and break into the wall. Confirmed. You're inside the wall. Be prepared for close quarters combat.
Oh, I forgot we actually fight in here. A little bit.
Do you read me? This is V4 Rusty. You're fast. Guess you're sharper than they say. I'll have to step up my own game. A numbered Vesper is an elite. But remember, even Bale could crack the wall. Don't count on him too much.
Right-hand ammunition.
Enemy attack! You send backup! We're taking too much fire!
And just one tap, done. Love
There
it.
should be a lift nearby. The target is close.
Oh, I forgot we gotta fight the boss here.
I've dispatched a supply Sherpa. Make sure you resupply.
Forgot about this boss
That's
fight.
the Juggernaut, a heavy mobile cannon. I wouldn't recommend taking it head on. It won't be able to keep up with Steel Haze. I'll distract it while you hit its blind spot. That's the stuff. Walter knows how to pick 'em. This is V4. Understood. Raven, I just got an update from Snail at command. We've got enemy reinforcements incoming. If I don't intercept them, we're both toast. I hate to leave you like this, but you'll have to finish without me.
Yeah, no problem.
So much for our decoy.
I love this build I got now.
Juggernaut destroyed. Operation Wall Climber is a success. That pilot, Rusty, it seems he knew who you really are. It won't matter. I've taken that contingency into account.
right? Battle logs. What's your combat log? What was this? Oh, I remember now. This one was all exploring.
621. You should be used to Rubicon by now.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Search the nearby wrecks for combat logs recording engagements with V4 Rusty. This gives us some more insight about V4 skills. Analyzing log. Some more evidence on what the cruel situation looks like. This log is interesting.
Battle logs
I'll
from
make
the
a
enemies,
copy.
though.
Nothing the corpse need worry about. Analyzing. Nothing we can sell here.
Unidentified 18. Open fire! Kill the intruder!
That's 5 logs. This is useful. We've got visuals on V4's AC assembly.
Anything else over here? Oh? Oh no. Damn.
Analyzing. Worthless.
Other than that,
Stop! What are you doing?
Keep an eye on the clock. Either avoid combat or make it quick. Very interesting. This could be worth something.
over here then. Where are the combat logs, man?
You, AC pilot. You're no comrade of ours, are you? Wait, you killed them all!
Operation Foot Survivor. Just hold us up if you engage her. The mission comes before everything else.
Coral warrior, just like the others, and I will not give in. Forged in ash, wasted.
Okay.
Sorry, our ship.
That's how we get the combat log. We gotta wipe out every enemy here.
Looks like you found pay dirt, 621. We've still got time, but we've checked out every promising wreck. That's it for this job, 621.
Yep, before the time is up, that's the last wreck. Alright. That should be an S rank, right? Hell yeah! Let's see. Baus Arsenal number 250. Okay, Rusty's coded comms and communication attempt. Those were the ones that were worth the most. Almost leveled up the battle logs, combat logs, whatever the fuck you call them. Escape house arsenal number 2.
Some advice before you go.
Main system activating combat mode.
One that was
Commence mission. Investigate Baus Arsenal number 2. I've been checking the perimeter, and I'm picking up nothing. What happened here? It's too quiet.
Visible motherfuckers.
Watch out, 621. Watch its shots and see where they're coming from. Of course, DD. Stick to it like glue. You'll lose it if it gets too far.
Not sure. I went too far from it. Am I invisible again, or I lost track?
Encoded comms. Was that mech behind what happened here? 621. Continue the investigation.
Can I go all the way up here? I gotta try to catch them slipping.
It's got you in its sights. 621. I think there's more than one this time. Use your scanner. Mark your targets to undermine their tricks.
Okay.
Unidentified machine down.
You can go off audio too.
Stay sharp.
Whoa. Never found this. Where's that enemy?
Good eye. See, I told you to expect the unexpected.
Or are they right below me? Oh.
Unidentified mechs destroyed. Keep going, 621. Is that a coral response? 621.
Yeah, I forgot about
Get
this
down
part
and take
too.
a closer look. No doubt about it. this water.
Damn, you go faster the longer you free fall.
It contains faint traces of coral. Must have been an underground vein.
Oh shit, I forgot about this fight. This fight is tough.
This time. Above you. You're outnumbered. Pick them off one by one, 621.
Left-hand ammunition at 50%.
Hopefully I got the S rank. Oh, I forgot about those assholes, man. C. Damn. Alright. Gotta do that again. But, change. How about that? Okay. Laser shotgun. Yeah. How that works.
Some advice before you go, 621.
Main system activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Investigate Baus Arsenal number 2. I've been checking the perimeter, and I'm picking up nothing. What happened here? It's too quiet. Watch out, 621. Watch its shots and see where they're coming from. MDD. Encoded comms. Was that mech behind what happened here?
Let me go.
621. Continue the investigation.
So low-key, I am able to get at least one of them here. That one. For myself without getting shot by the other one, though. He's not on the scan anymore? No way. There he is.
It's got you in its sights. 621. I think there's more than one this time.
Ah, of course I got it.
Targets to undermine their tricks. Unidentified machine down. Keep going and stay sharp.
Once you find one of those, you don't need to find them again. Interesting. Oh no.
See, I told you to expect the unexpected.
All of them?
Confirmed. Unidentified mechs destroyed. Keep going, 621.
How much range do I really have with it? Whoa. I don't get how that charge attack works. I think I gotta be up front.
Is that a cool response? 621. Get down and take a closer look. No doubt about it. This water. It contains faint traces of coral. Must have been an underground vein. Mouse was hiding a well.
We're gonna get rid of the
time.
snipers first. Whoa. They land right next to me.
You're outnumbered. Pick them off one by one, 621.
Light shoulder ammunition at 50%.
Taking so many shots from them.
Another dealt with. Stay focused, 621. One remaining. Finish them off. Seems that's the last of them. This
Maybe
wasn't a
not.
simple check-in after all. Head back and rest up, 621.
If I got a C last time, then if anything, I got a B this time. I might even get worse. B. Yeah. Laser shotgun was cool, but I was fine with the dual laser rifles.
Some advice before you go, 621. Expect the unexpected.
Main system, activating combat mode.
Commence mission. Investigate Baus Arsenal number 2. I've been checking the perimeter, and I'm picking up nothing. What happened here? It's too quiet. Watch out, 621. Watch its shots and see where they're coming from. Of course. MDD. Coded comms. Was that mech behind what happened here? 621. Continue the investigation.
Wait, those are that's a car. With fucking cargo containers. That's how big I am? As tall as 3 Connexes stacked on top of each other on a truck bed. God damn. Try to free aim, hit him out of my range.
Keep going and stay sharp.
What?
See, I told you to expect the unexpected.
Can get hit by the grenade launcher.
Confirmed. Unidentified mechs destroyed. Keep going, 621.
I love having the double grenade launcher on my right shoulder. It feels so good. It feels so good. Pew, pew.
Response. 621. Get down and take a closer look. No doubt about it.
Can't get past 1500 on the speed on the left. Left of the screen, you can see my speed.
Baus was hiding a well all this time.
282 at max with the booster. Oh no, I didn't mean to use the repair kit, man. Well, now there's 3.
You're outnumbered. Pick them off one by one, 621. Another dealt with. Stay focused, 621. One remaining. Finish them off.
I could have done that without using the repair kit. I used it by accident, motherfucker.
Check in after all. Head back and rest up, 621.
Rust. This model prizes movement speed over quick rest. You know what? Maybe. Overall movement speed over thrust over quick burst. Wait, S. Yes.
Some advice before you go, 621.
Main system activating combat mode.
And put on some YouTube since
investigate Baus Arsenal
playing the mission right now.
I've been checking the perimeter, and I'm picking up nothing. What happened here?
Sometimes you meet.
XQC talks about his ex and pushing people away.
Sometimes you meet somebody that you like or care about, and it feels like I'm gonna f up at one point or very soon, and it makes me want to kind of give up on them already, so that they're not disappointed down the line, or I'm not caught by surprise and I just throw them away, right?
How does it feel to say?
It's okay. I've been saying it to myself for like years. Like I think it's something I do like all the time. Like throw people away. I know I won't be able to like water that plant or maintain it, or like I'm not good enough or whatever. Like imposter syndrome a little bit sometimes. And it's like
they're like, you're awesome, and now they get confused. They're like, what do you mean I'm awesome? Because people have told them that before, and they start out being awesome, and then they end up being abusive. And so then what happens, what really starts to happen, what's really sad about this is at some point they find someone who has faith in them as a human being. Doesn't see them as invisible, doesn't just date them for their body, or their money, or whatever. And then they get even more confused because they don't even know what love feels like. They don't know what unconditional acceptance feels like. So then they start being like, what are you doing? Where's the other shoe? Like, what are you not telling me? You're gonna leave me, right? You're gonna leave me, right? You're gonna leave me, right? You went out with your friends for a week. Did you cheat on me? I'm sure you cheated on me. Of course you cheated on me. And then the person's like, no, I'm not gonna leave you. I'm not gonna leave you. I'm not gonna leave you. And the other person's like, you're gonna leave me. You're gonna leave me. And what do they end up doing? They drive them away. Like, I can't deal with this shit. I'm gone. See, I knew it.
Skate invents a new meta of face tracking.
That's how tiny we are compared to these.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Remember that one. Remember that. Write that down. All right, hold on. Watch.
No way. Wait, Starfield does that?
How cool was that? Oh, that was pretty cool, wasn't it?
Is that Starfield?
Just
what the fuck was that?
No, what happens if I... I mean, we gotta know. Hit a swift... Okay, I'm dead. Okay. Sorry, I was just curious. I just wanted to know what happened. They killed me. That makes sense. But I wanted to know. What's up, everybody? Hey, nothing happened. We're cool, right? Yeah, we're cool. Yeah, we're cool.
LNTC are Forza's favourite animal. Destiny's Tech Tips.
Nice try. This SD card out.
This is the second terabyte card I bought.
No, hold on. The other card you bought was a micro SD card. I didn't tell you to buy a micro SD card. I told you to buy an SD card. Really?
Yeah.
If a guy took his pants off and ate a micro dick instead of a normal dick, and he said it's the same thing, what would you say? Because that's the equivalent of what you did.
Would it not?
Lyric break Starfield's character in 2 minutes.
Down, up. No doubt about it. Oh, well, his eyeballs are out here. Oh, okay, wait a minute. Oh my god. Dude, we broke it. Come on, man!
NMP's community plays Jackbox.
What's next?
Okay, next one.
Yeah.
A terrible name to have if you're running for public office.
Okay. Nicholas Michelle Palm. No way. No way you unfunny people typed the same answer. I have never seen that happen.
Hostage situation.
A weird thing for a bank robber to demand. No way!
off one by one, 621.
Alright. Nah.
Cuidado el móvil. No, dale, puto, se baja. Genial. ¡Ah! Se han pegado, se han pegado. Se han pegado.
Stay focused, 621.
Me voy a esconder aquí, no quiero salir. No quiero salir.
What the fuck?
Por favor,
Who's she
ayuda.
covered in? Doesn't look like tomatoes.
Reportera de guerra asesinada. Ha muerto la reportera de guerra.
So they've been struggling to say disincentivizing.
Disincentivizing.
Yo.
It seems too
Why are they fucking running away so much?
Disincentivizing. Disincentive. Disincentivizing.
Backhand has no sense of big or boob size.
I even thought G was an outfit. Where's the piano bitch? The piano big boobs.
Took long.
Wait, hold on. I don't think I should read this up on screen.
Hopefully the time doesn't affect
Yes,
it.
her. Okay, here.
Rest up, 621.
I thought this was like G. Like I just have no sense of like dick or boob size. Like I thought this was G, but this is not.
Took too long.
This isn't even. This is apparently like a Z. Yeah. Anyway, I thought this was a G.
You know what? I think I'm ready.
And I was wrong.
I think I'm ready.
Yeah, no it's not natural.
Oh shit. Also. This.
Is this even the right way? Oh, maybe it is. Why is it like sitting like that? It's like it looks like it's like about to do a push-up. My bad. My bad. My bad.
I need to go with something
we're good.
here.
All good, everybody. We're all good. I don't think I was supposed to be over here anyway. I'll leave. I'll leave. I'll leave. What the fuck? Oh, God.
If you've been single until 38 and still on dating apps.
This is after I told Justin yesterday that if you're 38 years old and you've never been married, there's something wrong with you.
I forgot about that. You did, man. Wait, what was the full? What did you say? Every 10 seconds, he's like, "Well, not you specifically, but."
I don't need someone to vet Justin because I know that Justin's a good guy. But if I was single and there was like a 38-year-old person on a dating app and they were like, "No, I've never been married or in like a common law relationship," I would be like, "What's wrong? Like,
what is going on?
You're 27. You're okay."
Moxie dies on stream.
Four-eyed blue dragon.
Blue eyes, white dragon.
Blue eyes, white dragon.
Four-eyed.
621. From here on.
Actually.
What are they? Oh my god. What is that laugh?
Main system activating combat mode.
Let's go. V2 Snail, come in. Requesting backup. We have
Decided to ignore Archibald's orders, did you?
V2 Snail, come in. Raven has landed. Requesting backup.
Balaam was a sinking ship. Archibald's stars on the rise. And me, I'll be well rewarded when I bring them your head on a silver platter. Yes, I smell opportunity. Let's read the signs.
Yeah, it's pathetic that someone comes and picks up doctors.
Wait, I gotta tell you something.
V2 Snail, come in. Friendly AC down. Requesting backup. This is too risky. Commander, V2 Snail. Please, come in.
Oh shit.
This is Vaderling.
Oh shit.
Requesting backup.
2 repair kits remaining. AP at 50%.
Please, Snail, come in.
The Vespers left her for dead. That wasn't pretty.
The Arquebus AC squad has been eliminated.
That should buy us more time. Move out. The vascular plant. It's still here.
Enemy detected. Thomas grinder wheel.
Oh shit.
Light shoulder ammunition
Ow.
at 50%.
What the fuck is shooting missiles at me? These guys shoot missiles?
Light and ammunition. AP at 50%.
What are they doing? What the fuck?
AP at 30%.
Oh my god.
No repair kits remaining.
Jesus fucking Christ, these guys.
Arquebus must be tracking us by now.
More.
Hurry, 621.
Light shoulder ammunition at 30%. AP at 50%. Left shoulder ammunition AP at 30%.
Please, please, please.
Light shoulder ammunition at 10%. Light hand ammunition at 10%.
I'm dead. I have 18%. Oh my god, I have 18%. Not even percent, just. I got it. I got it. The Moonlight Great Sword was right here.
Readings are off the chart. We're close.
My brothers and sisters' voices are stronger than ever now.
Oh my god, this recharge delay is insane.
Left shoulder ammunition at 30%.
This generator might be fucking me.
The response is getting stronger. We're nearly there, 621.
At least make it to a checkpoint. Okay. There's a resupply right before the boss too. Shit. Do I have to fight them again? Or do I still have the battle logs?
The vascular plant. It's still here.
He must mean my gigantic structure.
Oh shit, I do have to fight them again.
Enemy detected. An atomic grinder wheel.
Oh. fuck?
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
That fire does so much damage to me. Holy shit.
At 50%. One repair kit remaining. Light shoulder ammunition at 50%. AP at 50%. Light hand ammunition at 50%.
I see now. Yeah, I really need to change the generator back to what I had before.
AP at 30%. No repair kits remaining.
The response is getting stronger. Nearly there, 61.
Oh man.
Right hand ammunition at 30%. Left shoulder ammunition at 50%. Right shoulder ammunition at 10%.
Here we are, 621.
Here we go.
Arquebus will be here soon. Investigate before they arrive. Listen up, 621. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. Now the original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
AP at 30%.
Focus, 621. You have to focus.
No repair kits remaining. AP at 50%.
621. Ah, damn it. Not like this.
Go. All the rest would make me too heavy or too much of an energy load. What if I something like one is the heaviest though? That's like that right now. And I'm gonna switch this out for that. I instead of missile launcher on my left. Fuck. Oh, that's unfortunate. I went into those moonbeam slices. Sloppy though. I've never used the swapping shoulders, so it's a little weird for me. Wait, what? Oh, she was behind me.
They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. And now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Oh no. I fucked up.
One repair kit remaining. At 30%.
I fucked up so bad. I just already gave up. Okay, if the moon beam goes there, on my left,
Listen up, 621. Behind this series are no ordinary
30%.
Raven, we're in danger.
Focus, 621. You have to focus. 621! Damn it. Not like this.
Are my weapons too slow? I'm on that.
Listen up, 621. The IMIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Taking damage, Raven. You won't get many chances to learn the directions. I know you can find a way.
At 30%.
Raven, we're in danger.
Focus, 621. You have to focus. Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
Oh man.
GP at 30%.
How did I miss that right click, bro? Wait, what? Multi-lock correction. Time it takes to fire missile.
Listen up, 621. The IMIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Oh man, I chose the wrong time to go for this.
Not like this.
So I'm gonna put I'll leave this. Start off that. I switch to the lance instead of starting off with the lance.
Listen up, 621. The IMIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe.
Oh my god. I fucked up already, damn.
Listen up, 621. The IMIS series are no
for that spear at the wrong time. Spear at the wrong fucking time, man. I get it the first time and then I get fucking greedy. Wait, what?
They're designed to prevent coral disasters. The security measure is 621. Damn it.
Oh, fuck.
They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
No. Heal. What the fuck?
Damn it. Not like this.
I think I need to try a different focus module. No, this. Do I long range? I feel like I have to stay far away from her, so maybe.
Listen up, 621. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
AP at 50%.
Oh my god.
Focus, 621. You have to focus.
AP at 50%.
Okay. So she does that every time as a punish. If I get a full combo on her, she'll do that attack. So I gotta really back up. I don't know about the chip. Maybe pulse armor? The laser rifle doesn't do much against this bitch. So launcher's in my hand? Maybe? Maybe?
Powered by Coral. I think it's controlled by Coral too.
Listen up, 621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON 61.
Wait a second. Let me get real close there. No, that build works though. That build works. That build works. That build works. That build works. Let's go. Oh my god.
Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
50%. AP at 30%. No repair kits remaining.
Ah, okay. I gotta beat her twice in a row anyway.
Listen up, 621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. And now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Yo, damn, I was handling that well. I'm starting to see the way I gotta dance.
Listen up, 621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. And now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
50%.
No way. Damn it. I could have finished her if we didn't stagger each other at the same time. I did the charge. What? Damn.
Listen up, 61. The IMIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
AP at 50%.
61!
What? Those missed?
Listen up, 61. The IMIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. 61!
Okay, that's fine, that's fine.
Listen up, 61. The IMIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. And now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
AP at 50%.
Keep it up, 621. We can't take much more of this.
AP at 50%.
Enemy coral response. Silent.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the IMIS series is truly capable of?
Drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until it destroys its generator.
One repair kit remaining.
Oh my god.
AP at 30%.
You can take it, 621.
No, I'm dead.
621! Not like this.
Oh, wow. That's so dumb. Oh, that's not the way to start it. Oh, bro, no, I need a good start. I need a good start. Oh, man. Oh, I didn't get any charge, though.
Series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. Now their original masters are long gone.
Fuck. Fucked up with the weapon swap. I'm still getting used to it mid-fight, though. I can beat this first phase. I know I can. Like, I can beat it and still have it. No. Fuck. I chose. Nah, I fucked it up. I fucked it up, man. Up, but
keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this. AP at 30%.
Oh, I just needed a heal, bro. It didn't let me because I was staggered.
Security measure to keep RUBICON safe. And now their original masters are
what happened there. That was weird. No, I got one more field hit left. Fuck. I got a little more HP than last time. More ammo.
It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the IBIS series is
Won't do any damage to it until it's done.
Drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until it destroys its generator.
Oh my god. I didn't even get to heal. I was mashing the heal button.
The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you. Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Focus, 621. You have to focus. 621.
This is a sham. Oh. What? No way I get robbed like that, bro.
The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. Now their original masters are long gone.
No way I got robbed like that.
Listen up, 621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe.
Okay.
Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Two repair kits remaining.
Do I keep the minigun?
Listen up, 621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
I can't even get a good run now.
dead.
Measure to keep RUBICON safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Alright. Oh no. Pulse armor is only one use though. Good. I hit her with that, but she. No. No, bro, I was doing so well. I was doing so well at first. No, bro. Fuck. Oh.
They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
It's fine. That part was fine. I'm getting aggressive. Wasn't the perfect start, but punch big.
They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Fuck.
2 repair kits remaining.
Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
I see. I don't know how I didn't get this. Did I miss one of them? Hold on, hold on. No, bro. I was mashing, and it took so long. Starting to learn like every fucking move. shit is so hard. This shit is so fucking difficult.
Listen up, 621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
AP at 30%.
Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
If I can get under her for those. Oh my fucking god, dude.
The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Taking chances, Raven. Won't get many chances. I know you can find a way.
Keep it up, 621.
Fuck.
Can't take much more of this.
AP at 50%.
Enemy coral response.
I'm starting to get it. Taking me a long time, but I'm getting it.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the IBIS series is truly capable of?
Drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until we destroy its generator.
Oh my, I'm already dead. Out of HP. Oh, yeah. Look how much health how much damage I did. Oh my god, dude.
Listen up, 621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed.
It's controlled by Coral 2.
Listen up, 621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. And now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
No. I switched by accident.
Can't take much more of this.
No, bro. Bro, God, this guy just completely
At 30%.
great.
Focus,
That was a good run until that end. God damn it.
Enemy coral response. Silent.
1 repair kit remaining.
Wait. It's coming back.
It was clean until the end, bro.
Is this what the IBIS series is truly capable of?
It's fascinating. Drawing power from its environment.
Okay, so wait. If I pop my armor, As soon as if I pop my armor right before the health bar pops up, I can eat that damage, hit it with the missile launcher, and then do the rest of the damage. I'm getting it down for sure. Minimize getting hit. Oh, that hits me.
They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep the Rubicon safe. And now their original masters are long gone.
That was a weird start. I don't know what happened there. And there I really fucked up. I don't know what I did there. No, my MG is overheated. Fuck! I overheated, and that just completely ruined it. God damn it, bro. Am I supposed to dodge that? I guess should be far away. Under her.
A security measure to keep the Rubicon safe. Now their original 16.
That again.
The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral
I can make this work.
Enemy coral response. Silent.
Hopefully, hopefully, hopefully.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
Drawing power from its environment. But it's not supposed to destroy its generator.
I don't know if it was worth it or not.
At 30%. You can take it, 621. 621! Damn it.
Not worth. I don't think the pulse armor can even protect me enough from all that damage. That's way too much damage for the vector gun.
The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters.
Ah,
a security measure to keep RUBICON safe.
How'd you predict that, huh?
Masters are long gone.
Ow!
Destroy it before it destroys you. Keep it up, 621. We can't take much more of this.
Oh, if I just got to repair in time. No.
Listen up, 621. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons.
Oh no.
They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Taking damage, Raiden.
Keep it up, 621. We can't take much more of this.
Two repair kits remaining.
Let's go.
Enemy coral response. Silent.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
It's resonating. Drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until it destroys its generator. Significant damage.
Fuck, fuck, fuck. No. Yo.
AP at 30%.
You can take it, 621.
Focus rate.
No, no, no. Switch.
AP at 50%. Right hand definition.
You've nearly got it, 621. You're the only one who can finish the job.
I'm dead, I'm dead. No, I almost did it.
Not like this.
Oh my god. I'm getting this boss down to a science finally.
Listen up, 621. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security
The
measure
fuck?
to keep RUBICON
Come behind me.
safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys.
Damn it. No, no, Nah, this isn't good. This isn't a good one. Both of those miss, bro. Hold on. I go right. And then move forward when he does that. Boom. Oh shoot. Close again.
The Ibis series are known ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy them before it destroys you. Keep it up, 621. We can't take much more of this.
Come on, bro. Let me hit you.
AP at 50%. AP at 30%.
Oh no. This is bad. This is bad. Oh, and I had the wrong thing out. I could have done it that run. I could have. I want to get hit by that, but alright.
The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before
I went right into that.
Keep it up, 621. We can't take much more of this.
AP at 50%.
Enemy coral response. Silent.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
Drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until we destroy its generator.
Oh no.
30%.
You can take it, 621.
I'm so upset. Damn it. I don't have to beat this bitch 2 times.
It's controlled by coral.
Listen up, 621. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep Rubicon safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you. 621.
I wanted to see how long I could last without getting hit again.
It's controlled by coral too.
different than
They're
usual.
designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Taking damage right now. I know you can find a way.
Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
Oh my fucking god, dude. Oh my fucking god.
Listen up, 621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Taking damage right now.
Fuck, bro.
I know you can find a way.
Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
AP at 30%.
621.
More.
621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
Taking damage right now. I know you can find a way.
Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
AP at 30%.
We're in danger.
Focus, 621. You have to focus.
Enemy coral response. Silent.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the IBIS series is truly capable of?
It's resonating with the enemy core, drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until it destroys its generator.
Like it.
Significant damage. Picking up a powerful ambient resonance. It's imperative to protect the core.
No repair kits remaining.
Oh, great.
You can take it, 621. 621.
That's a new attack.
Not like this.
I didn't see that even when I almost killed it the other time.
It's controlled by coral too.
Listen up, 621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICON safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before
up close and then I got punished. Alright, let me treat this shit like a fighting game. So long to split.
AP at 30%.
Restart. Oh my. I'm gonna beat this boss. Other way does more damage.
They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICon safe. But now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you. Keep it up, 621. Can't take much more of this.
Enemy coral response. Silent.
2 repair kits remaining.
Wait. It's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the IBIS series is truly capable of?
It's resonating. Drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until we destroy its generator.
You can take it, 621.
I can't. Apparently I can't.
I can't get my shoulder ammunition at
621.
Fuck, bro. How did I do so well that one time?
Listen up, 621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICon safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you.
It's taking damage, Raven. I know we can find one.
621. Listen up, 621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent.
I'm dying inside.
Listen up, 621. The IBIS series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICon safe. Now their original masters are long gone.
remaining.
Wait, it's coming back.
Treat it like the same
It's
shit.
reactivating.
Treat it like the same exact boss fight.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
It's resonating with you. Drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until it destroys its generator.
Oh my fucking god, I get hit by all three.
You can take it, 621.
Significant damage. Picking up a powerful anti-resonance. Attach the core.
AP at 50%.
Oh no.
30%. AP at 50%.
Oh no. Fuck, fuck.
Light shoulder ammunition at 50%.
You've nearly got it, 621. You're the only 621.
Oh my god.
Damn it.
Almost.
Listen up, 621. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICon safe. Now their original masters are long gone.
This run is already stuffed.
Taking damage rate.
Keep it up, 621. 621.
Fucking dying.
Listen up, 621. The Ibis series are no ordinary weapons. They're designed to prevent coral disasters. A security measure to keep RUBICon safe. Now their original masters are long gone. Destroy it before it destroys you. Keep it up, 621. I can't take much more of this.
2 repair kits remaining.
Enemy coral response. Silent.
Wait, it's coming back.
It's reactivating.
Is this what the Ibis series is truly capable of?
It's resonating with you. Drawing power from its environment. It won't stop until it destroys its generator.
AP at 30%.
Taking significant damage. Picking up a powerful anti-resonance.
Suck my dick! Finally!
It's gonna blow. Get out of there, 621. Is it over, 621?
The choral resonance. It's fading. The machine's resolve, inherited from its creators. Voices from the past, fading into...
No! 621, move!
Raven, you're losing control!
Damn it, they were once away.
They counted on me beating the coral device.
Yes, yes. I left the subject alive as instructed.
Snail.
Only a fool would try to outfox Arquebus.
Using the same thing we used to kill the worm?
Dog is punished and brought to heel.
Okay, dude.
Oh, and of course, let's not forget the Hound's master either.
Arquebus seized control of the coral, and its occupying forces swiftly commandeered the entirety of Institute City. There, they discovered a wealth of forgotten relics. Among them, experimental weapons that the Institute kept secret, fearing they were beyond human control. A group of sea weapons bearing the name of the Central Coral Control System, the IBIS series. Arquebus also claimed a towering coral siphon, abandoned since the fires, the vascular plant. Now, they toiled to repair the plant and extend its reach beyond Rubicon's atmosphere. The Liberation Front no longer had the power to stop them, and the fires of war continued to smolder as the end drew near.
What happens now?
Raven? I found a message addressed to you. Decoding and playing back.
621. A friend of mine sent a request. Now, this one comes from me. You know what hidden dangers lurk within the coral. The fires of Ibis should have wiped the coral out, but it survived, gathered, and it's been steadily multiplying ever since. Now the coral convergence is growing at an exponential rate. Eventually, it'll spill out from Rubicon and contaminate space itself. The coral must be burned, 621.
What?
Even if that means reigniting the fire that scorched the stars.
Holy shit.
It's a legacy. My fallen friends entrusted this duty to me, and now it's my turn to hand it on. 621. Feed the fire. Let the last cinders burn. I have one last job for you. Find your freedom.
Raven. Now I finally understand what Walter was thinking. This AC. He must have foreseen this outcome and prepared for it. It's time for us to escape.
Main system activating combat mode.
Already using an older AC. An old gen AC instead of your AC is made of junk parts and its performance leaves much to be desired. Right hand machine gun, bazooka.
I found some
All we got.
coordinates in the AC systems. He's showing us the way out.
Can't believe they put us on sewer duty.
Is that an AC? Where'd it come from?
That piece of scrap's alive.
What the hell is my left?
You should avoid combat as much as possible, Raven. I'm afraid this AC is no match for your abilities. We're at a disadvantage. Let's find a way around them. If they do spot you, your left-hand weapon is equipped with jamming rounds.
Oh, if I charge it, it only goes... Wait. It's over here.
Hey you, get back to work!
They're not with us!
ECM! Damn it! I can't lock on!
Raven, now rotate.
Really can't lock onto me. Shooting bazookas over there. Video record extracted. Video record extracted from a wreck. One can see performance tests of an unpiloted AC. An officer's voice can be heard in the background. See no significant difference in performance compared to what an AI can achieve. How very disappointing. This experiment was another failure then. Regardless, I will have answers. The arrival of ACs brought the age of unpiloted craft to an end. But what essential difference makes them superior? Send a message to the factory. Have them torso intact next time. Wait. I thought he was dead.
50%. Right hand ammunition at 50%.
Oh my god. Oh my god. There we go, finally. That's forever.
One repair kit remaining.
Here's our way back to the surface. This AC should have just enough propulsion.
This is D5 Tater, calling all security team members. Raven, the independent mercenary subject to re-education, is on the run. I have direct orders from B2 Snail. Capture Raven and send the fugitive to the factory this time.
Raven, Arquebus is on high alert. These are scanned to review combat situations.
Wait, that's not one of ours! That's the AC we're after! Capture it!
Searchlights. We'll be in trouble if they spot us.
Yeah, for real. Now I have no ammo. Oh shit. For real. Stealth mission?
Enemy contact! AC, old model!
We're not far from our destination, Raven. Walter's message. Is he gone? What's this? I've checked. It's not a trap.
Here I go.
Emergency beacon intercepted. Been a while, tourist. Good to see you're still kicking. Chief's coming to pick you up. Head to the rendezvous point.
He's from RAD. Carla. She must be involved with Walter's mission. This is the rendezvous point.
Look up the targeting system and dip.
We found Raven! Close the nuke! This is B5 Tater. I'm exercising my authority to revise your orders. You are authorized to use lethal force. The fugitive's survival is not mission critical. Just eliminate Raven at all costs.
Left hand ammunition at 50%.
There's too many of them. Wait. I'm thinking of something else.
Hey, tourist! Having a little trouble?
Carla.
Walter. He asked me to look after you. Don't mind if I do.
Company! It's another AC! Irene! My teeth! Dozer junkyard?
He's backing us up, Raven.
I don't just design weapons, you know. You'll see what I mean.
There's a lot of them, Chief, but they're just MTs. You should have let me handle this. RAD needs you in one piece.
Listen, wait, Chatty. This is our tourist grand escape. I wouldn't miss it for the world.
It's all of them, right?
Looks like we're clear. Better book it before more company shows up.
Sending a chopper. We retrieved the tourist's AC, too.
Once we've caught our breath, let's talk. About Walter.
Okay. Head or what? Funny. Oh, jailbreak set.
Augmented human C4621. Entering standard mode. Incoming comms.
Back in your old AC? You were made for each other. The fact that you're still alive means that Walter made the right bet. All right. You deserve to know what we've been fighting for. I'll get you introduced with the next mission.
The beginning of the end. Needle gun. Ooh, a new red laser rifle. Laser dagger. Plasma cannon. New stuff. Alright. Hold on. I need to go back in. The dagger. Alright. Try this.
You'll be going in under cover of darkness.
Main system activating combat mode.
Leave no evidence. If anyone sees you, handle it.
What? Oh, I'm supposed to kill all of them. What? It says eliminate SD squad. Sector 1.
Code 1-5. Intruder sighted. Just one AC. Who are they with?
We can look into that later. Engaging.
Ghost 7-8, requesting backup. I can't get through to HQ.
Cavalry isn't coming. Wipe them out, 621. Confirmed. Enemy squad destroyed. Move on to the next area.
Where did that AC come from? What happened to the patrol squad?
Code 1-8, all units deploy for combat.
We're exposed to snipers from all quarters. Keep moving or they'll shoot you down.
Code 3-1C, we've taken critical damage.
Updating your marker data. Proceed in the direction indicated. You see that? That's the Watchpoint's control center. The target's inside. Make your way in. Is that Sula?
Pitiful dog. I feel sorry for you. I really do. You may have survived a little longer. If only you had a different master.
C-1249. Sula. He's an independent mercenary who survived first-gen augmentation. Don't think twice, 621. Kill him before he kills you.
Where's 619 and 620? Dead? Which ones did I kill, I wonder?
Don't let him bait you. Focus.
You're one of Gen 4's lot. I hear you make fine hounds with the right training. Shame you'll have to die here.
AP at 30%.
Walter, stay away from the watch point.
Confirmed. Enemy AC destroyed. Forget about
Stay
him,
away from the
621.
watch point.
You did good today. Back to work. Penetrate the control center and destroy the target.
Try to warn us.
There. Destroy the device in the center.
Main system, reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Proteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage. Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your comms link offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this.
AP at 50%.
The waves are intensifying. Raven, get clear.
AP at 30%.
Picking up a massive heat signature. Evasive action, Raven.
Fuck. That ruined the S rank, huh?
Main system, reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA
I
craft.
didn't do anything to his
Proteus.
pulse.
You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
30%.
Pulse armor now. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your constant offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. The waves are intensifying. Raven, get clear.
2 repair kits remaining. AP at 30%.
Picking up a massive heat signature. Evasive action, Raven.
Oh shit! I never saw that move.
Main system activating combat mode.
Leave no evidence. If anyone sees you, handle it.
Code 1-5. Intruder sighted. It's just one AC. Who are they with? We can look into that later. Engaging. Code 7-8. Requesting backup. I can't get through to HQ.
Cavalry isn't coming. Wipe them out, 621. Confirmed. Enemy squad destroyed. Move on to the next area.
Where did that AC come from? What happened to the patrol squad?
Code 1-8. All units deploy for combat.
You're exposed to snipers from all corners. Keep moving or they'll shoot you down.
Code 3-1C. We've taken critical damage.
Updating your marker data. Proceed in the direction indicated. You see that? That's the Watchpoint's control center. The target's inside. Make your way in. Is that Sula?
Pitiful dog. I feel sorry for you. I really do. You may have survived a little longer. You had a different master.
C1249. Sula. He's an independent person who survived first-gen augmentation. Don't think twice, 621. Kill him before he kills you.
50%.
Where's 619 and 620? Dead? Which ones did I kill, I wonder?
Don't let him bait you. Focus.
I like the dagger, but I really gotta spam it. I gotta stay up close to that. So that's probably just not. I'm not gonna be able to get S rank in this mission with the dagger.
Back to work. Penetrate the control center and destroy the target.
I didn't expect to stop like
destroy the device
so perfectly there.
Main system reactivating combat mode. I've looked into the enemy craft. It's an autonomous PCA craft, Balteus. You'll have to break its pulse armor to inflict meaningful damage.
Oh my god.
Pulse armor down. Now's your chance, Raven. I've taken your constant offline for now. That massive dose of coral nearly killed you. Please, you have to focus on winning this. The waves are intensifying. Raven, get clear.
Oh man.
AP at 30%.
You managed to do that, huh?
50%.
signature. Evasive action, Raven.
50%.
The enemy can't take much more.
Yeah, I need a bigger sword. For a faster build.
Enemy systems down. It's silent.
An A. I'll take. Moonlight Blade?
Let me handle getting us into the grid.
I like how even if you're skipping the cutscene, like the first line as soon as you choose the mission is like informative.
Combat mode.
I've sent you the marker data. Let's head toward the elevator going to the upper level.
That's just fire. Wait. They're on.
Who's this tourist? You think you could just waltz straight in here?
Yeah.
Hope you're watching.
Apparently I can.
You leave it to Invincible Rummy to show our guest a good time. No. Mad stuff!
Hostile AC destroyed.
Looks like you're
I was
out
about to
of
say, no way,
fun,
that's the whole mission.
tourist. You know, RID loves a good welcome
I
party.
was right. There's
Come on in, and let's get acquainted.
How curious. Let's see what we're doing. I've gathered data on the woman from that broadcast. That was Carla, leader of RID, a formidable dozer faction. She joined them 3 years ago, bringing with her a crew of junk wizards and hackers. Within half a year, she seized total control
Junk
and
wizards
greatly
and
expanded their operations.
okay. Don't look like anything interesting up there. Well, I can explore it. Anything over here? Doesn't look like it.
Kept us waiting, tourist. Told you we love a good party. Well, you're no slouch, are you?
Huh? Nothing. Oh. Oh. Wait a second. How do I get to that guy?
Can't get your help these days, can you? Would have been cheaper to just hire you instead.
Oh, this shit takes mad long to go through. Yeah. Where's that guy hiding there, huh? There's a battle log.
Light and ammunition at 50%.
So it's near the end, I think.
Picking up multiple MTs. Tread carefully.
Yeah, it takes mad long to lock on to all of them.
Barely forgot your fireworks.
At 30%.
Oh, that explosion fucked me up.
Interesting. Seems our turrets just cut above the rest.
Light shoulder ammunition at 50%.
I didn't try to charge attack until then.
You've made your point. I surrender. Just not worth the losses. Come on, I'll let you through. Up along now.
See what you have to perceive. Shall we, Raven?
You're not afraid of anything, are you? I like that.
Gotta fight that hard ass boss now, I think. But I think I would be able to handle it. Yeah, this
Too
guy.
bad. Goodbye.
Now the last stagger for the moonlight.
the last laugh.
Its behavioral pattern has changed. Watch out.
That was just so accurate.
Oh, 30%.
If I had a laser rifle the first time, oh my god, I was using fucking normal metal bullets.
Complete shutdown confirmed.
Enough, tourist. It's been miserable knowing you, but I guess playing nice is a smart choice here. You want to go up top, right? Let me show you the way. Guided tour from Cinder Carla herself.
Got a record part, and I got the combat logs. That might be a speedrun mission. I think every mission might individually need like really specific shit. You know, all the generators, all the chips. What do I get? Fuck. Alright. Do I want to focus on missile lock-on? No. The chip that I got is perfect. My energy loaded. Alright. Eliminate the dozer faction.
Your handler didn't authorize this sortie either. But we shouldn't miss this chance. I'll support you.
Main system activating combat mode.
Let's get rolling, tourist. Get out there and bag me some coyotes.
You're
never seen one like that before. Must have got a sweet deal from Carla.
Send in the punchers and kickers!
Custom MTs made by our own engineers. Clean as a whistle. Moving on, tourist.
Enemies detected. I'll mark their location.
Figured you could handle this on your own. So I called off my MTs. About time we got some maintenance anyhow.
Fellas, we got company! And it ain't dumbass Rummy. That one of RAD's newbies.
We'll blow them sky high.
This one is on you for taking out Rummy. You would have kept watch at least.
Fuck, man. Bro. Finally.
Looks like it's over. Guess I was right to pick you for the job. And now, it's my turn to help you.
That was the whole mission? No. That was bad then.
Main system activating combat mode.
Let's get rolling, tourist. Get out there and bag me some coyotes.
They're already moving in. Let's handle them.
Hey, we got an AC! I never seen one like that before. Must have got a sweet deal from Carla.
Send in the punchers and kickers!
Custom MTs made by our own engineers. When did those hit the black market?
They look like Bellsgardniks, but
Clean as a whistle. Moving on, tourist.
enemies detected. I'll mark their location.
Figured you could handle this on your own. So I called off my MTs. About time we got some maintenance anyhow.
Fellas, we got company! And it ain't dumbass Rummy. That one of RAD's newbies.
We'll blow them sky high.
This one is on you for taking out Rummy.
Confirmed. Coyote force eliminated.
Looks like it's over. Guess I was right to pick you for the job. And now, it's my turn to help you.
Take the inhabitor.
Let me tell you a story, tourist. After the fires of Ibis burnt the planet up, a secret organization formed, hiding in the ashes. Overseer, the Association of Observers. They monitored the coral's growth, ready to burn it before the collapse came. That was their mission. Our mission. Me, Walter, and our fallen friends. RAD was always a front. A side hustle.
So how...
It's time for me to get back to my real work.
Alive?
Let's get down to brass tacks. You've been to Xylem before, right? The floating city created by the Institute? It's hiding a secret. A little something to prepare against the coming collapse. We need to get to it, and fast. RID's entire team of hackers is going to be working to take control of Xylem. I want you to deal with Arquebus when they come running to see what we're up to.
Overseer, the Association of Observers. They want to burn the coral.
Burn you?
Main system activating combat mode.
Get into position, tourist. It's time. I need you to protect that tower until we've managed to take control.
Normalization process K. Deploying Chief.
Chief, I've cracked some of the defense systems.
Good job, Chatty. That'll buy us some time. Looks like you're in position. Chatty, how much longer till we have control?
Give me 5 minutes, and the corpse will...
I'm picking up an Arquebus MT squad.
Well, guess who showed up early? Looks like you're up already, tourist. Give him the old RAD welcome.
We have to sit this through. I'll support you.
Don't let them near the tower, tourist.
Normalization process B1. Plasma cannons ready.
We've got access to support weaponry. Use them if you need the help. 4 minutes left. The system is ours, tourist.
Get him. What the hell? They weren't even moving fast at all.
Silent control. Escalating to mid-level privileges.
3 more minutes. Hang in there, tourist.
I think I killed them
Now
too
we've got
fast.
snipers.
Hey, tourist, go clear them out.
Huh.
I've got high-level access now. 2 more minutes and it's ours.
Wait, we've got something else.
No vital signs. They're suicide drones.
You're playing for keeps. Make sure you don't miss, Taurus.
The shield set is limited.
Oh shit.
Shields offline.
I can't defend against her. Yeah.
Reinforcements. There's a lot of them.
Looks like they're falling over each other to get your autograph, tourist.
Just one more minute to go, tourist.
Man, the boost. This generator sucks.
Give me 30 seconds and we'll have full admin access.
Just a little more, tourist.
Okay.
Silo control. Escalating to top-level privileges. Owner, Cinder Karma.
Oh shit.
Good job holding out, tourist. Now I'll show you what this city really is.
The water level's falling. No, the whole city's rising.
What the fuck?
You can thank Walter for the tip. I give you the colony ship, Zion. Walter's parting gift.
Yo, that's hours. Fucking sick.
Let me fill you in on the plan. While you were captured, Arquebus finished their work on the vascular plant. It's pulling the coral through Rubicon's atmosphere, and it won't be long till they take it all. We need to burn the coral before it's too late. Of course, we can't just walk up to the plant and light a match. No, we're going to need something bigger. A lot bigger. Well, figured it out. The xylem isn't just our means of reaching the plant. It's a giant powder keg. Plenty to set all that coral off.
Is that the Observer's plan? The corporations want only to devour the coral. The Observers fear the coral and want only to eradicate it. I believe in the shared potential of humanity and the coral. Raven, I need to ask you something.
No
call
new
it after
messages.
this. Messages. Alright, yeah. So, I'm gonna call it now. Apparently, I found out, look, F to reset OS upgrades. Like, boom. The main ones, of course, right? And then, new terminal armor. Then have damage mitigation. Have repair kit. Direct hit damage. Access. Get melee equipment. Energy weapons. That's all the chips I can spend. Need to play
Leftists have
the. Oh my god! Need to play New Game Plus for the last one. Can I make an Evangelion build? I didn't even see that until now. My bad. No, I have no idea. How to make an Evangelion build? I would need to take time to do that, and I spend all my time like choosing the weapons and customizing it that way, and like changing the parts. So like that's why I don't even spend time with changing the decals and everything, because fucking extra work. I'm calling it. Thanks for watching. You're one person. Appreciate you. It was you, Jose. Appreciate you. Call